Hello, hello. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show, where we bring you the news and entertainment and commentary like nobody else does. I'll tell you something, we are on fire tonight, folks. We are on fire. Every night, I keep getting amazed how this show keeps getting better and better and better and better, and the listeners and the viewership is going through the roof. I'm just really happy. I'm glad I made the decision to come online. I'm glad I made the decision to do this. Like I said, only thing I wish is the fact that native I wish I would have got into this sooner. I'm like basically I wish I would have gotten in this sooner. That's my only thing, I'm looking for last night's show. Hold up. Folks. I gotta find that. Toxic content. Oh, Mrs. Chantel got a video. I thought it was me. I was like, I remember making this. She had my picture up there, which should be a friggin'. I think I'm gonna report this, or share, download, report. Hateful speech of harassment and bullying. Yep, harassment and bullying. Okay, so basically, I am definitely being harassed by this lady. Last night's show was amazing. The topic was Black America's First World Conundrum. And people were not expecting that last night. They were not expecting that topic and how we came across and everything like that. So like I said, we're going to build on that topic last night about Black America's First World Conundrum. That's going to solve a lot of stuff. And it's going to lead into the topic tonight, right? See, everything has a pattern. If you notice when I do shows, there's always a pattern when I do so. I do a show. They say something comes up on the show, and I'll be sitting there and write it down. Oh yeah, then I'll have like 4 or 5 things I know, and I'll put them all together in a new topic. That's why these topics keep getting better and better. I don't just think on the top of my head. It's usually I'm answering something or a question or something that comes to me as these shows go along, or I listen to another show and everything. I say, well, no, I need to talk about that. I clarify it. That's what I do. That's what I love about this platform. I can make up any topic I want to. And it's usually based on what I think is needed right now. Like tonight's topic, right? Let me tell you something. When you have topics like just who exactly is part of the African diaspora, a question no one talks about, but I'm going to basically, this show is going to be shocking tonight. There's going to be a lot of feelings hurt tonight. Just like last night, a lot of feelings hurt and everything. I just said, look, one of the impediments to Pan-Africanism is Black America is like the only group of Black people, first world group of Black people, and so that's a major problem. It's like we live in 2 different worlds. It's easy for Jamaicans to like, oh, I'm gonna go to Africa and resettle. Of course, you're coming from 2 impoverished situations. How do you go Black America? That's why people have this high hopes there's gonna be millions of Black Americans flooding into Africa. That's not gonna happen, folks, because until Africa develops and gets to a first world level, it's not going to happen. And the way Africa is going right now, it's never going to do that. I'm just like this. The only thing we have to have is a coordinated plan to build something on the continent ourselves. But relying on Africans and everything like that, like, let me give you a perfect example I'm talking about. My good brother Lewis called in the other night, right? And he tells us about his big mansion. But notice how when you talk to Africans, right, they never say, something, we're developing this area. We got the sewer line laid down. We got the pipe water. We got the drainage. We got the paved concrete, everything like that. We have a sewage treatment plant. We got to work. You never hear that conversation. So in other words, basically, you build a house in the middle of fucking nowhere, a big mansion, right? But you have no place to put your shit at. You have no place. What are you gonna do? You got to rely on the fucking rainwater and whatnot to like that. Is it properly filtrated? Rainwater carries germs and diseases. That water is not treated, has carries germs and diseases. You got cholera, typhoid, everything like that. And sometimes the water from a drill that you bore drill may get into the sewage, may get into that source. So there's no guarantee that the water you're going to drink is clean. So it's really dangerous because nobody ever said, look, let's build a real thing. So Black America is a product of the first world. We can't live like what things that Africans might be immune to, cholera, certain diseases, we will die, and we tried to live the African way of life. We would literally die, So we're part of the first world, the industrialized world. We're not. That's what we have to always consider when we talk about repatriation and stuff like that. And I say like this, people are like, oh yeah, let's go to Africa. I say, look, man, so you go to Africa, man, no sewer systems, open sewer. I want to smell African shit. No, it don't work like that. I can't do that. I just can't do it, And then people act like you mad. People mad. So what if Kigali got clean roads when F Kigali? So in other words, I'm looking at that like Kigali and these clean roads and everything like that. In other words, because the whole country every Sunday takes part in clean, even Paul Kagame gets his hands dirty. He's doing the right thing and building a clean, civilized country. He's hated for that. So I'm saying to myself, what is up with the African mind? The man who builds a clean country, they always find a way how to discredit anybody. That's because let me tell you something, folks, right? Before we get into the topic of the show, what I'm getting sick and tired of is this cultural Marxism stuff. You know how dangerous cultural Marxism is? Cultural Marxism will basically take any society, it can be homogeneous, everything like that, have a government, and they have a way in their talking points to discredit and then undermine and destroy from within that society. That's what we call the enemy within. These people who basically hate civilization, hate order, hate things like hard work, family, value, cultures, everything like that all countries in the world want to do. The cultural Marxists globally want to destroy what we call the nation state, the republic, the nation state. So you can't fight against yourself. That's why the cultural Marxists open borders, multiculturalism. So you don't have identity to rally your people around. They would love to make Japan and that beautiful Japanese history and culture and destroy it with cultural Marxism by bringing millions of immigrants to the Japanese islands and just destroy it and replace it with Japanese culture. They would love that. Same thing they're trying to do to America, right? America has a culture, black, white, that's it. Then they start bringing millions of people over here. Pretty soon, you won't know who's American or whatever the American way is going to be disappeared. But now, like I said, you have the right one in office. He knows that it ain't enough just to have people sitting in this country, right? If you're not going to be assimilate into this society, which immigrants, even legal immigrants could have done. They've been here long enough to assimilate into the culture. But they listened to the cultural Marxists, the liberals, the cultural Marxists, and said, yeah, we're going to change America. We're going to make it colorless, like that. And white America just said, hell no. Black America said, hell no. You ain't going to come here and just change fucking shit just to benefit you guys. It didn't work like that. So there was a backlash, and that's why Trump got elected. Now he has a mandate. And people are being pulled out. The next people being targeted is going to be African immigrants, Some people feel the African immigrants is a freaking threat to the Black America. That's sad commentary on our culture and society, where African immigrants that are not a blessing to Black America or part of Black America, but they're seen as a threat to Black America. And what we know is, I hate that term, foundational Black America. I can't stand it, but they do got some legitimate points. If you can't come to a country and replace the people that's already been here, it just don't work like that. I just don't like the way the FBA those people going about it, but they do got good points though. But so getting back to the topic, right? Who exactly is part of the African diaspora? I asked this question because there seemed to be some confusion about, and I listened to Dining Show today. There was one brother from Jamaica, like from the Caribbean. I guess he went to the Gambia, and there's a real confusion about who the African diaspora is. For the most part, the African diaspora, according to the African Union, are freaking the economic migrants that migrated out of the continent from either war or poverty, brought them overseas by the millions. And they're called the sixth region. These are people that were born in Africa. Now they're living as either citizens or non-citizens, whatever, and they send money home, whatever like that. They live abroad, But that does not include people who are Black, to African Americans, the Sixth region does not include black. So anyway, if that's the case, then why are people always running around talking about, oh yeah, we're part of the African diaspora, us African, and the whole idea, and because you could believe that all you want, but the policies in these African countries don't recognize you as an African diaspora. They may get your support, like if you want to do that bidding for them. I'm part of the African diaspora. Yeah, let me help this country right here because blah blah blah. But really, when it comes down to actually you getting anything out of it, they're basically telling you, no, this is for people who were born on the continent and everything like that. I mean, bottom line, I don't even care about citizenship, right? Do people have the right to abode or have land and property that was taken away? That's the question that needs to be asked. If they don't, then we just have to move on and say, look, like I said, we can't have equal rights and protection and everything. Can we actually hold public office in Africa? No, because we're not citizens. So the people that's living abroad that left Africa can actually come back to the continent and contest political elections or get into politics and everything. But those of us who are slave descendants can't do that. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the African diaspora is not us. It's not. So when people say that to you, they're lying to you or they're misinformed. The African diaspora does not include African Americans. One is, the reason why is because African Americans are part of the United States. United States, the African Union knows better than to friggin' make a provocation by declaring a major segment of the United States population sovereignty over a major part of it. That's like war. That means you're meddling in the country's internal affairs. It's like the United States going to China and saying, oh, we're going to make the Uyghurs, the oppressed minority, the Uyghurs in China, we're going to make them a part of America. We're going to give them citizenship or regular. That would not fly in China. Say, no, these are people in our boundaries, our borders. We're not, they're ours basically. Same thing with Black America. White America's going to be like, do you think we're going to let y'all take what we cultivated here for 400 years? No, it's not going to be like that easy. That's why when people start talking about, oh, I'm just going to go to the African Union, look, they have no idea the reality of geopolitics. The reality of geopolitics. It's sad. And that's what we're going to talk about tonight. The reality of geopolitics. Black America basically do not know the position they're in globally. You're in a very strategic position, but you don't know how to exploit it. So you never know exactly what Black people want. It's like you have to have something on the table that you want. We haven't figured what we're going to do or who we are. So how do we know what we want? Just saying, okay, we just want money. That's not anybody. Everyone wants money. But, what is your position in the world? What do you see? What's your thoughts? What's your passions? What's your beliefs? Where's your allegiances or your loyalties? Do you have loyalties to America? Do you have loyalties someplace else? These are things that people are asking before they sign off on what you're trying to do. So that's what it is tonight, folks. But yeah, so like, share, subscribe, folks. Like, share, and subscribe. We're talking about the who exactly is part of the African diaspora. Now, when you got topics like that, folks, it's going to go down in Kowloon. We're going to light the fire up. We're going to be rocking tonight and everything like that. So I want you to do is stop what you're doing and like, share, subscribe, right? If you got to get in your car, drive over to your friend's house, and then get in another car and then basically incubate new territory and everything like that. So basically you're spreading the word. So I appreciate that. If you could just basically spread the word about this show and what we're doing here every night of the week and everything, it'd be good, So we're going to be getting down tonight. The people, Ross Moisture says, the people who are part of the African are Haitians. They're the most African shit. Yeah, okay. That's why Haiti's not part of the African Union, right? Ross Moisture. Haiti's not part of the African Union. They got rejected. So tell me again how you're part of the African diaspora. Ross Moisture. This is what I'm talking about. Right? This misinformation. My Indians. Nobody gives a damn about that shit, nigga. My lineage, I have a lineage to an African tribe. Like I said, and this, like I said, we're gonna clear up the ignorance tonight. Ross Moisture just shows you the ignorance, you know. Dusty Brother 2 says, salute to all the dusty people in America and those on the continent. The diaspora involves all Africans end up in South America. No, bro. The diaspora as legal definition now is only the Africans who migrated out of the continent voluntarily through or involuntarily through hardship, economic migrants, or war, or stuff like that. The Africans who are born on the continent who live abroad are called the sixth region. It does not include, that would be a major friggin' geopolitical upheaval. If the bottom line, if the legal definition would include African Americans, no, man, there would be war, hell to pay. That means that some foreign body has sovereignty over 45 million people that generate 1.6 trillion. You think the United States is going to let that happen? No. The African Union knows where, because they're only talking about their citizens that from the continent. There's no representation for Black America in the African Union because we're not a sovereign nation state. We're not a nation state. We're legally, according to international law, we're United States citizens or Americans. We're not part of the African Union. As simple as that. So people have this idea, oh, yeah, we're all part of the African Union. Yeah, you got Dr. Arikana. People looking at this back shit crazy lady, Dr. Arikana, and they're going out there donating money and stuff like that. Where are you, Frenchie? Donating money and stuff like that, looking like fools, And Black America, look, never underestimate the ignorance of Black America, Never underestimate that, Black America basically loves playing the fool, playing the fool. I'm a freaking African diaspora and whatnot. We diasporans and whatnot. It's like, dang, man. Well, like I said, our educational system is really, really fucked up, Because you got people out there in their 60s and 70s. They're like they never read a book, don't know anything about how the world works, nothing about politics and everything like that. So Ross Moisture says Haiti does not have to be part of the African Union. Geographically speaking, Haiti in North America, but the people are not rejected by Africa. It doesn't matter, dude. When we talk about the African diaspora, I'm talking about their legal definition of African diaspora. The legal definition is people who basically fled the continent and living abroad. That's what we're talking about tonight. No matter what you feel or your emotional attachment, I ain't talking about emotions tonight. I'm talking about the legal definition and the ramifications of who's considered an African diaspora. It's not Black America. As simple as that. It's not Black people from America. Especially people who've been here for 400 years. We're not. Nobody's gonna say, okay, yeah, you're the African diaspora, but you have no territory. In order for you to be part of the African diaspora, you have to be part of a nation. You come from a nation state. Whether it's the Congo, whether it's Namibia, whether it's Angola, whether it's South Africa, you have to be represented by a specific country on the African continent. So that's what I'm saying. That's what the diaspora is. It's Africans recognizing their citizens that were forced to leave, forced to leave the continent through war or economic hardship and stuff like that. So they're recognizing that those people are integral part because they send money back to the continent. That's what they mean by the sixth region, So, but we're going to clear this up tonight, so we don't have any misconceptions about who is who, what is what, Frenchie said, don't Africans outside of the continent form that? Yeah, Africans that were born in Africa and they reside out the continent, but African Americans are not considered Africans by way of any particular republic in Africa, because we came here as slaves before Africa was recognized as a geopolitical entity. So that excludes us, so I thought I was at Kala. What? You got something to say, Tolliver? So we're going to clear up that tonight. We'll clear up this stuff, this misconception. Yeah, Personally, like I said, I'm the only one that friggin' talks like this, right? Because people look at these other channels, not to diss anybody like that, but all they do is babble, and I think that's dangerous. We don't understand what we're talking about. It's fleed, not fleed, fled, bro. 1E. Fled. Yeah, the people who fled the continent. That's the sixth region, not us. We were taken here via the transatlantic slave trade. Yeah, so even though we say African America is part of the thing like that, but there has never been any sort of way of integrating African Americans into Africa because you can't integrate people who have a completely different way of life into Africa. It just won't. It just never will work. It just never work. I mean, I appreciate the gesture and the camaraderie and the brother and sisterhood, but but it's not going to go anyplace though. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to move the needle one bit. Now you could bring Haitians back because they are more the third world people. The third world people. So you could probably go to bring Haitians back. They'll fit right into Makoko in Nigeria. I could see Rosh Moise over there swimming in Makoko. But you can't bring African Americans, people from the first world, right? The most highly advanced, modern black people that ever lived, right? And I'm not like this, but it is. Well, you have to duplicate that too. You can't go from first world to third world. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. So Africa, basically, integrating African Americans to Africa is going to be a challenge. The only way is it is in Afghanistan. Something I've been saying for years. Only what possible way. But from here in America to over there, it won't work. It won't work. It's just two different ways of life and everything like that. So but I don't know. But like I said, but everybody was all excited about the African Union. Oh, the sixth region, blah blah blah. When it comes down to it, the African Union is just nothing but a friggin' dictators club, where they basically try to. The game is do as much dirt as you can, right, and then have these so-called African Americans on standby to do your bidding. What the African Americans will do is, and they said the African unions are having a really good laugh. These Negroes actually think they're part of us or not. They think they're part of the diaspora. They're over there in America basically doing our bidding. We have plenty of cover because they're over there talking about racism, white supremacy, and the CIA and blah, 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 while we loot the continent blind, and we do what we want to do. We are partying with the French, Belgium, the same people we called our colonizers. We're in bed with them, But the bottom line, don't worry about this. The African Americans are over there. People we're never going to give citizenship to. We're never going to give a land to, and everything like that. They're over there fighting for us more than we fight for ourselves. That's what it is in a nutshell. Black people in America, they got black people who they're part of some African diaspora. It's freaking a joke, Ross Moore said, I'm working with a house of people. Okay. Ross Moyes, you're going from a third world situation to almost like a fourth world situation. That's very, that's a real come up, Ross Moyes. You go from Haiti to fucking Hausaland. Okay. I just don't get it, man. I really don't. I don't really get it. Frenchie, I love black people worldwide too. And the bottom line, but the thing is, though, we have these things called borders. We have geopolitics. Everybody basically have their look at their borders and everything like this, and they identify by them. They put that first. They put their border, the tribe, and all that first. So you know. Altalva said, why would the majority want to terrorize the minority? Because the bottom line is this, tolerate. I don't know where you've been for the last 400 years. The majority of Americans always terrified us as a small minority. You understand that? A white majority in America has always terrorized us because they have the numbers. So it is what it is. But this is an interesting topic, right? It's a real hot button topic. Like, I would like to know what people's solutions is, because, like I said, when I listen to speeches from the African Union, man, I'm like, I call the African Union the African Cunion, you know. I go to African Union, the African Cunion, I'm like, Ross Moisture, nobody cares about your lineage to the Hausa people, I wish people would stop telling me about some African tribe. I really don't. Look, I am not impressed. I take things out of different groups of people and I mix them all together, right? I'll take some things out of Mali. I'll take some things out of Senegalese culture and all these places like that. Little bits and pieces of all of them, right? I'll take culture from the Congo. I'll take culture from Jamaica, Black America, and I take what's good and discard what's bad. I will never, ever just wholeheartedly embrace one so-called tribe or people in Africa. I will never do that, because that's dangerous. Now, Big Cheese, that's you're supposed to be an elder, bro. Why do you say that, man? You like, come on, Big Cheese. You're supposed to be an elder. You're like in your 70s and whatnot. You're sitting there bullying a Principe, He's just a kid, bro, to you. You old enough to his grandpa. You calling him a tether and musty, I guess you've been watching that musty tether video or tweet. That is just mean spirited. Now the government video is fucking funny. I mean, I admit that it's funny, but that musty tether shit is fucking mean. That is just mean. I don't like mean spirited stuff, You know me. I like a good laugh, humor every once in a while too. But sometimes you gotta know when you're crossing the line. You got to know when you're crossing the line. So it is what it is. Especially now that African brothers and sisters are going through some trying times in America with this immigration shit. Look at Ross Moist trying to speak in French. Nigga, I'll go ahead and translate that, man. Don't try to be slick, man. Don't get cute with me, Ross Moist. Woo! Principal came back, says that must you smell is called a dollar for employment. Woo! Big Cheesy got you that, man. He's saying you don't work. You're unemployed. And he's the Haitians are out there sweating. They do sweat a lot, man. I tell you what, I don't know if it's work or whatever like that, but Haitians do sweat a lot, man. Maybe because they do work a lot, man. They do sweat a lot, so maybe, just hit them up with some deodorant or something like that. You want to help Big Cheese, man. Why don't you just donate some deodorant and keep it moving, I basically thought about something today, right? During slavery times, what was the best white people loved during slavery times? Was it the roses? Was it the plum blossom, the cherries, whatnot? You know what really turned them on, aphrodisiac? The smell of sweat of field Negroes, right? Because the more sweat they smelled, means the more money they was gonna make. Negroes sweat was an aphrodisiac to them. So when they sit on the porches one night and the breeze come by and they smell that funky sweat from Negro sweating and dying, they knew, man. All they see is money coming into the bank, man. When they go sell their crops, very easy system. They take their crops, sell it to the buyers and whatnot. That's all they have to do, So they take it, they gather the stuff up, put it in pallets and stuff like that, ship and put it on a ship. And as soon as the ship lands to the destination, let's say England, Baltimore, whatever like that, the textile mills are, the bank releases wires transfer and releases the money. And hey, that's how you make money. As long as you got Negroes working and producing cotton and whatnot. It's very simple. It's very simple science, The smell of sweat means the smell of money to the slave master, And that's why I say, like I told Social Smart last night, freaking slavery is unforgivable. I'm sorry. Much as I have it good in America, I have it like that, but slavery, I'm sorry. I can't do it. I cannot do it. Slavery is so we're in a conundrum, right? We understand now that the African Union don't give a shit about us, don't give a shit about us. We're not part of the African diaspora because to do so will be a propagation against the United States. See the situation we're in? And then also, black people in America can't just en masse leave America because there's no soft landing for them any place on the earth. Africa simply is not developed at all. So it is what it is. How can you bring for the Black America would literally crush the continent? We came over in mass numbers. Our demands for our way of life and everything, it would crush the continent. The continent would implode, you know? So it is what it is. So we're going to have a good time tonight. We're going to basically discuss this. Who is the African diaspora? Are we basically part of the African diaspora, or we just African American? Say, and then the African immigrants are the African diaspora. I've already started using it. I say, look, even though I'm phenotypically, genetically African, right? I'm not culturally. I think that's what the problem. I think with dollar bill, when people say you're not African, people get offended by that. I'll say in a minute, I'm not African. I'm African by race, but African is a geopolitical reality. If you were born on a continent, you still have citizenship there and stuff like that, and you basically speak the local language and culture and everything, you are an African, right? African Americans, we call ourselves African Americans in honor of our African heritage. We're African Americans. We're different from just plain Africans, as simple as that. That's the way it is, A big cheese, that's mean. Why would you say Trump, are you glad Trump, he's not cutting aid to Africa. He said he's reviewing it. He's reviewing it. He only country he's cutting aid to is South Africa right now because they're provocating. That's a warning to South Africa not to move against those white farmers and stuff, So why would you talk about economic aid? Those economic aid that a lot of countries like Liberia get is what's keeping people alive. Some people don't have proper medicine and stuff like that. Come on, we can't be that heartless. Yeah, I know people get angry at Africans and whatnot, but just have a heart. Have a heart. Have a heart. Have a heart for those that's fortunate. Because, like I said, me personally, the reason why I have a heart because I have so much. God's blessed me with so much. Yeah, but why be a jerk? Why be the bad man? I understand we're online and people. I just pray you don't really feel like that. Because it's like this. If the case is, and we become what we always fought against. Something if we become the white man. I mean, I just don't understand how some black people they want to become the white man. Maybe that's what it is, man. You have a Stockholm syndrome, right? You want to become like the people who was oppressed. Look, the bottom line is black people think they're off the hook. I'm starting to see signs now, like these growth of comedians now. They're starting to make a lot of jokes towards black people, in this country. Well, years ago, like Dave Chappelle said, they cancel culture like this. Now, with the end of cancel culture and the Trump election, they feel emboldened, Yeah, Marcus, I know they've been talking about black Americans, but you're a person from America, the first world, right? These people are coming from the third world. I hold you I hold you higher than, not saying you were better than them, right? But we can't basically get down to their level. They're not on our level. We got something. We got to become like them. We got to become third world degenerates too. Acting like them. That's just a sad situation. We would feel like because someone said, "Yeah, I know they say shit about us or whatnot online." I get that. You know what? But maybe because in my life, because I'm like this, I don't see any African ever doing what I do in life, whatnot, or in my circles of business, whatever like that. Maybe I'm not in competition with nobody from Africa, and what I'm doing for life. Maybe because that's what it is, But if I guess if you're working 2 jobs or whatnot, and you seeing some African in your neighborhood driving a nice house, I guess you get a little envious and jealous. Like you ain't supposed to have that and shit, but me personally, Ain't nothing an African has that I want. Nothing, you know. Not even their friggin' shitty ass country. I don't want nothing from Nigeria. I got a house in Nigeria. Good for you. You know, probably have no indoor plumbing, no sewer system, no nothing, whatever. You got a big house in Nigeria. I like so the bottom line, don't let Africans, whatever these Africans tell you, if they were all that, they would not be in America. So I just let people have their pride. Africans have pride. Let them have their little pride, you know? Latinos. I don't really care about Latinos either. But look, I understand they got to go. The problem with the Latino immigrants is they got so bold, right? They basically was like, yeah, we're here and we're going to take over America. You don't go to a country and think you're going to take over, you're going to make this country Spanish speaking. We're going to do all this stuff like this. You know, you're going to have all this, all this, you're going to have Taco Bells, not Taco Bells, but, Mexican restaurants all over the place, Hispanic culture. Look, Hispanic culture is exciting. I get it, you know. But for the most part, people basically, there's a backlash towards all this. People had to see this coming, you know, and now they're like, damn, I thought our culture was so beautiful. And they're saying, like, there was recently the other day, some white chick got into like, I don't know, so a fender bender or whatever like that with a Latino guy, and she was calling him a wetback. I was like, damn. He was like, well, I'm a wetback. So yeah, you're a fucking wetback. You're here illegally, whatever, you know? And so I'm like, wow, you know, wow. So a lot of these people thought they had made it in America. They thought they were just better than being black or because their proximity to whiteness and whatnot. And she, this blonde chick was like, you fucking wetback, blah, blah, blah. That must be devastating to somebody. So me personally, I don't friggin' have no attachments to the majority white people here in America, you know? So the bottom line is this, they don't have that sort of power over me, you know? And so like that, you know, so whatever. They don't like me, you don't like me, fuck you. But these Mexicans and Spanish people really, really are hurt. They really can't understand why white people are cheering them getting rounded up. They have no freaking idea, no clue. You know, it'd be embarrassing when Africans get deported and be like that. I don't know what happened. You know. Yeah, Chukwo. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, all these people are nothing but traitors to America. You know, that's why they're out of office. That's why Donald Trump is there. The future is not for, with Hispanics. You know, it's not. They haven't contributed enough to this country. You know, they have no historical Hispanic colleges. They have nothing. How are they the future? You know, because people basically say, "Oh yeah, Hispanic." Well, look, bottom line, you know, you can't speak English. You know, that means you can't work in tech. When you don't see Hispanics in tech and everything like that, you don't see them in anything that's complicated. You know. So what do they? How are they? The future belongs to Hispanics. You know, if the future belongs to Hispanics, America is headed for a third world dictatorship. You know, and that's why Donald Trump came in and said, "Hell no." You know, we can't just throw our country away. He much rather have black people. You know, than Hispanic people. They didn't understand that. Hispanics don't say, I thought we were better because we got lighter skin and whatnot. They didn't understand is what you stand for. Your culture is very degenerate and backwards, you know, and prehistoric almost, you know. That's another thing. You can't be from a backward culture and think you're going to last here in America. It's not going to happen. You know, you have to somehow come up to this modern world. Now, I would tell that to my African brothers and sisters, man, like Elvis, when I talk about eating bush meat and shit like that and doing stupid African things. Dude, you're going to be out of here, man. You're going to freaking say, look, you think you're a citizen? Yeah, you can't go to a country and not assimilate, you know? Asians basically have demonstrated, right, that not only could they assimilate, but they could also raise the bar as far as like civilization and and everything like that, you know. You know, what you go, there's look, the Hispanics are getting out of here, bro, Chuquo. You know, they're not about to be the new white. That's not gonna happen, bro. It's not gonna happen. You know, it's not gonna happen. You know, there's like millions of them already leaving, you know. Yeah, so bottom line is this, you know, it is what it is, you know. The future indeed is Hispanic. Okay, keep saying that while Ross Moist, while you go back to your third world hellhole called Haiti and whatnot, you know. The future is very Hispanic. Get the fuck out of here, future Hispanics. Are you on crack, Ross Moist? You know? Ross Boyce, Ross Boyce, Ross Moisture. Yeah, so actually, to be perfectly honest with you, like I said, what I want to do is this: I want Black America to basically gain in America. Black America is about to boom. You know, they're gonna have boom times in Black America, right? But I still think Black America, in the long run, we should concentrate on building an Afghanistan. You know, that also people don't understand the Afghanistan concept is not taken away from Black America; is adding to our portfolio. Can you imagine we have the only first world Black people, and we also got a state of our own on our ancestral homeland? That'll complete the circle, you know. So we don't have to lose anything with an Afghanistan, you know. Yeah, we're gonna Black America's about to boom, bro. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing signs already, you know. What you have to do is you have to get some sort of skills and education. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm seeing too many young people, and I'm gonna ask you. You come on the show. I'm gonna ask you, what do you do for a living? You know, and I'm gonna start pushing people. You know, I'm gonna start pushing people. What do you do for a living? I did this before. I said, bro, what are you doing for a living? Well, blah blah. Look, have you called that school? Have you gotten school? You get some sort of specialty skill when that, you're gonna be good. You know, that's good. Public health. That's good. You know, public health. I work in the healthcare thing, and the bottom line, what I do is I go. I not only I sell insurance plans, stuff like that, but I also do a thing where I basically take doctors, and I credential them to basically get hooked up, where we do the analytics, like the surveys. The government spends a lot of money. Like I make a lot of money getting surveys from people. You know, they want to know about eating habits, spending habits, stuff like this. The government uses data to make decisions. You know, the legislation, you know, and earmark money and stuff like this. So they need data. They need people to collect data. In my field, look, I've been in this for many years, bro. So, like I said, that field right there, as far as the data collecting, whatnot, that I'm just now getting started from. When I really get started from there, I'll probably be a millionaire in like 2 years, because the government got literally billions of dollars they spend on people. A lot of Black people don't know this stuff, you know. That's why I say it's dangerous when people sit online every day listening to morons and idiots, you know. You know, I'm smart enough to separate what I do here to the real life. In my business, I'm really high up there. You know, I'm high up there, and I've seen the mountaintop. Black people have to step their game up. You know, there's tons of opportunity here. The government of the United States, right, federal government, purchases $900 billion a year from small vendors and suppliers and stuff like that, service suppliers, everything like that, a year. $900 billion a year from the private sector. That's anybody that with a business and what you get an LLC, a business and stuff like that. You want to do something. You got to, let's say you have an idea, you know, and you need funding for it, right? And you could basically prove that your idea could save the government money or reduce something. Where you say, well, I got an idea where I could be for 2 hours a day. I got kids doing remedial reading or something like that, and I got the equipment here. And I can prove test scores. They say, okay. And so you prove that your model works, right? And then after about a year, you say, look at our test scores. They're like this. Now I want to build these things, right? The government says, you know something? Test scores mean those kids are going to be less likely to go to get into crime. They're more likely to go to college when that's going to add value to the country, you know? So why not just invest in what this brother just doing and whatnot. So he wants to build several of these in several different cities. You know, he already did a test model. Yeah, there's money, there's opportunity out there. You know, if you just got to know, you know, you just got to know. I don't know. I never heard Irritated Genie talk about that. You know, I heard him talk about the gays love. I never thought that. You know, who cares if he's cutting the federal workforce? You know, that's a problem. Doesn't matter. But the bottom line, the stuff that I do for a living, true quote, can't be cut, you know, because the government still needs all the stuff I'm doing, you know. The bottom line, a lot of wasted stuff he's cutting, you know. So I don't know. Most black people aren't gonna be affected by none of this stuff. Poor, like people in the poor inner city, yeah, maybe, but the majority of black people in middle America is not gonna like that, because the bottom line is we're not worried about that shit, you know. So I don't know, but I'm just glad Donald Trump is president, man. You know, I like what he's I support what he's doing. You know, I don't glee in people getting mass deported and stuff like that, but I know it necessarily had to be done. You know, so, but other than that, I do support what he's doing. I like his vigor and trying to straighten this country out, you know. So I don't give a shit about no DEI shit, you know. And the federal workforce is overblown. We got too many people there with friggin' jobs that are useless jobs and everything like that, you know. And he said there's nobody know the entitlements like WIC and all that's not going to be cut. That's another lie that's spreading around. WIC, Social Security, because I deal with this for a living, is not being cut. You know, so don't listen to Chukwo, you know. What he is reducing the size of the federal government. You know, workers that what he wanted to do was get rid of these workers that are sitting at home doing absolutely nothing. When he said, you come back to the office, you know, people sitting at home collecting a paycheck. So how you justify what we're paying them? People just create jobs and build a government and whatnot. That's what he did. He's going to make it a government efficiency, you know. I don't have to worry about that because I'm part of the government efficiency, because what I do is save the government money, you know. My data and my reporting, everything what I do saves the government money, you know. So they can't get rid of my contract, you know. So nice try, Chukwo, you know. Oh, Chukwo, that's mean. You said Four Righteous about to have a hard time. I don't know. That's a mean one, Chukwo, man. You trying to say Four Righteous is on welfare? You know, wow, man. That's something else. That's something else. I don't know. I don't know. It just is what it is. I'm just glad, you know, like I said, you know, I could connect. I want to connect more. Only people I want to connect in Black America is people that's doing shit. You got a job, you got a career, you're doing something. I don't give a damn if you're working at McDonald's and you're trying to become a McDonald's manager. I'm cool with you, so long as you're doing something. You know, I can't stand deadbeats. You know, really, I can't. Brody says, Kala, the African all black people living outside slave trade. No, that's not what it is, Brody. See, like I said, it's that goofy stuff like Baruti, who don't know anything, his ass with elbow. You know, the African Union, the diaspora does not include all black people. It only includes the definition of the African diaspora is the people who are slaves. Let me find if I can find this. Like I said, people. That's what I said. People like Baruti have been spreading this nonsense around. I'm part of the African diaspora. You go to Africa, you get robbed, you get taken advantage of, and everything like that. People, there's no protection for me on the African continent. You know, please stop it. You know. Let's see. Meaning. Okay, meaning of African. Meaning of. Oops. Okay. So that's the whole thing. You got people in Wikipedia, right? And they got, you could tell whoever posted this is a so-called Negro Pan-Africanist, right? And they got this whole thing, W.E.B. Du Bois. I bet you most people in the African Union don't even know who W.E.B. Du Bois is, you know? So they try to put Pan-African. It has nothing to do with no damn Pan-Africanism, you know? So like I said, it matters. How do we define African diaspora? I want some friggin' objective people, you know? Like I said, we got too many bruties out there. It said the explicit incorporation of the African diaspora into U.S. Africa policy risks segmenting the community into old and new with important domestic international consequences. Yeah, there's a lot of consequences to what you talk about, you know? Kristen Johnson is an associate professor and director of Center for African Studies at Howard University. Vice President Kamala Harris visits three African countries with Ghana, Tanzania as part of the Biden administration's effort to supercharge engagement with African countries in the aftermath of the U.S. African Leadership Summit, right? Arriving first in Ghana, the vice president gave an emotional speech at Cape Coast, Ghana, historic slave trading post that acknowledged the horrors of the translated, but also the history of those who survived in Americas and rose to daunting odds. Speaking to Ghana's president, Akua Addo, vice president applauded his leadership in elevating engagement of the African diaspora, a key policy, right? The elevation of African is a tool of soft power U.S. policy, right? However, particular construction of the African diaspora, keyword, has come to fore with the U.S. African Leaders Summit, right? There was no African Americans involved with that. You know, that was between African people of African states and African people from Ghana, Tanzania, and whatnot were representing this prospective country. There was no African Americans there like this, but they used institutions that Black America uses. Like, let me continue what I'm talking about, right? The explicit incorporation of the African diaspora into U.S. policy carries the risk of segmenting communities into old and new, with important domestic and international consequences. The U.S. policy and policymakers and the African consistently would do well to think through the implications of a new U.S. strategy with Africa as impact on relationship with the diaspora. Not widely covered with students with the historically Black college and university correspondence corps, who reportedly during the summit on the conflicting definitions and understanding of the African diaspora. While government officials gave an expansion cohesive definition of diaspora on the record, by the end of the summit, some African scholars observed that a distinction is being made between old and new diaspora. And the fact the U.S. African Leadership Summit brought into stark relief the emergence of narratives that seek to define the Africa as a new diaspora, comprised relatively of recent middle-class economic migrants, as well as social economic entrepreneurs. That's what I say. That's what America wants. In other words, basically, educated Africans who are coming to America, contributing to America. That's what the United States recognizes as the African diaspora. You understand what we're talking about? You know. So this is what I'm talking. This is what we're talking about. So continuing, largely excluded from this narrative is the old diaspora, descendants of enslaved Africans. Baruti, do you understand what I just said? This is a well thought out blog. Largely excluded from this new narrative is the old diaspora, the descendants of the enslaved Africans. That's not going to happen, without bloodshed. America's not going to relinquish its hold on the African American. We're still part of the American story, The descendants of enslaved Africans, less tarred by the America's history of racism and racism, the new diaspora who they want, right? So in other words, they want to basically write a new chapter in American African history by replacing African Americans, right, with this new diaspora, So when Black people talk about, we the African diaspora, they're not talking about you. Understand? They're not talking about you. They're talking about the new diaspora. The new diaspora is these Africans that come over here that can fit into America's middle class, and they don't have the history of slavery. That's where the tension is coming in. That's why they're fueling tension between Black people in America and African immigrants. The tension is dangerous right now. This is what this is all about. And the reaction to this is the ADOS FBA movement, which is a response to this. So fits well into the new whitewash history of capitalism, untethered to the past of slavery and colonialism. See, that's what I said. They went on a whitewash history. The new outside stuff. When somebody asked me why, Elvis asked me, why do you don't like African? Because what they're trying to do by using African immigrants, they're trying to whitewash American history, erase the implications of capitalism, racism, and subjugation of Black America, right? By bringing new immigrants in and say, see, we're not racist. Look what's going on. That's why Africans feel like geez, man, America's great. Why are black people complaining? This is done scientific, not because you guys have hard work or anything like you're special, because it's done deliberately, so it is what it is. It is what it is. Uh, America's persona have being land of opportunity, economic property, is a new whitewashed history of capitalism untethered to its past of slavery and colonialism that the United States to promote at home and abroad. That's what the United States is trying to do. It's trying to erase slavery and the effects of that at our expense. This is what it is all about. So when you talk about the African Union and African diaspora, Black America is literally digging its grave. You're literally digging your grave. That's why I say we're not part of the African diaspora. We're African Americans. African diaspora are people who migrated here, who basically come here on a different a set of rules. We came here in chains. The prioritization during the summit of individual trade deals, social cultural exchange, and people ability ties suggests the United States is looking to build bilateral relationship with select African markets and countries to counter the continental influence by China in particular. African heads of state played into this approach by coming to Washington, each with their own agendas, such as geostrategic cultivation of a U.S. Hub and spoke site, discrete exclusive alliances with individual African countries is likely to encourage further division within the African diaspora. Within subgroups, such see benefits to organizing as Nigerian Americans, Kenyan Americans. So in other words, basically, it's also going to divide people, based on nationality. Now, if Africans in the diaspora, so-called, are being divided, what do you think about Black African American slave descendants? We're not even in the freaking conversation, But yet these people will use our institutions and our proximity, our museum. They had a nerve to have this summit at an African American historical museum. We're excluded from shit that we freaking built. We're excluded from our own culture and our own heritage. This unleashed tensions within the African diaspora could undo some of the important gains achieved through interracial alliances, for example, around racial justice, anti-racism advocacy, and the coalition created to elect record numbers of African Americans to political office. Recent changes in demographics within the African diaspora, 1 out of 10 now new African immigrants unleashed positivity and negative interracial dynamics and transforms within Black institutions, including historical Black colleges, universities, everything, Black advocacy groups, and the Black. So in other words, basically, the new African immigrant are encouraged by policymakers in America to replace African Americans, right, and historically Black colleges and institutions and whatnot, and thus bring a new relationship with America and Africa, and they call it, or they get away with calling it Pan-Africanism. That's why, from now on, I'm going to give these fake Pan-Africans notice. If I catch you doing this stuff, I'm coming for you. That's why I said I'm not a Pan-African. I'm a Black nationalist, So if I catch people doing this, I'm coming for your neck. At Howard University, HBCUs, for example, student enrollment by children African immigrants has ballooned, expanded as prompt much needed. Now, I have no problem with African immigrants coming to our college and whatnot, but the policies and what these institutions were made for is suddenly going to be changed. It's going to be like they coming here and our institutions are going to be serving Ghanaians and Nigerians, and not only serving them, which I have no problem with, but it's also going to basically forge this new relationship between America and Africa. Once that happens, right, the Black nationalist movement, the Pan-African movement, as far as we know it, is going to be dead. You understand what I'm talking about? You understand the dangers I'm talking about? Dangers? You understand why they call me the College Genesis? You understand why I'm the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show? Why I'm the culture critic and the geopolitical pundit, So, why does it matter? What do you mean, why does it matter, Colin? Because the bottom line is, so in other words, basically, you're the typical African American, right? In other words, basically, do you want anything tolerable? You want to be powerless? Africans basically have nation states, right? if the policies that normally would go to Black America and us helping us realize Pan-Africanism and stuff like that, what if American policy was geared towards resettling African Americans and investing in African Americans' return to the continent? Right now, that's not on the case because America does not want African Americans to return to the continent at all. They want to build a relationship with Africa, right? Absent the history of slavery and the implications of slavery. So in other words, if they deal with Africans, they can get what they want, a relationship with Africa, because of what was tainted the relationship between reason why China was winning in Africa and America wasn't, because of the history of slavery. So if America could somehow find a way how to route around the history of slavery, and they do that with African immigrants, right? They could basically have African immigrants are not in solidarity with Black America. They're not. They're only here for themselves, right? So therefore, they're saying, we don't care, Mr. White Man, about slavery and everything like that. What do you got to say? The Chinese are like, America's like, well, we don't want the Chinese to dominate Africa, right? What's holding America back is slavery and these Black Americans, So easy way to do that is get African immigrants in Black universities. Like, pretty soon you're going to see an African immigrant running the African American Smithsonian institutions. Everything's going to be geared towards the African immigrant. This is done just like they it's a cultural Marxist. This is why they were trying to do that with the white community, right? Bring Mexicans, Chinese, Indians, all these people to replace white Americans, foundational white Americans, I guess you call them, right? And about they bring African immigrants here to replace Black America. So they keep these two groups of people, Black America, white America, marginalized in this country. That was a very good plan. But it failed because Donald Trump was reelected. It is what it is. Okay. In addition, we have prompt much needed and general constructive reflection of how we build collective communities and celebrate multiple cultural things. But there's a danger in the new U.S. African Diaspora that may encourage not only siloed identities with the diaspora, but siloed opportunities and programs. Some focus on the old diaspora, others the new. In fact, this already happened with the existing White House initiative, or HBCUs, viewed as a program for the old. In other words, the white administration basically says we don't want nothing to do with the HBCUs because it's historically Black colleges and whatnot. That's basically our ancestors and whatnot. They want the new diaspora. The new diaspora is, let's say, we'll just deal with African immigrants. The Biden administration favored African immigrants over African Americans, basically. And it was African Americans who put them in office. We're just a stupid people like that. We're just dumb. Black America is dumb. I don't know what else to say. So this is what I'm saying is America, Joe Biden and whatnot. When you look at these things like the policies and what they were trying to do, they're way more racist than Donald Trump. Joe Biden is way more racist than Donald Trump. Way more. I bet you Donald Trump don't even know anything about this shit. I know Donald Trump would probably, if he had to choose, if it's a Trump agenda policy, if he had to look at who was the initiative as far as like HBCUs, is it old African Americans or the new Africans coming here? I think Donald Trump will go with the old African Americans. I don't think he really cares about the new African immigrants. It is what it is. But anyway, I'm gonna continue reading this. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. You call in if you want to discuss this. I don't know what Atala was talking about. He's goofy as hell. Let me finish reading this. As the United States ramps up diaspora engagement and this subnational diplomacy, which U.S. will prioritize, Houston is large African immigrant population over Memphis was this large African American population. In other words, basically, Houston got a large African immigrant population. It does have a large African American population. The African diaspora constitutionally already suffers institutionally relying on disparate and relatively weak advocacy organization. As the United States priorities new networks of mutual cultural a commercial alliance with African countries. We need to strengthen the historical alliance between African diaspora and mitigate against international conflict with U.S. and African policy. So that was really good. That was called the Council of Foreign Relations. That was a real good article written. Well good written. Oh no, we got Kid Ola on. Oh no, what's up, Ola?
Thank you, Carla. You know, this topic is very, very good. I like it.
Of course, man. I'm the college Genesis. What do you expect, man?
Um, we're not here to hurt no feelings. I think we just have to speak the fact and the truth.
Right.
You know, I would touch, I would touch in different aspects of your topic and everything. You see, um, Black Americans are the co-founder of United States with the white people, right? I always said it. No matter how they got there, what brought them there, and everything. That's pretty long. 400 years is pretty long. The emotional attachment of Black Americans to Africa lessened. Possibility, some majority of them might not even have the feelings, you know, and 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 uh, and creating you see the body of Black Americans actually don't have a one strong body that might negotiate the relationship between them and the continental Africans. That is one. Two, Black Americans live under the umbrella of a Soviet state, whereby they become citizens, they run some of the affairs of the country, they in their military, they in everything. So Africans or OAU, whatever it's called themselves, cannot have the power to sign a passport to a body of people who live under the sovereignty of a country.
I
So
know that. I know that. And that's why I tell these people, these goofy people running around talking about, oh, we got dual citizenship. No, you don't. And it's when you read the article, I just said, the United States basically, when they recognize African diaspora, they're talking about new African immigrants, not African Americans. You
good.
know,
The color, you have to understand, individual can maybe go to African, maybe they want to have their passport, they want to be have dual nationality. It's okay. But you see, uh, most African countries, even the Indians did something similar by giving their citizens who left that followed the British a long time ago, but not like real citizen, kind of like almost close to that type of something like a green card, like travel without having visa. They can board and go to the place. But see, India is a very powerful nation. It's just one nation. Black countries are not one nation. There's body of divided, balkanized countries and some other things like that. But what you have to understand, Carl, also, as I said, we just have to speak the truth. Most Black Americans, as a majority of them, don't feel African. You understand me? Just we cannot be forcing it, and because will you blame them? No. You see, history be passed by what your parents taught you. History, emotions is be passed by what your parents put inside you. If you live in a place like maybe United States, some of these states over there, you only know that state. All your feelings and your social characteristics is based on that state and that country you live in. You watch basketball, you watch American football, you watch all this kind of sports. Your activities is different, your festivities is different. So your mindset is going to be where you are. So Africans that are coming from Africa to United States possibly to study or do whatever they want to do over there, you can see even when they have similar type of skin color, but they're heavily different, and there will be a clash in that kind of form. And one funny thing is this: it's very difficult to do with people that you and they have similar skin color, but different mindset. I understand West Africans are not one, but they similar in terms of behavioral, cultural, and other related things, nuances, and what form that place as Africa. They eat similar type of food. So it's not about that. It will take a long time. I don't think there will be kind of like a unity because it doesn't really happen like that. And we as Africans, so we see the Black Americans, some of them changing to be Hebrew Israelites, some of them changing. All those things confuse us also. You understand me? So just let it be. Check what Trump is doing. Let me go now to touch on Trump, if you permit me. What Trump is doing is too late. And I think Trump behavior is a blessing to Africans, first of all. It's a blessing. You know why? Because Africans are taking money, sending to buy house in the United States, in London, and everything. And they can wake up one day and see this their property just gone. So they are corruption uh, uh, by drilling African countries, see that their money is not even safe. They can ban you, not even come to the country. They can freeze you out of anything. So I like that Trump is in power because this thing have been secretly, only that what Trump is doing is coming out as a bulldozer. Even Joe Biden, the other ones that ruled before him and everything, even Obama, they always have this feeling, this kind of like, oh, we can use them and turn around as we want to use them. They are our lap dogs. You tell me, oh yeah, come on, where you, come out to the States, let me talk to you. Africa is coming to study United States. It's doing not for free. The American
What
government is
I don't understand is why is Africa cannot build their own institutions, credit institutions?
yeah, but that's what you have to understand. It's not like they were not building it. As they start building it and it start booming, this this white people started coming over there to forge a friendship. When that friendship is being
Africans always brag. So what I like about you, Ola, so you're like me. You don't believe black people built it was ancient Egyptians. I don't believe that either. I don't believe those people in North Africa have anything to do with sub-Saharan Africa, and stuff like that. And so when people say, "Oh, we taught the world," that's bullshit. I look at Africa. I'll just be honest with you. I look at Africa right now, and I know for a fact of the matter is Africa's never built any real high civilization. We have some good cultures there, the Nook civilization and Mali. We never built anything really advanced. You know,
Kala, the truth of the matter is why I like Trump being in power is not enough for Africans to look at themselves. No matter who come after Trump, they cannot be trusted. That's just all. They have to look at it right now. What Trump is doing, Trump came as a bulldozer, right? But this is what always in their mind. So with they look, most Africans that came inside late 60s, 70s, they all came on scholarship. Who was paying for this scholarship? It was the country where their government of this country would pay for it. It was not Black American government or it was not United States government was paying for the scholarship. The African countries were paying for the scholarship themselves. You understand me? So what they did, because Africa doesn't know much about all this university, they just send them to this what you call HBCU or whatever it is. You understand me? Good. You understand me? That's where come attention also because Black Americans at that time started feeling that American government is paying for these things. My dad was one of them. When my dad came to United States to study in the 70s, he was driving Cadillac, Camaro, living in a mansion with swimming pool. Because the Nigerian government was paying. Nigerian government was paying for this. He was also the athlete running 1,500 meters, 800 meters at that time. So most of his friends was Calvin Smith, Edwin Moses. You understand me? These are his friends. These are the guys he rock with. If you have to go to the educational part, he had more friends. Some of these white lecturers was professors in this school. So what I'm trying to say is, it's a blessing that Trump came to power. Blessing. No matter who came to power, you have to fight your own interest. You see what the Chinese are doing with the
that's what I'm doing. Saying I don't give a damn who's in power. I'm gonna keep doing what the hell. Heck, I could care less who's in office. I could have Mickey Mouse is in office. I'm gonna keep doing what I gotta do.
Yeah. So
Let me get Dollar Bill on. What's going on, Dollar Bill?
Hey, Carla,
What's going on, brother?
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, man. What's happening, man?
Did
I'm
you
listening.
read that? Did you listen to that blog I just wrote? I
Yes,
read.
I did.
Isn't that
Very,
shocking? I knew this already.
not really.
You know?
Not really. I'm not shocked because I know. See, and I had this conversation today with Maboma, the man of many
Rudy.
villages, aka Baruti. We've had this conversation, and I'm trying to explain to him that the African American is the blemish on this society,
Right.
right? And everything that has happened to us, okay, makes people say, well, you stand for justice and equality and democratic, and you stand for free markets and free enterprise and systems. So what have you done to the African American? And so it appeals to them that they have to have a replacement for us. To continue to marginalize us, they need people who look like us, right? Who don't share the same collective experience that we do. And so they're using that because they're really an ethno nation. And the whole idea about inclusion and pluralism and all of that is just, it's just smoke and mirrors, right? And they use people to be functionaries in their system. They say, look, Beyonce and Jay-Z, they became billionaires, and what are you lazy Americans not doing that they're doing? And, they didn't even have a college degree, and they were able to achieve this stuff. Why can't you do it? There's something fundamentally wrong with you when there's something fundamentally wrong with the system.
Right. Exactly.
Right. And so I'm not surprised, that they would use the African, okay, to say, look at this group of people. They came from undeveloped.
I'm gonna say something right now. I'll let you finish.
Sure.
I'm gonna say something right now, right?
Mhm.
In all my years of doing this, right, I always thought that one group of people that always have our back is African. I knew, like back in the day, let's say Hispanics making talk about us, Indians from India, like that, white Europeans. Oh, what's wrong with these people? And I had no idea that this would also be people who look like us from the African continent.
But let's caution this. Let's not put all Africans under this. These are selective Africans. These people are selective people who have a selective consciousness. These are people who basically care less even about other people in their country, but they are more for the bag. So these people who are under the guise of being a person who believes in the free enterprise system, they will accept that, that in their minds that white people have built everything here, therefore they're great. And because white people are great and they're God, that we have to show them we're not like these other Negroes. These other Negroes, they don't understand all of the stuff that they have available to them. And because they have all these things available to them, they should be more advanced than they are. And this is in their mindset. So they will leave their countries instead of coming up with a solution, okay, to the problems that they have in their country, to come here to be African Americans, right? They want to be African Americans, and they justify it when they talk to you. They call you the blacks, but they justify this by calling themselves.
Yeah,
Are we Africans?
You saw how disrespectful it was when they hosted the African U.S. summit, right? In the Smithsonian Africa, and Joe Biden proclaimed, "This is your museum." They didn't fucking build that. That history, not their history. That's our history, And so basically,
it's their way of trying to erase us. The white man wants to erase us. He wants docile Negroes who
Exactly.
only care about making money, who have no collective understanding of their own people and the plight of their own people. They only care about the bag. So they're in search of any country. They're like a whore who's at any door looking to get picked up.
That's just
Dollar
sad.
B,
It's really
dollar
sad.
B, dollar B. You have to also say like this: it's vice versa. When they want to deceive the Africans, they use the Black Americans. You understand me? You have to also
What
say
do you
like,
mean by that?
hold on,
What do you mean by if they
hold
want to
on,
save
hold
the
on, hold
Africans,
on, hold
they
on, hold
use the
on.
black
Yes,
Americans?
yeah. Not too
That's
long
not
ago.
true.
Hold on, not too
That's
long.
not
Hold
true.
on, hold on, hold
Every
on.
time an
Hold
African
on,
American
hold on,
helps,
there,
first
hold
of all,
on,
they don't want to save the Africans.
hold
They
on,
want
because
us, they want
this,
Africa
they
to
want to
stay
deceive,
in the
hold on, they
same
want to
state
deceive these
that it
Africans,
wants to be in.
hold on, they want to deceive
Dumb,
these Africans,
ignorant, and
you see,
stupid.
but they'll
They
be,
want to
they'll be,
continue
they'll
to
be,
exploit Africa for all
no,
of its natural
they'll
resources.
Okay, one at a time. One at a time.
be,
Dollar
okay,
Bill finish up. Let Dollar Bill finish up. Then you go.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm going to let him go. But the whole idea is I wanted him to explain what he meant
okay,
when
let
he
me tell you,
said when they want to save the Africans, they use the African American to
yeah,
save the African. What does that mean?
not to save, to deceive. Let me tell you something. You see, Congo, there's one small part, right? Just the biggest part. When the Americans was cutting Mobutu Sese Seko, right? What did they What did they do? They carry a bossy ring and send this guy, that guy with a big head, that bossy promoter guy, right? They brought Muhammad
Don King.
Ali and Don King. They brought Muhammad Ali and George Foreman to fight a battle. These
But
are
let me tell you
soft.
something,
Hold on,
Kidola.
hold
Let me
on, hold on first. I'll give you space. These are soft power. What did it? For very long time they've been doing this. Even to Kuruma, right? Kuruma did buy it. Kuruma get freaked out when they said
First,
that
all
black
right,
ambassador to Ghana and
people,
to United
let
States
me let me
ambassador.
just say this. This is how y'all don't know
No,
America.
no, because see, so then not too long ago, about a year ago or something like that, when UAE was looking for something to penetrate Zambia, who did they send? That goddamn comedian called Steve Howard or Steve Watts, that comedian with a little portfolio.
yeah, but Ola, let me say
He
this, bro.
came
Let me
down
say
from
this,
the
right?
flight. He did
Look,
follow the protocol.
Ola, let me say this, right? This is a problem what you guys don't seem to understand, right? When an individual goes over there was Don King, Steve Harvey, they do not represent the black collective, right? We're not a nation state. You know, we don't have institutions or that we don't have policies or that we benefit from. So Don King was looking for an opportunity to make the money. So we think Muhammad Ali, right? And so let me tell you how we people think, right? We just saw, we didn't know. I know for a fact of the matter is, even though Patrice Lumumba was killed on that, but black people at that time was so forgiving and so like laser days ago. They're just like, okay, yeah, that happened, but we move on. We're not because we thought we're all black, but Buddha's black, so he must be a black man like us, right? So we didn't understand tribalism and imperialism and stuff like that. We didn't understand all that. We just understood that we were home, and the mother people say, "I'm home in the motherland." Blah blah blah. I love it and whatnot. And then some of those African Americans that were in the Congo after that, they end up in Nigeria doing Festac. You ever heard of Festac? This
Yeah,
festival, African World Fest, happened in 1977. You know, and so the bottom line is this: we don't know. We and also Fela Kuti because of that boycotted Festac because he said these black people from America are supporting and legitimizing a military regime. Same thing, he criticized black people from America going to the Congo, legitimizing Mobutu. But we didn't know that stuff. All we know is mother. Now, see, well, you got people like me, like I'm telling black people, no, we can't just look at every country as our black Africans, our brothers, or every country or whatnot. I want something on the table. Africans got to come to something on the table. They really want us in the future. If I got any power to do this, whatnot, you guys keep listening to people like Steve Harvey like that. As this following and this show grows it, and if I have any influence, like I talk to Dynas every day and Bomani, all these other people like that, if I have any influence on that, I'm going to say like this: we need to have an Afghanistan policy that will show me what Africa is all about. You know, we need countries in Africa.
He didn't know that Don King was only in search of money.
We
The
didn't know
same
that
way
shit,
you Africans don't care about what happens in America or the relations between African Americans and white people. You're only interested in money. Was the same kind of person Don King was. He wasn't there. If anyone was trying to deceive anyone, it was the government who was willing.
Mobutu used. I said that in the show the other night.
Mobutu was willing.
They gave him an international profile because he was in this brutal dictatorship, killed Patrice Lumumba, and overnight he became a sensation in the black world.
And so he offered $5 million to Don King. Probably was 10 million. Maybe Don King took 5
million,
and stuck it in his pocket. And then he actually was able at that time to pay a black man more money than he ever made before in the history of black pugilism in America.
Can I push it for the policy, right?
He didn't care nothing about no policy.
He
cared no policy like you care no policy when you come to America to get a job to make money.
So the same thing. It was a bag, man. They was trying to get about how Ali was trying to get the bag, and
so also they using anybody to deceive anybody.
The rumble in the jungle. We're doing this in the motherland. It was like he said we could return to Africa. Like he gained his,
and we know it's true because he went to the Philippines after that.
He didn't know about all that stuff like that. The backdrop of Mobutu and stuff like that. He didn't know nothing about that.
The Thriller in Manila was under a regime with Imelda Marcos. And her husband was a dictatorship at the time when he went to Manila. Was he trying to deceive the Filipino people? No. Governments do this type of thing because they want good PR for their government. And so they will go to the highest bidder. And that's what they did. See, this is what I mean when people don't have a collective consciousness. See, he didn't worry about that. All he knew is white people have been cheating black people in boxing for 200 years, maybe even more. I think the first black man to gain his freedom was a Mandingo fighter. So this is something that white people have been doing to black people for a long time. And he was able to go to an African country and get the bag. So it wasn't to deceive Africans. Okay? Not at all.
That'll be, I understand. You see, now we start seeing, when Africans get their independence, which America supported, when Africans are there for independence, it's to weaken the British so that they will be far more powerful. It's interest. When America was pushing their foreign policy with Russians, when Soviet Union was taking the Africans to come and study in their country, it's not like America loved Africans when they asked them to come to America to study. No, it was not that love. It's because they were scared that the Soviet Union was already doing it, and some of these Africans who went to Soviet Union to study, they'll become communists like Soviet Union. So Soviet Union already building what we call footprint. So that's what America came inside 60s and said, we can be friends and we can open our door. You can come and study. But they
agree with that.
Hold on. But they sponsored. So the Africans were sending most of their people to America to study. Why did they want sponsoring it? You understand it?
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing's wrong with that.
So Africans were supposed to use the education system for their own people so they can bring the knowledge back home. Not too long ago, when Ghana said, come back home.
To who?
Right? Visit home. Who
to
came
whom?
to Ghana under the cover of Ghana is the best democracy in Africa? Obama was being used to promote that form. After Obama came in, this white guy that just left, Biden came in. That woman from California, that old woman from California, that old, very old, 80-something years old woman. That
you mean Maxine Waters?
No. This I think
she's a congresswoman, and
yeah, I think
Maxine Waters from California. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah,
right?
Nancy
Waters. Her name is Maxine Waters.
Her name is not Nancy Pelosi. Talk about
Linda Pelosi. She joined in with the Black Congressional Congress
Okay.
This had been planned with the Black Congressional Congress and the government of Ghana for the year of return.
You see, they will inflate your ego. They would kneel down there and say, "Oh, you put the best democracy, this African continent. You put this, you put this." The law of Black Americans started coming in. It's a soft power to know their mind. After that, they brought in gay flag. You understand me?
Oh, you trying to accuse us of bringing the gay?
Oh no, man! Don't
you try to kill. Don't you try.
No. What
Oh,
I'm trying to say is
These
this.
people are incredible.
You know, what I'm trying to say is this: if United States government want to use African countries, they also use a lot of Black Americans also a lot to push.
They use Black entertainers, right? This is why it's important to create an organization like the Colonization BAO. If we become the premier Black nationalist pair and the link to Africa, when we lose trip next year, after that, man, anybody in Liberia, if they want any connection with Black America, they're coming through us. You know, that's how we're going to do country by country. We're going to be a narrative, you know. So what do you think about such? They don't exist. If they're not on my freaking WhatsApp, whatever like that, don't talk to them. I'm building that. Look, I'm building that sort of thing in Liberia that almost every Liberian, when they get ready to talk about anybody, they always ask me first, do you know such? You know such? That's what I'm trying to build. But you're still going by these celebrities and whatnot created by the media. They don't make shit.
Your celebrity is the representative of some of these.
No, they don't represent us, bro.
What do they do to
No, they do not.
They don't represent us.
They don't represent us. Celebrities represent themselves.
What did they do to Mandela? When Mandela was freed from the prison, right? What did they do to Mandela? They brought him to all the top show in America for Oprah Winfrey.
Oh yeah, of course. That's what you do. You bring it to the talk shows, whatever like that.
All kind of
I don't look. If you're stupid enough to believe that these things have anything to do with the average Black person in America, then you lost. I got a video. I'm playing them again.
Chukwu's back, man. My brother Chuko.
No. Let me end up, Carla. 2 seconds.
Anyway,
Chuk,
I got to play a video. Hold up. This is the African American one. I think she's really an African.
I don't know. The Pan African movie be looking real dead because the Africans be sounding a lot like the white folks when they get mad at us. Piss off the Africans, and you're gonna hear a lot of shit that sound like racism. I don't know. Nobody wants to be you Negro slaves. The whole community can barely read against a 4th grade level. All of you people are lazy and you're on food stamps and welfare. You pants-sagging gangbangers. That's why your government treats you like shit and the cops are always killing you. Whoa. You'll always be a minority, living under the thumb of your oppressor. You don't know who you are. You have no identity. You are disconnected from the motherland. You niggas have never done anything original. You come from us. You are from us. You need to return to the motherland and pay your respects. Stop. Let me stop. But yeah, y'all can't be like, what? Like, come on. I thought we was like this. Like, we can have
that sense of humor about it,
turn into white racist stereotypes.
Is this FBA?
Damn,
there's no FBA here.
I don't know. The Pan African movie be looking real dead because the Africans be sounding a lot like the white folks when they get mad at us.
She's a Black girl in America. She's basically talking about the state. Look, this is the reason why Donald Trump is about to gear up to the next wave of people on the target are African immigrants. Do you think this would have happened like 15 years ago?
He's already bombed Somalia. You guys don't even know it.
But
he's already bombed. No,
you're missing a key point here. There's a key point here that you're missing.
I know we're missing everything.
But just let me lay it out. It's to do with Black.
Say hello.
Chuko, man. If I was you, I'd be worried about ICE, bro.
Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. But okay.
Hello, Chuko.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
But all right, brother.
Limited. That's why I just want to.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what's missing here is Black consciousness. So Black consciousness is an adaptation to a very specific cultural context that Black Americans live in here in America. The history of, enslavement, Jim Crow, is very specific to America. So the cultural adaptation that Black people develop is Black consciousness, because it helps you to survive if in a condition where you are the racial minority group and you're surrounded by a hostile majority group and endured a history of enslavement. And it's a very good adaptation that Africans on the continent don't have, because the environment on the continent is different. It's an environment where everybody is Black and
what about colonialism?
But hang on,
what about exploitation?
But let me lay it out. Let me lay it out. The conditions on the continent is one in which it's colonial rule, but it's like remote control. Like they ruled us through our leaders. So our leader is black. Everybody around us is black. We didn't really come into contact with
White
the.
people. What about the white people that would cut their limbs off in the Congo?
I'm not in the Congo, but what I'm saying
No,
is
but
that.
I'm just saying. I'm
But
just saying. What about them? Do
okay,
they have
hang on. Just
white
let me finish.
South Africans?
Right, but let me finish what I'm saying real quick. So
why don't you say specific to West Africa?
okay, but being in a
don't you say
condition
that?
where you're the racial majority group and is different than being one where you're the racial minority group in another country and you are forced to assimilate into a hostile environment. You see what I'm saying? So that it produces different adaptations. This is why there's this disconnect between Black Americans and continental Africans, is because we have different adaptations to different environments. So what you cannot see things from
Understandable. I think you said that correctly. No, we can see it from your perspective. I can understand because I understand. I understand what you just said, and I don't disagree with what you want to call a cultural adaptation. I don't think the consciousness is an adaptation. I just think the consciousness is a realization, okay, of what we're dealing with and who we're dealing with, which is white supremacy.
America. This is precise to America. This doesn't exist anywhere else. So this
Not
adaptation,
true.
this
Not
adaptation
true.
is not
true.
Let me ask you a question, right? You look, the reason why I don't take Brussels air, you want to guess why I don't take Brussels air anymore? Because I'm saying to myself, how does Africans tolerate being treated like almost animals? And they're paying for a plane ticket to go to a raggedy country like Belgium, and they're treated like animals. You know, you have to sit in the friggin' that hallway right there on a hard floor, hard chairs for like 6 hours for a layover, right? You're not allowed to leave the airport like that. They only do that to Africans, you know? So what are you talking about? It's not.
He doesn't know what he's talking. And what about apartheid South Africa? What about Zambia?
What about the
Europeans came
Nigerians
here
have the largest death row
and killed them
inmates in Malaysia? They're constantly targeting India.
This is another mistake that you make too. You put all Africans into one bucket, like we're all the same.
No, we didn't. You just did that, and I'm trying to explain to you.
Divided up South.
That's why I said you need to be specific.
Congo.
Cool. Just listen to me for a second, brother. I don't disagree with the things that you said initially, right? I think you culturally understand that because you say you're half African American, right? So you can. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, right? I'm going to go along with his delusion, right? So this is why you say you understand, and we can see
since the age of 5, so I understand
we can see that what you say is particularly in West Africa, people who live in South Africa and the Southern African regions, okay, they fully have that same consciousness because they had the proximity to different white people, but the same type of white supremacy.
How do you explain Brother Bomani?
What do you mean? I don't.
Okay, he was born in Jamaica, right? And he's more anti-white than a person I've ever seen in my life. You know, pretty much. I'm not calling him a racist like that, but he frequently uses terms like white devil, whatnot. You know,
I'm talking about Black consciousness. This Black consciousness.
Yeah, I know, but you make it seem like Black consciousness is something just unique to the United States.
I'm saying that you are expecting Africans on the continent to have the same.
No, we're not.
What I'm saying is this. Look, I will say it like this. A lot of the problems we have in the Black diaspora didn't exist until the African immigrants start coming here. You know,
it's to do with this difference in consciousness. This is the key.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying my whole point is about. I'm saying like this. This is what I'm saying, and I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. I said this at the top of the show, right? I just think that basically having African immigrants here in America is a threat to Black America's survival. That's what I believe.
I'm not gonna go that far.
No, I will go that far. You know why?
I'm not.
The reason why I'll go that far is this, right? Because the simple fact of the matter is, when we live in a situation like I just said earlier, right? White people at all times, no matter how nice they are to you, they want to do one thing. They wanted you to forget about slavery. Like Hustle Smart said last night, we can't do that, you know? And so therefore, no matter, you could have a friend with a white person, you never even mentioned slavery, never raised slavery, but in the back of their mind, they're saying we fucked up. You know, when
So
they're
just
with
real-
an African immigrant, right? They don't have that, and so they're like, man, if all black people were like you guys, because like not because they did something, they rectified the situation and said, okay, we was able to make men's bill from that, right? They did nothing, like, but basically used us, and they told us that we better be lucky that they turned us loose. You know,
But I don't think that it's the African that's. I don't think it's their fault that white
no, it's not
people
their
have their
fault.
own
But hold on,
plan.
let's say is this. My point I'm trying to make is this: we live in a world where, as you see, most people look at the African continent. What we needed from Africans. This is what this is where it is their fault, right?
Mhm.
Black people in America needed to know that psychologically, right, Africa had our back. That there's a place in the world that we can go to or not. But the white man always say, like I said, yesterday's topic, the first world conundrum. He knows he got us trapped here in the first world because we look at Africa, right? If Africa was so great, why are they coming over here? You know, that's
Yeah,
the problem.
I understand what you're saying. But I'm not trying to blame the Africans for the
I will blame the
manipulation
Africans for not developing
because
the continent. You know,
yeah,
that's
I'm
what
not
I'm
I'm
willing
not
to
going to
blame
get
them for
into
that.
the blame game. I will say this, and I'm gonna let's deal with Chuku.
Yeah, I haven't
Chuku,
been saying what I had
go
to
ahead,
say.
finish what you're saying, Chuku.
So
You have a limited time.
okay, the difference between being a racial minority is different than being the racial majority group. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
hold
We've
on.
already established that.
We're saying that
But you know,
if you guys are majority in your country, why do you need to come to the United States?
because
They're coming for the bag.
for
Yeah,
education.
but hold on. What gets me is this. This is what I'm talking about. And people ask me, well, Colin, why don't you believe black people built civilization, right? And I'm saying, I'm sorry, I can't believe that. You know, I want to believe it, right?
Right.
But you look at Africa, right? You have West Africa has a huge market, right? And also the hustle like not dollar. John just said last night. Do you know how much Dangote pays his workers, man? Truck drivers and all that. You know how much?
$30, you said, a month.
$30 a month, right? That's a
listening.
fucking crime against humanity, right? Even with that, right? You would think young Africans were like, yo, look, yeah, at least we could build our own manufacturing. You know what we could do if we had was able to have a labor force where we have $30 a month on people, like we get fucking rich. No, that's the way the black American mind thinks, you know. But I'm saying to myself, Africa's got everything. They got natural resources, they got coastline, they got cheap, abundant, cheap labor, and everything like that.
But if you don't realize that you have something, it doesn't
Why
matter.
don't
what
they realize that?
Because they don't have a collective consciousness. They don't have a collective consciousness.
Your viewpoint
And
is
see-
one kind of far away.
Right.
They have no
Your
collective
government-
consciousness.
Hold on.
And
Well, your
Chuko, hold on one
government-
second,
no,
Ada.
you saying
Hold
it's
on a
the
second,
government?
Ada.
Chuko, you say,
Chuko, let's deal with
Ola
Chuko for a
says the
minute.
government.
Yeah, I haven't even finished
Hold on,
speaking.
Let
hold on.
Chuko finish.
Okay,
Let Chuko.
the two
Let
points.
Chuko.
There's 3 points that I'm trying to make here. The difference between being a racial minority group surrounded
You've
by
already
white.
established that, Chuko.
Okay,
Let's
and
go
then
on.
the experience of enslavement in another country is different than the experience of colonization. These are two separate experiences.
Okay, now go on. So
We
what's
know
the
that.
third point?
And my
What's the third point?
when you see Maslow's hierarchy of needs, like
We
there's
still, guy, we know, we're familiar with that.
so
Self-actualization being on the top. Go ahead. Let's go.
So,
Let's
Black Americans are focused at the top of that hierarchy of needs, while Africans are focused on the bottom and the middle part.
We're first world people. That's why.
But
It's okay.
But hang
Go
on.
ahead.
Here's what I'm saying. Like, you guys are looking for self-actualizations for identity, things like that. We're trying to focus on food, clothing, shelter, reproduction, marriage.
Like I said,
You see what I'm saying?
guys are coming over
Understand.
here. The white man knows that, right? So you guys basically what you guys want, the white man could do. I said this yesterday on the show. You guys should listen to the show.
I listened to the
said
show
Indians
yesterday.
and black immigrants coming from the third world could easily make it in America better than we can because we're already at that level, you know.
So we keep our eyes on the prize. Africa.
You just keep your eyes on the bag.
We're not
on
a
the prize.
desperate. We're not a desperate third world.
Don't
people,
take our
you know?
thing
Take
and
your
try
eyes
to
off-
use it for yours. Your eyes are not on the prize. Your
This is-
eyes are on the bag.
This
That's
is why
all your eyes are. If
Well,
your
look,
eyes were on the prize, Chuku,
why you have an
you would
idea
be thinking about your country
produces
and
ideas.
making your
Instead of
country
making
better.
excuses about the
You're
government.
only here because you think that if you get a good job and you become rich, you are somehow going to make yourself feel like you're better than the
No.
average African American.
Projecting your
And then you want to and you want to double down.
already told
Your
you stop
this is
projecting.
I'm not projecting. I'm doing a self-analysis of how you guys act.
So you
And
think
what
it's the
and what
government
you
that's the
do
problem?
is it's not the problem. What the problem is
I think it is a
now
problem. I think the government's the problem.
you want to use your exotic Negro-ness.
Government, the
Hold
government,
on, come on, hold on, hold on,
government, it's
Come on,
the government, the government, the government.
Hold on a minute. You can do that. Like, just go in a second. What you want to do is say, because you believe in your heart and your mind, this is why you're in a self-conflict if you are who you say you are.
I know exactly.
One part of you says that
exactly
you're nothing, you're a nothing person. Half of you is nothing. But thank God your African father saved your family by being an Igbo. And being an Igbo is infinitely better than being African American. That's what you feel. Your eyes not on any prize. Your eyes is on money. Stop it. You're not helping you.
Money is a problem. Money is a
money is.
We're saying the same.
Gold. That's not a prize. Money is manipulated in America.
What is white Americans doing in Africa?
This is why how ignorant you people are. Money is not the prize. No, it's more than the bag. See, that's the whole thing. There's a lot of Black Americans who are doing the same thing because they don't have collective consciousness neither. And you are blaming us when we went over to get the bag, but you do it every day. You leave your country every day. You have an impoverished country and you have millions and billions of dollars in resources for you guys to come here and get the bag and marry your cracker. You're no better than You're no better than an NBA player.
Look,
you're worse.
It's good that Donald Trump. It's good that Donald Trump came to power. Why I like that
How's it good for you that Trump came to power? No. Somalia. It's not good for you.
No.
He's deporting all these Nigerians. How's it good for you?
No.
You guys think that. That's what makes you insane.
No. Why came to power?
You think that is good for you? How's it good for you?
Because let me tell you, you know why?
Oh, man.
So the Africans will understand that you don't trust these people. You cannot be taking your money, your country, and be backing it to the United States. You cannot be taking your resources and just be giving it out like that because you want to be friends to these people who said, "Oh, we're friends. You're my partner. You are this." Who has sweet sugar in their mouth to sugar wrap you. It's good that they came. Look, Dollarby, they can deport all Africans because Africans have where to go to.
You have where to go to be in poverty.
Hold on. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
You're gonna go back and play in the mud and get in the mud hut?
It doesn't
you
matter.
think that I feel bad about me staying in America with running water and electricity
it doesn't
in
matter.
the ghetto?
It doesn't
Do you
matter.
think that that's a bad life?
When
The average life expectancy of a person in Africa is less than 40 years old? Do you think that with all of this health care and clean water and health access to doctors and medicine, you think that you're hurting me by saying I have no place to go? Do you really? This is why they got FBA people, because they hear the nonsense that comes out of you Negroes' mouths. Y'all are crazy.
I love that
y'all don't have power.
I love that this guy.
You don't have power.
I love
you have no power.
Hold on.
You live in a country that everybody else lives off, and you get less than 4% of the wealth that goes through your nation.
If you want to go, let's go dirty now, Delaby. You talk about average Africans. You think average Africa live to 40, Delaby.
Wake up.
What happened during the Corona time, Delaby?
Wake up, Negroes.
What happened during the Corona time in the United States? The good
God, you guys can't see it.
No, tell me
you
the
talk about collective consciousness while you don't have don't you want to be a first world people?
No,
don't you want to be like the Asians and be a world power?
Dollar Bill, stop acting like an emotional lesbian, brother. Kadola's trying to make a point. Let him make his point.
You are an emotional bitch.
I'm
Don't come
happy.
up here and calling
Not
me
like
names.
a lesbian, bro. You're complaining
Well,
and
you know what?
complaining.
You act like a tribal bitch because you're the ones that they're fucking over you. They're not fucking over
That's
me.
fine, Dollar Bill. What we
You
hearing you
understand?
complaining and complaining and
I'm
complaining.
just telling. I'm not
Stop
complaining.
ranting and raving. Let the
First
man
of
make
all,
his
I
point,
can
man.
put you down, motherfucker. Don't play
Yeah,
with me today.
put me down if you want.
Just let
I did.
let Kadola say his piece and then respond. Go ahead, Kadola.
And I did.
Man, you see,
This ain't Afrodamus.
hold on,
This is
hold on,
college Genesis.
hold on. It's easy to claim you love Africa. It's easy to say you South Africans. Don't you have to be in one point. Just say you have a mindset like the NBA. Don't come and be saying
I have a
you don't
mindset
have
like
to know.
who?
Just look. I tell you straight. I don't believe in B1 or B2. I've never changed my
Did I
who
tell
am
you
I.
anything about B1 or
Oh
B2?
no, because somehow yeah you promote you don't have problem with Africans. I'm telling you that.
How do I have a problem with an African?
I
I'm an
told you right
African
now that
myself.
it's good
How do
that
I have a problem with myself? That's so stupid.
It's good that Donald Trump came to power.
But
Why I
that's how
love
you
it,
see. Okay.
why I love it, why I love it,
I'm glad you love it.
why I love it, this African government have to understand.
They'll never
They have to
understand.
understand now that look, make America great, they can also make their own country great.
Oh, okay.
You understand me? They
I hear
can
you,
make their own
bro.
country great.
I
Stop
hear you.
stealing the money. Stop going and buy a house in Malibu. Stop going and buy a house in Texas. Stop going and buy a house in California.
And buy one in Nigeria in Lagos.
House everywhere.
Buy it in Lagos, right?
Oh, yes, buy Lagos.
Okay.
And one other thing is also,
I'm cool with
no
that.
matter who came to power after Trump,
Yes,
no
sir.
matter how that person be sugar wrapping it again, like, oh no, he was a crazy man. We don't all like that. It's a lie. There are some who do it secretly. Even Obama did it.
Mhm.
There are some who came in as Donald Trump as babuzas.
Yeah,
So
that's politics, right?
it's too, it's,
That's
you
what
know,
politicians
politics,
do, right, Ola?
but there's some politics you have to. It's too. Donald Trump is too late to the game. It's too
I
late to the
don't
game.
know if he's too late to the
It's too
game.
late to the game. Why I say it's too late to the
He's in the
game?
game. He's
It's too late to the game because Africans in the continent have already shifted towards China.
fine.
Most African
Yeah,
countries are doing
I
business
think it's
with.
good. Look, let me tell you something, Hidola. Africa has been playing this game against superpowers for a long time, and they always end up losing. It's something, right?
They're going to be the doormats no matter how you look at it.
Look, China, and when it comes down to this, you Africans never understood something, right? You whether it's the French, they may hate each other, right? But when it comes to your black ass, they're on the same page. Same with China and the West. They may hate each other and compete, whatever like that, but you have to realize, right? They're probably Donald Trump saying, or Joe Biden, whoever saying, you know something, we want this. Or the Chinese party, yeah, we know we taking the cold tail, but you're going to benefit because we're going to give you a special disc. America, like, okay, go ahead. That's how it works. You know, when you deal with China, America's not losing anything because America always figure out a way how they're going to benefit.
But Carla, what I'm trying to talk about is this: you don't have to trade with one country. That country can be sanctioning you and dealing with you. Nobody trusts the Chinese. The China man is not a friend. That's what you see.
Cadola, I had a question for you, bro.
Yeah.
Do you have running water in your house?
Yes.
Man, don't start the big
Do,
bullshit, man.
do you have AC?
Yo, please
Yes.
Don't
turn your
start the
mic
bullshit.
down. Jesus.
Don't
So I
start
guess
the bullshit.
you're not living in a hut. You're not in
Who
poverty.
said you were living in a hut?
Yo,
Why you coming to the
yo,
stuff
turn your mic
talking
down,
shit?
bro.
My
Why?
mom is 75 years old. My granddad died at the age of 92.
Ola,
You
ignore
understand? So I
stupidity.
don't understand people die in the age of 40, but when coronavirus pump out, we will see the fringe on the street of United States. Man, no part of
Huh?
your mess, your
Everybody
message
else.
can hold you as long your message
Let
won't
me
hold
bring
you.
back the topic, right? The topic was just who was a part of the African diaspora. And the reason I asked this because someone asked a comment recently. They said, and I always go back when I listen to shows, they said, what would be a good topic to talk about? And my assertion is, I've been saying this for years now, that the African American, right, according to by the United States, because remember something, you guys said something, the United States and the African Union and all these are geopolitical bodies, right? They have agreements, treaties, and stuff like that. And the verbiage in the legal phraseology, stuff like that, is very, very specific, right? In other words, white people basically are not stupid. They're not be like, okay, we say African diaspora, right? So they say, well, how can we spend this, right? Okay, you got record numbers of African immigrants coming here, and the bottom line, they're headed to black HBCUs. That's going to change the cultural dynamic of the HBCUs. They're playing African American roles in Hollywood and stuff like that. They're doing all this stuff like this. So that's the new African diaspora. They're fitting into American society. And so it's easier for an African immigrant to get into the middle class in an African American because they're coming with this, not with the baggage of slavery and stuff like that. And they're being deliberately invited in. When somebody deliberately invites you in, or rather poses, you have to fight your way up. Like me, I made it to the middle class by fighting my way up.
But Kala, there's an economic angle here. Globalization is bringing increased
globalization. Look, globalization is basically because Africa is not contributing. Africa contributes less than 0.5% of the global. Hold on. Africa contributes less than 1% of the global GDP. So how is it for? Tell me again, Truquo.
Immigration.
But what do they bring into the table?
What? No, I'm talking about with increased globalization, you're going to have more immigrants in America competing.
No, what I'm saying is, so there's an imbalance because what's happening is when people come here, right? Look, I have no problem with African immigrants come here. You guys, millions of you come here for all I care, But I do have a problem with people that are enemies of African Americans, enemies of us, right? Like the Bidens, the Pelosi's, and all these people like that, knowing that they want to wash their hands of racism, like you always say, Chukwu. It's a cultural thing. People coming from majority black countries are not race conscious, right? White America wants to get rid of the race conscious in black America. They've tried everything.
They're only race conscious when they're getting thrown out.
Or something happens, right, in their country,
then they say,
right?
Why aren't you African Americans
start talking about
neo-colonialism
and
like
all
the Haitians, right? Why aren't you standing up for us? And so he thinks that this is going to continue because not only are you toward African Americans, you're anti to the white settler culture in America. This is why he's not going to allow a lot of you to come in, because you had a wonderful opportunity. You had an opportunity to get with your African American brothers and sisters, and you chose.
My father married an
African to stand out. I'm not even going. That's your family. I'm not going to discuss your personal business.
Kala, without Africa, nothing. This capitalist or global something you talk about.
What? Let me tell you something. And that's another thing. Hold on. We got to talk about, right? Africa thinks that it has all these minerals. So, like, do you know everything Africa has, everything America has too?
If Africa have a strong military force and say you cannot be taking my uranium, you cannot be coming to take my gold, my
find someplace else, bro.
Nothing will work. You understand me?
That's what Africans believe. That's what Africans believe. That's why.
Hold on, because
I think Indonesia, they have uranium also. Like a lot of places got uranium.
A lot of places got uranium, bro.
Yeah.
And gold, and there's oil in Venezuela.
Yeah. America has more gold.
It's just because you guys are a continent. That's why.
America has oil and gold in abundance.
But what are they doing in Africa?
Africa.
It's cheap, right? You go take from you guys. That's why, right?
Africa basically, this is how it works.
It's easier to spin y'all.
Hold on, everybody.
Why wouldn't you?
Hold on, everybody. One mic. Let me give you a second. Like the copper industry in Zambia, right? Now, the Zambians basically are paid to produce copper. Why? Because people speculate on it and they're trying to suppress or raise and suppress global prices, fluctuate global prices of copper, right? Zambia's copper don't go directly to any issue. It just produces it, right? Say, okay, we got a glut in the copper market, so we can drop the prices here. Then next thing you know, they'll tell Zambia, don't produce any. Okay, we got a shortage. Now let's raise the price of copper commodities in the future, And that's how things do. They use Africa to manipulate global prices. That's all it is, bro.
Kala, you're absolutely right. See, Africans are under
people don't know that,
perception.
man.
They think the world really needs them. They don't
You think the world
understand
needs
that
them? They don't, man.
everything that they can get, they just get it from you because it's
Africa,
dirt cheap and easy
Africa
to
is
get.
cheap, right? If Africa is
Exactly. It's dirt cheap
Africa
to
is
get,
hold on. If
and y'all
Africa
don't
is
have a
cheap,
y'all don't have a collective
what
consciousness.
the hell
Y'all
are
will
they
say
doing
if
there?
they're taking it
They're
from
trying to
another
change the
person,
government. If
well,
Africa
they're
is
not
so cheap,
me, they're not Nigerian. If they're taking it from the Yoruba land, the Hausa will say, well, they didn't take it from Hausa land. You see, because you don't realize.
no,
See, I was having the same discussion with Baruti, Kala. When I told people that and this is incensed them, when I said that they need to take some of these tribes, if not all of them, and put them into a museum, they thought that I said that means that we don't have to deal with them at all. That's not what I said. People, you know why people think that way? Because they don't know what a museum is. A museum celebrates and preserves culture. It displays culture. It does research and analysis.
Put your culture in a museum, Dollar Bill. And we'll follow suit.
I'm not gonna have too much of you today, bro. I'm just telling you.
With that loud ass mic.
You and your P's and Q's today. I'm not having your bullshit. Okay.
When you're talking,
I told him, and now he gonna have to learn.
Yeah, your mic got what happened?
Okay. I'm tired of his bullshit. It's
put your culture in a museum first, bro. We're not gonna take your shit. Talking crazy.
I'll just keep muting you, and you keep talking, and I'll keep muting you, and we'll play the muting game because you don't like what I have to say. I don't care if you don't like what I have to say. When I say that people need to put culture,
that's what a collar do, man.
Yep, that's right. That's right. I learned from him, and that's what I'm gonna continue to learn.
Elvis, I only do it when you freaking get out of line. Look, let me get this. Look, the whole thing is what he's saying is this though. If culture is an impediment to progress, look, I thought about this before I said I was going to say this on the air, right? The reason why most indigenous cultures lose because they stand in the way of progress. Well, it's the Palestinians, Native Americans, the Okinawas in Japan, the Native Africans and whatnot. Look, you see what's going on in the Eastern Congo. You cannot stand in the way of progress. Progress is uncompromising. And
could you tell us? I don't want to interview you, but could you tell us what Japan was under the same type of situation, and they took their own country and their own culture and put it inside of a museum? Could you explain that to some of the people?
The samurai basically doesn't walk around; they put it in the museum. They said, "This is what we once were. Now we're going to the modern age. We don't need a shogun. We don't need." Things like that. So we got to have a modern military and everything like that. People don't have to bow to a shogun. People don't have to wear hair a certain way in public and whatnot. We don't have to do all stuff like that. We don't have to pay taxes to a regional lady. We have a national government, So therefore, what they did was symbolically, they cut the shogun's hair. They would cut the pigtail they had, cut it, right? And made them shave their hair and whatnot and put on regular clothes. They said, why? Because long as you're here, right? You're going to make us vulnerable to outside threats. We're always going to be fighting with conflict other, and we're fighting over clans, tribes, and dynamos, and they call them dynamos, regions, and whatnot. We have to get rid of all this stuff. And also, you look at Japanese. You know what they did? The Japanese government spends millions of dollars in culture institutes, drummers. It's well preserved, and Japanese go there, like Shinto shrines, stuff like that. They preserve their culture, right, by friggin' putting it in a museum and institutes, but everybody is now Japanese. You say that's why
can't the African understand that?
I have no idea.
The Chinese did the same thing. They want to continue to go on with this tribalism, with these tribal cults, instead of having a national identity.
I give an example in Europe. The Europeans you see now, you think they all carry the same face or they all carry the same thing.
Hold on. Here's where you're wrong. If you go to France, you know how France is divided. France is made up of like 20 different tribes from the medieval to ancient times.
They sit there.
You know what I'm saying? So, but then now they're all Frenchmen.
They sit there.
No, they're not still there. You don't see no Calvins, stuff like that running around. You don't see no Gauls running around. You don't see no Vikings running around. Do you see Vikings running around Europe, terrorizing the coastline? Come on, kiddo.
And they're traditional. It's almost insane, right? For Asians
Follow Viking culture is preserved and practiced in Iceland, in Norway.
In a museum.
They're there. That's because you don't visit those countries. You don't go there to visit to hear about it.
There's no Vikings that run around in
they don't have a
society,
Viking
freaking raping and killing and pillaging.
Exactly.
Kala,
They're in a museum where they belong.
So who's raping and pillaging right now?
What I'm saying is this: though, look. I'm seeing. Look at the Congo right now. All tribal. People killing child soldiers. Everything. Everything like that was on Congo.
Bare fingers.
Yeah, I guess the war in Ukraine is tribal too. People fighting over territory. That's tribal.
No, that's a national thing.
Oh, that's a national state. Okay.
When you have a country that calls itself a country, right, and the people basically at any point in time we start killing each other and whatnot.
Culture is not important, right? If there's a culture is not important,
they just want to make excuses why they don't want to enter the modern world. Why they still want to stay? They don't want to have a national identity.
What brought Russia?
They prefer to stick in their own little cliques.
Right?
Okay, of their own.
All the tribe is a glorified gang. That's all that is.
Culture is not important. What brought Russia to Ukraine? So you see.
Because that's all they got, Kala. That's all they got.
Very, very careful.
They don't. I'm very careful. That's all they got.
Check this out. And they always blame the government. You ever notice that?
Yeah, it's our government. The government.
It's our government. It's the government. It's the government, Colin.
It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, run, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, run, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, government, the government.
It's
the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government.
The guy that produced this music, the Tariq Sheikh that produced this music.
I don't like to relook.
Hold on.
Who cares?
You don't like him. Hold on.
Funny, man.
Hold on. You don't like him, but you playing.
You play those minstrel shows on your friend's show, and you go on there and you laugh at African Americans. You go there and you play those minstrel shows over there on Afro Dumbass. You don't complain about that.
This ought to be going on with Black America for a very long time.
Yeah, I know.
I tell you this.
Y'all know everything about us.
I tell you this, Carla.
Whatever.
The hatred from Black America to Africa.
The hatred.
Yes.
Oh Lord.
Yes.
Get out of here. Nobody hates you. You're not that important.
They're so important that we gotta hate them, man.
Exactly. You think we spend our days thinking about hating Africans? Please don't make yourself that important. Don't make yourself that important.
To always be one way. Oh yeah, this is roasted. This.
Oh well, what is Afro Dumbass when he puts up minstrel shows? What is that? What is that?
Because that's where America sees things. America is not big from level.
Y'all know everything about America.
But when
y'all know everything about America because you saw The Wire.
Kadola, the song is a bop. It's a nice song. It has no effect on us. They're complaining, why can't we go back? We're here, bro. We're competing. We're making money. All of that stuff that people are talking about Africans, we'll not worry about it. You know what I mean? Nobody's telling nobody's telling the Spaniards, nobody's telling the Indians to go back to their country.
Look,
they're doing well.
Elvis, right?
If they're here legally, they're here. They're making money. They're doing well. They're helping their families back home.
Elvis, the Hispanic community is in a freaking meltdown panic right now because they thought that they had basically come here and the bottom line. They live in literally terror and fear right now, And so this idea, they were priority.
Not true, Carla. The illegal ones are living in terror and fear. The legal ones that have nothing to worry about.
Even though, look, first of all, a lot of those people, right, that even they're here, they're legally, right, they have the fact of the matter is you might have a cousin or auntie and whatnot. That's terrifying, You have somebody, a family member.
You know why, Carla?
Hold up. My cleaning lady is illegal, My cleaning lady, I might not even have her.
You might have to get your new clean. Listen,
I might just hire this black girl back. I didn't like her.
Listen, Carla. You know why? Because Latinos thought they were going to inherit America.
Yeah, they thought so.
The agenda was pushed that they were going to be the new majority and white people were going to be pushed out. And so they thought that if they keep coming, eventually they would get here and populate and outpopulate and outscrew the black and the white people. And this would be, a Latino country eventually. This is what they thought was going to happen. This was their master plan. Okay? See, every time we say something, right, it has to be you're talking shit about Africans. You can never say anything. All we were saying is that most civilized people in the world have done away with tribalism, and they still celebrate it. They have shrines, they have historical spots, they have museums. All of those things.
Japan's a perfect country.
They have.
That's not even true. That's not even true. Take India, for example, the largest country by population in the world.
Look at India. India is like the highest rate of poverty, and India has the highest rate of open defecation in the world.
So they're not civilized, so they don't count, right?
Look, well, put it like this. If 90% of your people, when they build a tree and choose a shit in the bush, that's fucking not civilized. I'm sorry. You see how they live in New Delhi, dollar bill.
Okay. They're not civilized.
The filth they in.
But one thing I see the Indians are doing is now there are more people in India, who are educated. There are more people in these call centers that are doing business with America is India. And they have moved toward a democratic a society. They realize they cannot run their society as ethno-states that deal basically with their particular ethnicity and be at war with everyone else. So
they do that based on religion.
They can't do that. And
they are doing that based on religion. They fought a war with Pakistan doing the separation. They separated the Muslim.
The Indians.
No, not true. They are. They fought a war based on religious divide. The partition happened because of religious divide. Right now in India, there's a divide between the Muslim and the Hindus.
It's not even about that, man. The British created that divide. That's all it is.
It's happening right now, Carla.
It was the British that created.
The Hindus went on the Indian side.
Muslims. And other people are getting killed for eating cows and eating meats and stuff like that.
This is what
it's happening right now,
I'm
bro.
Glad. See, I'm glad, Carla, you've seen who Elvis is. Like Zongo, he reveals himself to be the person that he truly is. He comes up with the bullshit, trying to act like he's cool,
like he's civilized,
but in reality.
He's civilized.
He's here.
Civilized,
he's here to
Elvis has a good act and trying to pretend he's civilized and whatnot.
What do you mean? I pretend I'm civilized. When you talk shit about, if you talk shit about Africans, I'm gonna give it back to you.
About Africans?
That's all.
How am I talking? What shit did I talk about Africans? Instead of you coming, you gonna call somebody a lesbian and all kind of dumb shit.
Yeah, you do this all the time, Dollar Bill. That's when you get into it. When you start talking this shit about people not being civilized. Godola live in a big ass house. He has running water. He has electricity. He's living a good life. Nobody's going back to poverty.
Hold up. Did I say?
You think people come to the United States and go back in the village to live there?
Why not?
Did I say that? Did I say
no? That's what you said. You said, "What is there to be jealous about? I have running water, even if I live." Yeah. So what do you mean by that? You think everybody go back to go?
Let's be honest with ourselves, Elvis.
First of all, let's be honest with ourselves, man. Africa has an infrastructure challenge, man. Misinterpreting me. I said to him, I have nothing to be jealous about because I live in a first world country.
And born here.
I was born here, educated here. What would I be jealous of anyone in Africa for?
You're not talking about people in Africa. You're talking to people here in America with you, bro. You're not talking to anybody on the continent right now. I'm here.
You don't know what the hell I was talking about. You just came on running your mouth. You didn't come up.
No, you talk down on Africans. When you do that, we're going to get into it.
You don't even know what the fuck I'm talking
Dollar bill, let you go being emotional again. That's why I call you that. You're being emotional, man. Stop being emotional.
Nigga who came up here
Stop being emotional. I don't know what happened.
All right, I gotta mute your fucking black.
Yeah, you're being emotional.
I'll just remove you, motherfucker. That's easy too. It's not gonna work. See, the whole idea is when you say something, oh, you being emotional, I just said to him, I'm not.
That's virtual signaling.
Yeah, stop telling me. See, the whole deal is they want to be these exotic Negroes, and they want to think, oh, we're jealous of you. No, we're not jealous of you. No, we're not talking down. We were just saying that most people in the civilized world have taken tribalism, put it to the side, okay? Put it in the museum, celebrate it in festivals in lieu of nationalism.
And education.
Yeah. The French, like you said, were many different tribes and cultures. They changed from being those, okay, and came to one cultural identity, the French people. And when they did that,
same thing with Italy. Same thing with Italy, same thing with Germany, same thing with Norway, same thing with Great Britain. You know, all these people were roving tribes and whatnot. You know, Saxons and Jutes, Anglo-Saxons, Jutes. You know, the Anglos and the Saxons were two different people. They became Anglo-Saxons. You know, and
every
Jutes
time we come to an understanding, they want to convolute the truth because they don't want to accept the truth.
Carla, sometimes, Carla, have you ever been to Germany? That you see what called the Bavarians and the other ones and the other one, they see who to their tribes.
Yeah, hold on. Let me say this, bro. I think we have to define what a tribe is, right? Somebody look. Somebody can have a ethnic identity and stuff like that that's unique to everyone. But when we say tribe, what you're talking about is a tribe is basically based on survival. You know, tribes are so basically covered. They happen organically. You know, people living in proximity to each other. Somebody raised that, kills the leader. Next thing you know, they're part of now they rename the people. They carry off their virgins, and next thing you know, they're part of the group. Then after a while, those people become one people based on what? Survival. Everything is based on spirit survival. Right? The whole time that you could be attacked at any time, you could be captured at any time, whatever like that. So you're in tribe. The only people you could trust is people of your so-called tribe. That's not being civilized.
Look.
In the modern world, we don't do that.
I'll give you an example.
People who practice that in the modern world, you know where they are? The MS-13s. They're a Trinidad Lagua. Those are tribes.
Kala, you can say they
hold up. Tribes are the triads in China. You know, that's what tribes are nowadays. You know, they're now criminal networks. You know. So the bottom line is, so tribes is nothing but how you could gain politically, socially, financially in a short period of time with a select group of people. When not, that's all that matters is you don't care about the fellow humanity. You don't care about the broader society, whatever like this. You don't care about nothing. You know, so
they can be exploited by other people. That allows other people to say, you know what, I'm going to come here and I'm going to do this. It's not going to affect
They play two tribes against each other. The white man will come and give arms to both sides of people, knowing you hate each other more than you hate him. You know, he armed both of you. You guys fight and whatnot.
That's the history of America, is it not?
You know,
isn't it not? Remember, America made the 5 civilized tribes.
Yeah, he made them get along.
That's what I'm saying. I'm happy Donald Trump came to power.
Well, that's good. I'm glad.
I'm glad for
you. Came to power. He will run himself, right? What he's trying to say he want to be strong at, he will run himself that the world have already changed. You don't really need United States for much anything apart from this bombing that Americans is doing most of the time by going to bomb Somali. They throw this, they throw that.
No, they
This
might
is
bomb.
nothing.
They might bomb Nigeria next. Who
But
knows?
yeah, but what would they gain? What do they gain?
Sometimes
they must be gaining something.
Obama, they bomb people just for the hell of it, man. Sometimes,
yeah. But
what do people gain? They steal their resources.
Okay,
that's why they go to war.
Dollar Bill. Do you remember when George
Yes,
H.W. Bush left office, and when Saddam Hussein was celebrating? What did he do? Like 2 days before he left office, he said, "Remember they made a bomb Iraq."
Yeah, but
the freaking F-16s and just did a night bombing just for talking shit.
But what would you
know how to
gain?
do that. America, man, America can bomb who they want to bomb.
But what would you gain? You ever see where
they have natural resources? They steal from the country.
What would you gain?
That's what they gain. People gain.
What would you gain in bombing people?
That's what they gain.
They can take your oil fields.
Hold on. At the end of the day,
you want to take your oil fields, man. What the hell?
At the day you want to come back and say, let's be friends. Look at Vietnam.
Dude, you think they want friends?
You think they care about you? Your friends. You guys really think you're important, man. Like I'm telling you, I live here.
Look, hold on.
The only thing you got, is us, bro. I'm telling you.
Kala, even you people serve, you people think like them also. You understand me? You people can't stop. If the white man want to bomb Africa, you people cannot stop it.
Why are we trying to stop it, Ola? Why are we trying to stop white people from going?
We have no stake on the continent.
Okay,
we have no stake on the continent. You guys give us a reason. You know what I'm saying? Now you see what I'm talking about?
Of course.
They got to give us a reason. And the only way is Africans say unilaterally, we support the Afghanistan. We're going to do whatever we want. Now I'll come to your side, bro.
You people can't stop nothing. If the white man want to do anything, you people can't stop because they've made their own rules in their own inner chamber already.
And so what does that have to do with you or us?
So what is going on?
What does that have to do with you or us?
Off, bro.
So,
what do you mean by that? We can't have an argument. Is that what you said?
That's not an argument.
What do you mean I'm being redundant? We're having a conversation, man.
That's not a conversation when you're coming accusing people and calling people names. We're not going to do that.
That's what you're doing, Dollar Bill. You're calling him a dumbass. You're calling him stupid.
No. He's a grown man. He don't need you.
Dollar Bill.
Oh, you want to be able to insult people and not get insulted?
I ain't no insult.
I heard it. You didn't hear it, Kyle. I get it.
Keep it to yourself. If I insult somebody, let them deal with me. No one is asking you, Elvis.
Dollar Bill, you're emotional, brother. You do that all the time. That's
all right, Elvis. All right, Elvis. You made your point. Okay, let's talk about the topic, right? The topic is just who is an African diaspora? Elvis, in your opinion, who do you see as African diaspora in America?
I mean, for me, anybody who has a lineage
that's bullshit.
And a link in Africa. That's for me.
U.S. policy, AU policy, no policy when I goes by that. They basically only.
Well, you asked my opinion, Carla, and you said that's bullshit.
Right? So I'm saying this: that has not translated into a reality. Reality is the African diaspora just simply means people like yourself who migrated to the United States.
Okay, then we'll take it. If it's just us from Africa, continent of Africa, if we left, that's what the diaspora is.
Like Dollar Bill, I mean not Dollar Bill, Baruti, but he was saying, "Oh, Africa, but anybody Africa." No, that's not. Look, in an emotional standpoint, and I don't deal with emotion no more. I want to know for real who the heck is the African diaspora? How do we benefit? Because you got a lot of African Americans who are going to the continent thinking they're part of some sixth region and whatnot, making fools out of them. They're coming back broke, disheveled, beaten, bruised. When damn, they're part of some sixth region.
So, Carla, you agree African Americans are not African, not a part of the diaspora. You agree with that?
We're not. I said we're African descent, but when you say African diaspora, we're talking about you people.
You have to be. You have to be
acknowledged
by the country. And the country has to make
African American. Hold on, if African Americans from the Afghanistan, right? Those African Americans that went to the Afghanistan for like a year, came back, will be part of the African diaspora.
Yeah, but until then, you guys are not part of the African diaspora, right?
We don't have a nation state. We don't have a state of our own.
That's good.
That's
fair enough.
I was saying this a long time. Carla started.
Ola, can I ask you a question?
all kind of names at that
time.
time.
Ola, did I ask you? Can me ask you a question, Ola?
Tell me something.
Did I call you stupid?
Man, I don't know what you've been talking about since I just listened to
no, but I'm just saying.
I didn't hear
did I ever call you stupid?
Let's forget about this stupid of a thing. Let's just.
I never called you any names. And you're a grown man, and you and I have been talking online.
Look.
Dolly, he said it's time to move on. If you want to go back, we can have an argument.
I'm talking to him. I'm not talking to you.
Let me get Principe on. Principe, what's your opinion? Are African Americans
emotional
part of the African
diaspora? I'm gonna show you emotion.
Emotional. What's up, Principe?
Cut it out, man. Cut it out, bro.
You see, I'm gonna just remove you because I'm tired of you little.
Carla, I'm trying to avoid him. You keep going back to it.
Girls,
and I'll just remove you because I'm tired of you
making comments, man. Just leave it the fuck alone, man.
Just shut up.
Leave it alone. We don't need that shit here. I don't like that divisive shit, man.
Who started it? I'm not even talking about it. We're talking about the diaspora thing. I gave my opinion, and I moved on.
You both insulted each other, right?
No, I didn't insult him until he called me a lesbian. No? He came on the show. He didn't say hello, Dollar Bill. He didn't say hello, panel. He was the one that was emotional, and then he turns around and plays this little game. He called me a name. He was out of place. I did not call Ola stupid. And if I did, that's between me and Ola, not between you. Nobody asked you. You're not the self-appointed, I'm going to speak up for Africans. Okay? Nobody, you can't even go to Afro Dumbasses show. So don't come over here and say that you're a self-anointed African. You're not. Okay? Speak for yourself.
You're emotional, bro. Let it be.
You're still doing the same shit, Elvis.
Check this out.
Stop the bitch shit.
Dullaby.
Yes,
you see, Dullaby, you're a little bit hostile.
No, I'm not hostile. Ola, you know what it is? Ola, for 4 months. For 4 months, this MF has been playing the same kind. I have deliberately not been on because I wanted people to see who Elvis truly is. And he does he does the same thing to Kala. The other night, he called Kala bipolar. Where did you get your degree in psychoanalysis?
Look, Dollar Bill, let me tell you something, man.
You to talk
I'm not somebody who will cower before anybody. Africans, African Americans, anybody. If you start talking shit about my people, I'm going to say something to you. If you insult my people, I'm going to insult you back. It's just that simple. If we're having a good conversation, I'll never call you out your name. But once you start talking shit, I'm going to talk shit back. That's all.
First of all, I wasn't talking to you. And second of all, Ola's a Nigerian, and I'm pretty sure that him and I have more Nigerian blood in common than you do as a crewman.
Whatever you say, Dollar Bill.
Hold on. Can I tell
you say?
No, that goes to show you're a bigot. You're a liar.
Whatever you say, Dollar Bill.
That's right.
Whatever you say.
So
no, but hold on. Can I salute to the whole panel?
What's up, Principe?
I'll remove your ass.
Let me hear Principe. What's on your mind? Let's stick to the topic though. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I salute to the whole panel. I think Dollar Bill kind of took the panel to the left a little bit because you have to realize too that you did a little bit because basically you're trying to imply that basically they're giving their opinion on that despite what the paperwork is saying, Africa views you as a part of Africa. You guys are trying to say that they're trying to use documentation to prove what is the sixth region, and they're telling you, man,
I didn't say that.
That don't mean nothing.
Kala who said that.
No, exactly.
Principe, right? Let me tell you in plain English, right? That whole thing about the sixth region is bullshit. It only basically is an attempt, right, by African Union people, right, which member states are trying to gain advantage in countries like the United States and everything with their immigrant population who live there. They're trying to show the immigrant population in countries feel like they were left off the continent. They feel like they were abandoned, whatever like that. They're living in all these countries, right? So they said, let's show them, right? Let's show them that we have connections here in the West with the sixth region. But the thing is, I have no problem with that, right? The thing is, they use Black American institutions to do it. The NAACP, the Congressional Black Caucus, HBCUs. Do you think that's fair? They're using our institutions to gain politically economically for themselves. You know, they even use the Smithsonian. You know, so this is what I'm talking about. And so the bottom line is the African, the sixth region does not include the old, what they call old diaspora, which is the African Americans. That's I read the thing. The old African Americans.
When you say that to these countries, Kala, they almost laugh at you. And I said that to Rudy.
People looking like fools and whatnot, you know.
And so, you know, this is the whole thing. People want us to accept goobly goob, okay, for realness. We're not gonna do it. We can. I
want what's real, bro. I ain't no more. I want to know what's real. If it's not, like I said, if the idea of the Pan-Africanism is beyond Africa, they don't want to work with, and will we benefit mutually or not? Then I'll say, hey, look. We'll just stick with ourselves in America and say fuck Africa. You know, that's what I say.
Exactly.
You guys are very, very emotional tonight, man. Because even if I was, yes, it is. Because if I was to say that you guys were African, you guys will play 100 videos and bash or whatever. We're saying that you are. You're saying where's the documentation, right? You're asking where's the document. Well, hold on. My last point. When William Ruto went to Atlanta to speak with the Black Caucus. Where was your guys' agenda? Where was your guys' agenda? Why was this not on the agenda?
In Atlanta is done by Black immigrants and whatnot, and friggin' Kenyan immigrants and whatnot. We have no damn agenda. There's nothing, you know. And also that's why they choose.
You know what it reminds me of, Kala, in New York, several years ago. We used to have street vendors that used to line up on 125th Street, and the people who were the merchants, who were primarily the white people who owned the businesses, said, we can't sell our merchandise. So they came up with an idea. If we put these people, okay, into a place called 125 Mart, they could get off the street. We can give them, space there, and they could pay a little rent, and they'll be able to sell all their wares and not be on the streets. Well, for whatever reason, Mart 125 didn't work out. So they said, you know what? Why don't we give you an area, an open area, since you don't want to be inside, you can have tents and whatever. We'll give you an open area on 116th Street. And that's where they used to have the original Mosque number 7, I believe. You let me know if I'm wrong. Where it had since been taken over by some, I think, Sunni Muslims, but I could be wrong. But these Muslims are not part of the Nation of Islam. So the gentleman, who was an African brother, brokered the deal, and he promised to allow all of these vendors, since we're all Black, you know, we're all diasporan and African Americans and stuff, and well, today there's not one African American vendor in that area on 116th Street. It's now called the African market. And the people who made the market don't even have any say-so, don't have any booths, nor nothing in that area, right? This is the situation when we talk about that happens, when we absorb into the collective on the Ubuntu, like Mobamba says. You know, pretty soon it's not going to be Black History Month. It's going to be African History Month. And we're not going to talk about the struggle that we have in America.
And by the way, let me say something.
We're talking about the Ashanti.
And check this out. Let me say something, Dollar Bill. I'm going to say something very, very controversial.
Say it. That's what we do.
That basically upset our friend Baruti, you know? Look, just like I asked a question to Dynasty years ago, right? It almost seems to me that the zeal for African culture is a way of trying to erase your connection to your African, which is painful, you know? You get that impression sometimes?
I do.
So over Africanized that they really basically want to erase themselves from African American heritage and culture and everything like that, you know? But under the guise of Africa, you know? Under the guise of getting closer to Africa, or becoming an Igbo, or becoming a Mandi, or becoming a Nigerian.
It's an escapism.
It's escapism, yes. You know, Pan-African is becoming escapism. You know, it's not real.
You know what it is? It's a way of us not to, see the rest of the world knows our contribution to this world, to the first world. And we have to be made to feel inferior. And, see, continental Africans love that because what they really want to hold on to is, oh, you guys were slaves.
Right.
Like,
so,
they were never slaves.
Us adopting
Only
that
us.
as a sign of superiority. It's like you got to learn.
They were enslaved by the Arabs, okay, for 100 years before the African slave trade. It's just us, who were slaves.
And the Soninques, they were enslaved in Mauritania. They're still slaves in Mauritania.
They didn't stop slavery in Africa to the 1970s.
No, to the 1980s.
1980s. And they still, are going to these Arab countries, and the women are being treated like slaves.
Yeah.
Right? So when I say certain things, you get people who come up here and say, I'm saying a lie. I haven't said one lie. I haven't got up here and said one lie. Everything that I'm saying is the absolute truth. I didn't call anybody dumb or anything. I didn't say anything bad about anybody. People but get hurt because the truth hurts. As long as you are on a platform and you're talking about baby mamas and you're talking about dysfunction of African Americans and twerking and all that stuff, Africans will come right in. They'll rush in. Yes, them niggas, man, they always acting like a fool. And we can discuss that. But have one negative commentary or what they deem to be a negative commentary about what's going on in the continent, all of a sudden, you're making fun of my people. You're so emotional. Right? You play one thing about the government, but they'll sit up there and chide in with a guy who's playing minstrel of shuffling, and they think that's okay.
The government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas.
You got some dance moves though, you gotta admit that, right?
I like it pretty good.
Booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run.
I don't know why Africans don't like this, man.
Run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka.
Look at Big Brother.
The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the.
Yeah, he's a pop locker. Government. So, all right, but you know what it is? It's hypocritical for people to come out and say, what did I say? I didn't call anybody stupid. He said, oh, people are jealous. Oh, so-and-so's got a big home. That's fine. They got black people with big homes. That doesn't mean anything. I'm talking about the collective consciousness for black people to move forward, okay, to do something, to have self-independence and self-determination. What happened to those? What happened to that? So black people are okay with you living in a big house, okay, and the masses of your brothers living in excrement. That's cool. See, it's that kind of mentality in Africa, in America, in the Caribbean that's so pervasive. All of these so-called Negro elites, they don't have a problem with everybody else suffering as long as they're doing okay.
They got theirs, you know.
We got our eyes on the prize. What's the white woman?
No, I get dollar bill is helping homeless people in the street to get homes like it's home.
Oh, yeah,
you're a hypocrite, bro.
You're a liar.
That was your job. You're not going there looking at the homeless people in Harlem or Brooklyn and helping them get housing. You're not doing that.
You're
not doing that. You worry about your life.
You don't know who the freak.
Same thing happened everywhere.
You know what, Elvis? You shut up. Just do me a favor and shut up. I used to work with the homeless. And I used to volunteer. And I used to go to the House of the Lord church when a young black man got killed. A young Caribbean black male got killed in New York. You don't know me. You don't know nothing about me. Stop sitting around running your mouth. That's all you do. You're a wash woman.
Yeah, that's what you want to do, Dollar Bill. I mean, look, you're talking about Cadola, and you're talking about people in Africa having big homes and not helping other people. You're a hypocrite because you're not doing the same. You're not doing the same here.
Did you hear what I said?
You are a hypocrite.
First of all, you're a liar. Did you hear?
You're a hypocrite, bro.
First of all, did you hear me say in the
The
Caribbean?
same thing that goes on in Africa happens in this country,
Did you hear
bro.
that? Did you hear me say that, idiot?
Same thing that happens here.
I'm tired of you, man. I'm tired of you for real. Go ahead,
nah,
keep
you
doing
can
it. We can play the game all night.
I'm down to play. You know, I was just.
All right, good.
We can keep playing it.
I'm down. I'm glad. I'm glad. Keep playing.
Okay, so which we go? Baruti asks, Dollar Bill and Collar. Black History Month from a power perspective, narrative, and paradigm could change and embrace this Pan-African. Look, man, I look, let me say something, man, Baruti. With all due respect, man. We're basically, when we start talking about Pan-Africa, I don't see at this point in time, what is the benefit to us, right? It's like we're losing everything. We're losing everything. What is the benefit for just saying we're Pan-African and not dealing with our reality? Reality, we have a serious moral decay in Black America, a serious one, you know? And I'm saying to myself, it's to the point now where when I do watch TikTok and I see Black people admit they're Black, that's like a relief, you know? It's like a relief. People seeing that Black people admit they're from Africa, you know? That's how far gone we are. You know,
Dan, you know how many people look at that? I was watching, I was like, you know how you scam past things on YouTube? Do you know how many people are looking at this idiot Dame Collar? I couldn't believe it.
I'm saying, he got 300,000 followers, subscribers.
Oh my God.
Yo, he got people like Ice Cube, mainstream, listen to his bullshit.
Crazy. It is just it's
Lisa Nicole, and then we got a mulatto chick like Lisa Nicole. Because everything's good for her class of people, the mulatto, but they always think everything's good. As long as they got their proximity, she got white friends and she can go.
She got a white husband. She's got a white husband.
Of course, life is good for her, you know.
Absolutely.
But I don't want to see my people die. You know, I'm sorry.
She don't care. She's preaching this FBAism, but what she's really about is trying to whiten herself out. She can't wait to assimilate.
You know the deal. You know,
okay.
Come on, man. New York, man. We know.
Okay, Dollar B.
On us, man.
You talk about that guy called Doug Galloway, right? Africans never tell Black Americans what they would do. What they can be anything, but the problem is the Black Americans are telling Africans, don't dare call me African. Africans, okay, you're not African. Still kind of
anybody on this show.
Look, from that point of view, Kidola, right? You will never Kidola. How about this?
Listen, Kidola.
Right? Use this show as your reference for so-called African Americans because we represent the majority of Africa, not these people that you see on fucking social media. No, I'm telling you, Kidola, I live here. You know, the majority of people, if they heard the FBA, all that Dane Cowler shit, they will freaking laugh right in your face in real life, you know.
But they're pushing it.
I know. They push all kind of stupid stuff
by idiots, you know, online. That's not real, you
know.
Like
Lisa Nicole, she can't wait to come up here and talk about she's an FBA, she's a foundational, and she's married to a cracker. Can't you see that the agenda is for a lot of these people is access to whiteness.
That's it. That's all it is. That's all the FBA is. We got more access to white. And to be honest with you, right? White people who the one who started this. Why? Because they knew what they were doing when they're freaking going and trying to replace Black people in their institutions and even HBCUs with Black immigrants. That's going to naturally, they know, is going to cause change. As long as white people have the power of reward and punishment, it's always going to be like this, you know?
Yeah.
It simply said nobody knows Tariq Nasheed Adega in real life. I'm
exactly,
dead serious.
Sim. Because they're all government. They're all
you know,
government plants. These are government plants. Carnell. What's this?
Carnell.
Yvette Carnell is a government plant. All of these people don't realize they're allowing themselves to be used by these people. Okay. And the thing is, you get people like Afro Dumbass who want to put the fuel to the fire.
Yeah, they're playing with fire. I tell you, you know,
come on,
ridiculous.
Man.
You know,
we're not saying that there's anything wrong with you coming to America to try to better yourself.
Exactly.
But when you come to America and you feel that you have to come out against the people who paved the way for you to get the opportunities that you have, then that becomes an issue and a problem.
Well, you're benefiting from their struggle, like,
and it's the same thing if I went to Africa and I started siding with the Lebanese and the Chinese.
Remember years ago when black people started going to South Africa in the 90s after Nelson Mandela?
Yeah.
One thing was clear in, what was it, Black Enterprise magazine, when they did a whole article, that one beautiful sister that was head of the aviation authority, you know, she was like a model, but she was made head of the, she was a beautiful, sexy South African woman. I mean, I forgot her name, but she was beautiful. And, you know, anyway, she was like, yeah, she was basically telling black, we were looking forward to African Americans coming here but then she said one thing at the end of the paragraph. She said, just don't come here and link up with whites and everything, ignore us, you know?
Exactly.
That's what, we
don't care. You don't have to link up with us. Just go about your business. Do what you got to do and go about your business. You came here to get you a bag. Go get you a bag.
Well, I don't want to hear this other bullshit. My only problem is when they be carrying on white supremacy talking points.
Yeah, right? That's the shit that I got a problem with.
Historical context of America, you know?
You just come here in America because you want an opportunity.
And America invites you in. America invites you in. Gave
more
you
power to you.
And everything
get you an opportunity.
You basically, what you do is just ignore. If you have nothing good to say, and say, look,
don't say nothing.
Just
if you don't have nothing good to say,
if I go to Nigeria, right? I'm not gonna sit there and pass judgment on the people of Makoto, right? Because I don't understand this situation, circumstances, and I have empathy. You know, why is it? What is it about African humanity, right? They have no empathy. It's like almost like as Mike Olway, are y'all even human? Like Donald Trump said that. Are y'all even human? You know, Africans covered money too much to me.
Why do they see? The thing is, like I was taking a course once, I think in like digital marketing, something like that. I don't know, one of these things, and you get a chance to go on Zoom. And I said, oh man, it's a sister that's doing it. I said, okay, let me sign up. I don't know, it was $100 or $75. This some years ago. And I was like, okay, let me check this out, man. And I'm going for the content. And so she gets up there and she does a pretty nice job. And toward the end, right, she says, in digital marketing, things are not always what they appear to be. Like, for instance, I bet you guys think that I'm an African American. I'm not. I'm this and this and this and that from the Caribbean. And I kept saying, really? What was the purpose of that?
They wanted to delineate, distinguish themselves.
What is the and this was way before the FBA. This was way before ADOS. This was the sentiment that this woman had, and I couldn't understand it.
May I ask a question? What was wrong with that statement?
What
in terms of digital marketing?
What did it have to do with anything that she had to say?
Well, you guys.
Let me just explain that.
Yeah.
What was the situation that they feel that they want? So they want to be African American when it comes down to get whatever they feel they need to get from this society,
roles and stuff like that.
But once they get whatever they have gotten, right? Like your boy Wyclef. Okay, I'll bring it to that punk ass Wyclef. Once you get what you've gotten, being an African American, then you turn around and say, well, this and this and that, and you got something disparaging to say about African American.
Remember that girl that played Will Smith's girlfriend, Garcia, whatever her name is, the model.
Bivens. Yeah. She played what's his name? Jamie Foxx's girlfriend.
Yeah,
Ratio Bivens, the Haitian girl.
Yeah, she was basically like, after she got big, she started talking about her Haitianness.
And that's cool. But see, my whole thing is
she played African American roles.
Though. Yeah, and I don't have a problem with even that. My problem with the woman who was doing the thing was, why did you start out by saying I'm a Caribbean American and this and that and put it in your bio and so on and so forth? And then that would have been fine. And so everybody would have known who you are. Then you turn around and say that you cosplayed African Americans, sort of like a little back shot toward us.
Yeah,
Why?
I'm not African American. I'm not like those people, you know.
Yeah. Was it necessary for you to do that?
And
this is the stuff that people
who are why your mind is processing in that kind of wording or statement like that.
Hold on. Let me say this, Principal.
Somebody say they Jamaican. I'm not saying, oh my God, you think you're different than me.
No. Principal, this is like this. This is the reason why it's so thing. Because Black America realized, you guys don't know this because you're not a warrior, right? Black America knows, right? America is always in a race war with the Black race, not against African Americans, not against Haitians, not against, it's Black people. If you're Black of African descent, America is society's at war with you. So the only way we survive is like you notice, Dollar Bill. When you go to a place where there's not a lot of Black people, you see another brother. What do you say?
Yo, what's up, bro? How you doing, man?
You know, check us out here in Virginia, right? Where we have these redneck dive clubs and I be standing outside. Are we good in there? I know what he's saying. Are we good in there, right? Let me tell you something, man. This one time really broke my heart, right? When I first got back from Liberia, right? And I had my dashiki on and whatnot, right? Back in 2021, right? I said I wanted to have lunch, right? I heard the seafood pasta dinner was good. This place called 21st Seafood in the oceanfront, right? Mm-hmm. So I went, but I know it's like mostly white people going there, right? So I wanted to go in anyway, right? So I went there. I waited outside until I saw somebody Black come out. So then I went in there. Okay, it's okay. I went in there. People are nice. When I, had me Cajun pasta, with crabs, chicken, and Cajun pasta. It was delicious, pasta, shrimp, and everything like that in there. It was delicious, with rolls, everything, iced tea, right? Suddenly, as I was coming out, right, there was a bro man was sitting in the car. I was like, bro, we good in there? Yeah, man. I said, go ahead. So, but that's, I said, this is 2021,
That's survival.
And I said, I just got back from Liberia where everybody was Black, and I'm back to this shit, So,
that's
but what I'm saying is this, though, an African or Caribbean don't understand that, That's why
my whole thing is, I wouldn't have had a problem if the woman represented herself.
Let me say this, right? Most of the people that you see, like back in the days that got killed by white mobs in Brooklyn, were probably immigrants, Caribbean.
They were.
They didn't even know what neighborhoods they were going into. They got off at the wrong neighborhood. They don't
guy that got killed.
I'm a Haitian, whatever. They don't care. But Black America, we're very conscious about where we're at, especially white people. So
Michael Griffin was I believe, a Jamaican.
Yeah, he was from Jamaican Queens. Michael Griffin.
Michael Griffin was a Jamaican immigrant who got chased by a bunch of white Italian boys into the highway, to the Belt Parkway.
The Belt Parkway,
to the Belt Parkway, and he was killed. And we can go on and on and on.
I believe Lima was a Haitian. They stuck.
I was there at the.
I know his cousin. I know.
I was there at the House of the Lord Church, and I was there with Dr. Amos Wilson. So don't let this idiot try to tell you who I am and what I'm about. I didn't know people because it wasn't just my job. I was a college student, and in fact, I got a job at the city, another job when I was in one job as a caseworker. I was going to work for the court system, and because my name had been in what is called a black desk, they had a black desk dedicated to looking at all of the people who are involved in protesting certain things in the city of New York, and they put you down as a militant. So I was actually lucky that David Dinkins became the mayor, and the guy who was in charge of hiring people wrote me a letter because he saw that I was being blackballed, and he was a black man who happened to have the same last name that I did. And so I was supposed to join an earlier class, but I wasn't able to do it. And they chose me. In fact, I had also taken the police department test and the corrections test. I scored 100 on that, or 90 something, if not 100, close to. And by the time they called me, okay, I was already working in the court system, and I chose not to take it. But I wasn't initially accepted because I was part of a black box and had been around people. I'd been around Dr. Amos Wilson. I had been to the House of the Lord church. I had been around Viola Plummer, who wrote the Little Black Book for Black Boys. Okay, so this idiot who's in a white enclave in Minnesota is trying to tell me who I am as an African American who's been in protest since he was in the nationalist community since he was 17, 18 years old. He's going to tell me who he thinks I am, according to what he's heard online. That's what I have an issue with. Don't call me a hypocrite.
Yeah, but you guys sometimes, y'all both come up sometimes like schizophrenic, man. One minute you guys talking about how America loves you and prefer you over the black immigrant.
Hold on.
The next minute y'all talking about y'all have a war.
Who said that?
Principe,
I never
said that. Look, I never
Carlos said that today, man.
I said, bro, that in America, I never said America loves us. We talking about you have to be insane. Show me the tape, you know?
You said Donald Trump will prefer African Americans over foreign blacks.
That right there, if he had to choose between Latinos and black, of course he would. I know that for a fact. That ain't because he loves us. I just said he would prefer us over them because, one, we speak English. He knows the culture of black America. He's from Queens, New York, or whatever like that. You know, these other people, I don't know what it is. Donald Trump, maybe he would be threatened by Spain. We don't threaten it. Donald Trump is about white supremacy and white people. He don't fundamentally think black people, African Americans at least, are a threat. No,
he's willing to give African Americans a few crumbs on the side. Okay, right. and as long as they can have them, he feels he's not going to have an issue with them. So nobody's saying that they love us. No one is talking about love, man. This is not no love, bro. This is business. He knows that he could use African American votes or African Americans not voting, okay, to his benefit. That has nothing to do with love. So I don't know what you're talking about, Principe. One
minute you're tooting that, and the next minute you're talking about
how am I tooting that? How am I tooting that?
We're at war. First of all, foreign blacks don't understand we're at war.
Principe, I think
which one is it?
You're being emotional.
I'm not. I'm cool. I'm chill, bro.
Yo, the idea of an African is eternal. I don't give a damn who's president, you know? And also, Principe, you have to understand something, right? Let me make this very, very clear. I got into the black national movement. It had nothing to do with white racism because I didn't face it growing up, you know? I grew up in a middle-class family, whatever like that, you know? I just believe that black people, because of slavery and everything like that, and I'm conflicted because when I keep saying that we belong on the African continent, we need to build with Africa, marry Africans, whatnot, and then basically I'm saying to myself, I think that's the right thing to do. But the attitude of a lot of African immigrants, they come over here and they mock our attempts to be part of Africa, right? They'll mock Kwanzaa. They'll mock all these things. They'll tell us we're not really Africans and all stuff like that. Y'all know what you're talking about. Stay out of Africa. Like somebody was basically saying that on Diane's show yesterday,
you're
right?
The blacks and all this.
Stay out of Africa. Y'all need to stay out of Africa. And then Cousin Smart told the guy, I'm in America right now. He goes, but why are you commenting? Because that's our ancestral homeland. We're concerned about what going on in Congo. And I'll say, he goes, where do you live at? I mean, he's in the UK. So how the hell you could be in the UK and you're telling me that I shouldn't talk about the Congo, where my ancestors come from the Congo too? You know, so I'm just as much as Congolese. I could have just as much right to talk about the Congo as you are. You know, that's what we're saying. You know, so it's Pan-African is not always kumbaya. It's also conflict. You know, and just
bro, but you don't have the right. Hold on. He's not telling the story in the full context. The Congolese people came to Dinah's show looking for like a brotherhood or fraternity with dynasty, and they were hold on. But they were mad. They're saying these things out of anger because they felt like us was smart and all these other people were, were not basically weren't disregarding the bullshit that their president is doing and what's going on in their nation.
The Congolese guys basically said, "How dare we like Paul Kagame?" Because they said Tutsis, African Americans are closer to them. I'm from Congolese. I'm not Tutsi, but the bottom line,
my brother is Congolese.
Hold on. He goes, just because he got clean roads and clean and they keep the country clean and orderly, and he got success, that don't mean y'all should like him. When you start off like that, we have nothing else to talk about, bro. You know that's what they.
Hold on. If we said the same thing about African Americans, is this because you guys have clean roads or whatever? You have nothing to talk about here. You guys get mad at us. Am I right?
First of all, we got nice black neighborhoods. You want me to play some of them? We got nice black neighborhoods.
No. I'm saying, absolutely. But I'm saying when we foreign blacks, hold on.
You can say that all you want. Most black people aren't in the ghetto. Even people in the ghetto.
No, you're missing my point. My point is,
we don't have open sewers and shit like that. Come on. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, you're missing my point. My point is simply that when we point out the beautiful black areas, we point out the HBCUs and how you guys are whining and complaining and not utilizing your power. You guys get mad.
Why are we whining?
You guys get mad. Y'all whining today. Because the Black Caucus is meeting with African leaders. They're not demanding nothing, but you coming to Africans and complaining that, why are you not part of the 6th region? Why is your black leadership not demanding that or requesting that?
First of all, the Congressional Black Caucus has now been hijacked by black immigrants. We're not even. The leadership is not even black. So the bottom line, they want to use. Where's
Hakeem Jeffries from? Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries is Caribbean.
Principe. Let me say this, bro. The political capital of the Black Caucus, right? 45 million people. Shouldn't that be spent on African Americans, right? Why is somebody who basically don't even have 2 million people, black immigrants, right? And basically, because we vote based on flat blackness, right? They get in there and start doing the agenda of their home countries and stuff like that, And so we Black America, and so, but that's not their fault. We're that stupid, right? So I'm saying, right? That's why I want to grow this channel and grow my message out there. I want to get my message. I want to be doing college lectures and stuff like that. I'm trying to create an African American Black nationalist movement, right? That while Endgame is a nation of our own and whatnot, controlled by African Americans, right? With the fact that we also invite people from the Caribbean and people from different parts of Africa and South America to be part of it, But that's not unwavering. Now, if we basically can't get that, then we really have nothing to talk about, That'll give Black America a seat at the AU. It'll give geopolitical representation. I want to know what it's like to have a relationship with somebody besides white America. You understand that, Principe? I think Black America have a lot to say to the world. We give it people like the world, people like Paul Robeson, Bill Cosby, W.E.B. Du Bois, some of the best minds we in the world. But so why should we be bottled up in a friggin' conundrum, called America? Because why? Because we're in prison in this thing called the first world, right? Because we're in prison first, and we can't get out of it because you can't go from first world to third world. So the only possible way to escape is we have to build a nation of our own that's duplicate or something like the United States, But we can have power and everything. We can bring our people over and stuff like that. We want to take care of ourselves, Principe, And as far as like the rest of Black diaspora, I wish them a lot of luck, man. But my concern is my own people, at this point, So that's what I'm trying to say.
I hear you. Nobody's against you. I think you guys suffer from only childism. So now your other cousins and brothers is coming here and y'all catching a fit. Y'all believe you're supposed to follow behind you. Only childism. Yeah. If you have like ever seen.
What does that mean?
Well, African Americans were once the only voice of Black America, the Black world, the primary voice. Now you have to share the mic. So now you feel some kind of weight.
But the thing is, though, hold up. We did most of the heavy lifting. You guys never contributed like that. So that's why.
So you went to fight in Brazil? You guys went to go fight in Brazil?
No, we're saying
you guys went to fight in Jamaica and Zimbabwe?
In America. Hold up. We're the ones who brought down the apartheid regime in South Africa, bro.
Bro, everybody contributed. You played your part. Salute to you. You guys used to be on the right side of history. Now y'all battling for Kagame.
Bill Prus break it down to him. You know,
it was our HBCUs. It was our people that made these colleges and universities divest. Okay,
and cities,
and the Krugerrand
endowments, city pension funds.
We did sit-ins,
South Africa to his knees.
Demonstrations. We would have. This is what I'm talking about. See this is the whole
erase our history.
That is so confusing to me, Principe. We live in the majority space of African Americans. Would you dare tell us to go to Haiti and be the voice of Haiti? Will we go to Jamaica and be the voice of Jamaicans? So we should be the voice of our people here.
Well, if you guys don't even want input from other people, how can you be the voice?
You can have input, but I'm saying to you, why is it that you guys want to determine what we should say and how we should feel? Why don't you determine what you should say and you should feel about the countries that you come from?
Bro, we can't control what you do or what you say. Some of the stuff we say is just honest brotherly love. The same way you guys are giving brotherly love to Congo yesterday on Dinah's panel. It's just brotherly love. You guys are used to being the only child, so you get mad easier.
We're not mad. We were the only one that fought in every war. We were the only one that marched in every corridor. We were the only one.
You do know that Africans fought in World War I and World War II as well, right?
But not like us.
Not like us. Not
They fought for the French in the UK. You know that, right?
Who
was the red? Who was the Red Tails?
The Red Tails were like a Black Hawker of different skilled fighters that flew planes in the air, learning in school, bro.
They were actually African American pilots trained in Tuskegee. They were responsible for protecting the U.S. bombing missions over Germany. You know,
I think we even had a Haitian guy. I think we even had a Haitian brother in the.
Nah, they didn't fight in Vietnam at all. Life expectancy.
No, I think we did have one red tail.
Seconds.
Let me look him up. I did think we did have a red tail that was a Haitian brother.
I doubt it.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, that's how it is. Because even myself, I'm Haitian. Right? I'm Haitian American. You think all Haitians look at me as a full Haitian like them? Although my mother's Haitian, my father's Haitian, my grandfather Haitian, my daughter's Haitian,
nah, yeah, they
her
do.
mother's
They'll
Haitian.
still rock with you.
They look at you. They look at you as Haitian, but they look at you as secondary. They'll be like, "Oh, you Haitian American." They put an asterisk there. You can't tell me I am Haitian. I can tell you how they treat you.
If you Black American, they really not gonna rock with you. But if you Haitian, like they still gonna rock with you, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I never said they don't rock with you, but I'm saying they put an asterisk the same way you claim you guys feel towards the South feel about you guys or Africa feel about you guys is the same thing with Haitians from America to Haitians in Haiti. You're looked at as Haitian, but they look at themselves as more Haitian than you.
It's not
That's Ramoise. Yes, it is.
They look at you as though, bro.
Well, I don't know.
They look at you as they're more Haitian than you.
Yeah, Ross Maurice.
Even you can speak Creole. You eat the same food. You eat whatever. You went to the same.
Your boy, Ross Maurice said he's a Hausa. He don't even think you and him are not the same. So I can agree with that because Ross Maurice said you and him, both from Haiti, are not the same, right? Isn't that what he says? Hello.
He's talking about tribal. He's talking about tribal origin. Like my bloodline is more Congolese. His bloodline is more Nigerian, Hausa, that kind of people. So different tribes went to Haiti. So when you go to different regions, there's more of a expression of certain tribes in those regions. That's what he's talking about. But we're both Haitian. We're like that's different. I'm talking about when a Haitian from America look at a Haitian from Haiti, we look at each other as brothers, but they look at us as less Haitian than them. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. So even if you speak Creole, you eat the same food or whatever.
But y'all band together to say fuck Black Americans, though.
You know,
I can't stay on too long because I got to work tomorrow. Right. I got to be fresh for these young people, man.
Right.
So thank you, Kala, and my man Dave just got on. And
Dave, what's going on, brother?
Yo, good evening.
Dave would take my space.
Good evening, Pastor.
All right, Dollar Bill. I'll talk to you
Peace,
tomorrow,
my brothers. Peace.
All right, good evening, Dollar Bill. Later,
God bless, Dollar Bill. God bless, bro.
God bless.
Be safe, man.
I will. Thank you.
What's on your mind, Dave? Hey, Dave, what do you think about this topic?
I mean, it's a they're not talking about African Americans.
They're not.
It's fucked up.
What's the topic?
The topic is just who exactly is part of the African diaspora.
And the main marketing should be towards African Americans.
But the bottom line, but the United States ain't gonna allow that shit,
Yeah, because it'll open our eyes up like, Dad, we're a part of something else too.
So
wow.
That's how I tell people, and people don't understand that when they go run into Africa to about I'm part of the 6th region, and they think they're gonna get all this stuff in Africa and it don't work out. They're like they have nobody to complain to. Like you get money, like that sister that got all of that property money, the money in Nigeria, right? Who's she? Is she gonna go talk about?
But she should have known better than to fuck with some Nigerians.
Yeah, so people basically think, oh, I'm going to Africa, the motherland, everything like that. They don't have no idea what they're getting themselves into. So that's why I'm here, man. I want to build something that we move as a group, and stuff like that. We're saying.
And Kyla, it's crazy that you said that. You know what I mean? Like when I first started going to Africa as an adult, I noticed something. All other groups move. I mean, like when Chinese people come, when they come to Africa, they come as a group.
Of course,
they never come by themselves. All of the Indian people, they'll move.
Only African Americans go to Africa
they'll move their whole family.
Yeah, they crazy.
They'll move, when I see Indian people come to Africa, they'll move their whole family, wife, children, open up a school, everything.
This is what happens, right? When Indians go, right? They'll have what they call a spearhead or alpha family, like the Patels, something like that. They'll bring in something major, right? Then you got a support system, secondary. People own things like small shops and supply chains, you know what I'm saying? And then the last part is people who are students or people are trying to do the come up, So it's a whole infrastructure of people.
It's a whole and what I noticed too, because I got like I said, when I lived in Liberia, I got Indian friends and Chinese friends over there. They all move together.
Yeah,
they never move without each other, and they all support each other. That's another thing I noticed. Like when they make the money in Liberia or they making the money in Africa, they only spend the money amongst themselves.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? They're not gonna go to another African man's shop and buy something. They'll never do that. They always move by themselves. They always move with each other collectively. If they need something, they're gonna ask somebody else in their community before they even go to Africa. You know what I mean?
They still do that in America. I came back because I thought it was 3:00. It's just February the 3rd. They do that in America. They wait and go to Chinatown to buy their rice. You have Asians that live in the community in New York, and they'll live in Queens. They'll go out to Queens. Queens is the new Chinatown. It's the in New York.
That. Yeah, that's their new spot.
That's the new spot in Queens.
Mm-hmm.
And it's bigger than the one in Manhattan. It's more technologically advanced. I even went to I was teaching a couple of years ago, about 20 years ago.
And that's crazy that you said Queens, not to cut you off, Dollar Bill. It's crazy that you said Queens because they shipping everything through JFK.
That's why.
They shipping,
That's why.
It's
strategic.
It's strategic. It's crazy.
And they do the same thing. They only operate and buy certain products in their markets. Mm-hmm. They'll wait till the weekend to get to their markets so they can buy the provisions that they need to get from their people and from their homelands. They still do that. Same kind of behavior that they exhibit in Africa is the same way they operate here in America.
Yeah, and that's why the fools, I feel like the black, in the Black American culture are way more promoted. Because imagine if we started doing that, because we already,
that's why they keep keep us looking just dumb with the music they put in our ears.
Right? Because
You
I'm
know?
like, bro, we know we spend trillions, annually
We're not
on
organized because we
cosmetics.
listen to a bunch of foolishness all day. That's why I had to tell Jonathan yesterday. It's like, well, it's all we were surprised. Collar Young Thug makes some good song. Yeah, I'm sure every one of them got a Dear Mama song and whatnot, but for the most part, that shit is so fucking destructive, you know?
Right? Like, who gives a fuck?
You make one
Sorry.
Dear Mama song and whatnot, you know? So the rest of the shit is fucking destruction and whatnot. And kids are listening to this stuff. Like, you think we had a nation that shit's gonna be on the air? Hell no. You know? Hell no. But what about freedom of speech, Colin? I'll give you freedom of speech. My freedom to put my foot up your ass, you know? So like I said, we need a nation, bro. There's no other way. Hey, yo, Dollar Bill, did you see that video I played yesterday with the young girl? She had her own little kingdom.
Yes, I did.
Yo, check this
I
out.
was watching, man.
I'm gonna play it again, right? I know. I'm glad you.
Her father claimed that little land.
Did you hear me say it last night? I said I know Dollar Bill's watching. You know, I can feel it.
I'm watching.
I said I know Dollar. With Dollar Bill, somebody said with Dollar Bill. I go, he's watching. I know it. You know. I can feel it.
Man. Sometime I see you and you cooking, and I'm saying, go ahead and cook, man. I sit back and check out the show.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bro. You know, but let me play this little girl, 9-year-old girl, right? Her daddy put Planet Land, and you got grown ass black men talking about we'll never. The Africa is a pipe dream. You'll never get land and whatnot. Let's see. Yeah, Tolliver's mad. He thinks it's a freaking a lie. He's butthurt. You know?
Tolliver likes to complain a lot, man.
Oh man, he said I got mine ass nigga. I am not one of those I got mine ass nigga. You know.
Yeah. If you were, you'd be a whole lot richer.
I'm telling you, if I was I got my ass nigga, you know. Princess.
Maybe I should have brought some of them damn Krugerrands when they was cheap.
Yeah, that's another thing, Kidola. I guess we heard him feeling when we said Africa, bro, is not that important, man. You guys keep relying on minerals and shit like that. So, geez, why everybody so broke and poor and whatnot? You know what I'm saying? They convinced Africans you got all these minerals and blah, blah, blah. They're playing y'all, you know?
Bro, they're over there. Shell is over there in every damn near coastal region. What are you guys talking about?
They're everywhere where there's money to be
but
made.
they're heavy there.
Cheap,
they're also,
bro, come on.
You said what?
I'll say it's cheap, easy to, exploit the people. So it's like, why wouldn't they go over there? You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's not even a good statement. You're trying to imply that they're not over there, and it's everywhere. But they're literally over there.
They're only over there because they got cheap shit. They got exploited.
It is not cheap because the moment it gets into white hands, all of a sudden the price jumps. So it's not cheap. You guys are brainwashed by the West.
Cheap for them to get, and then they up the price.
If you can pay somebody $30 extract labor and hard physical labor when that, it's cheap, you know. So it's cheaper.
They're not giving the action price.
No, not the average price. They is got the average price, but Africans don't know how to freaking produce the minerals themselves and process it to step the value up. They could be making more money by just so that's what Ibrahim Traore is doing. He's adding value to it, and then he sells it himself instead of mining.
But he's not going to try to sell it to the West. He's going to sell it to his partners. That's the reason he's able to do that. The West set a price, and they're basically locking you out of price.
Only you people that keep talking about the West. The main thing is this, right? When you basically have a minerals, it's on your soil. You can sell it and do how you want. But the problem is Africans are so desperate, they'd be like, damn, I gotta sell somebody. They only think about that suitcase full of money for themselves. You don't
know the West, man. You don't know America. Bro.
The West.
No,
that's what they be doing that's what they do outside of America, bro. They try to strong hand you.
The white man's Thanos.
He's not Thanos, but it's you trying to make it seem like you could just say no and it's great. No, there's a reason why they did. No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
Once you say no, you better believe you better have trading at. Look at what happened in Zimbabwe.
All those Africans on the continent, at least one person should be able to refine some oil. Like, come on.
There are refining oil. There's oil refineries that exist in Africa. It's just not large scale.
What's his Dangote has a large scale refinery.
No, but there's even what's his name? Colin always talking about how Liberia used to have a refinery. It's not the first refinery in Africa. It's a large scale.
It's still there, but the Elvis people destroyed it. All right, now check this out. this white guy basically wanted to give his little girl everything, so she wanted her own kingdom. So he researched a land in Sudan, Sudan and Egypt that's unclaimed, occupied. Even the land is claimed, it has to be occupied. You know that, Dalbell? It has to be occupied, or you could contest their claim to the territory. So building an Afghanistan, yes, is doable if we have the people to do it. We just need to occupy the territory.
That's like that in some land in America.
If you use it, if somebody squats on it, you're not occupying it. You can't show it. Yeah, people, the government, the court will seize it from you and give it back. It's eminent domain.
I have land like that in South Carolina, and it's air right. Nobody wants it, and whites make millions of dollars off the wood.
He reckons this gives him a better claim than anyone else.
Recently, is the last 5 or 6 years.
This fat white guy planted his flag in Africa for his little daughter.
And using a submarine.
Look at that. She's going to basically feed the poor Africans.
Territorial claims for
Africans don't have food.
So the process of planting a flag is.
I want Chuko think about this, man. This little white girl's coming to feed him.
Jeremiah seems deadly serious about his plans for the territory. He's hired an office cubicle in Washington, D.C. to act as an embassy and says he fully expects...
I got an embassy, dollar bill. An embassy.
Official recognition just as soon as Ramadan is over. His daughter...
Official recognition.
I wonder if she still has it.
Kids in Africa that don't have food. We're going to build a garden.
What she said? Check us out. We'll build a garden to Africans that don't have food, That's what they think of Africans.
His daughter Emily is no less ambitious.
I'm gonna play this every night.
Kids in Africa that don't have food. We're gonna build a garden as big as our land.
Holding royal court at home.
And these are Africans listening to this. They think this is wonderful.
Yeah, she coming to feed us and whatnot, I have a dumbass about happy. She's coming to feed us, I wonder what Baruti has to say about this, I wonder how Zabutu fit in all this.
At a basic level,
look, this is what I'm talking about, Dollar Bill. While they're basically grabbing land and planting flags, look what Baruti just wrote,
about
certain African Americans oxymoron. No, it's not an oxymoron. I'm a friggin' African who was born in America. I have an American story. I'm an African with an American story, and I'm an American with an African story. What part of that don't he understand? We're basically white to say, okay, I am a settler. So what? I'm an American. That's what it is. I am an American. I think like an American. I see the world as an American. I can't stand people like Baruti trying to take us backwards and whatnot. That's why nobody listens to Baruti. You can't get nowhere with his nonsense. People listen to College Genesis. You're not gonna listen to this guy, this fool. I've been there. Like I told Hustle Smart last night. This is the age of the College Genesis. All that boom. Look, instead of Bruce saying, something Colin talks about industry, science, nation building, whatnot. But if we have an African, I could practice my Ubuntu on my own time.
Exactly. See, wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, this nigga wants it for me. You're not. I don't follow nobody. Baruti, I'm the leader. I'm the leader. I'm the boss. I'm in charge. I got the vision. You just fall in line, play your part. Can't stand when people try to lecture me about what I should do. The bottom line, if you were all what you say, you guys been saying the same thing all my fucking life, and I don't see nothing. And I look up, and I see a little damn white girl freaking planting a flag and got an embassy open up. What the hell? And we're sitting in America. What shall we do? What shall we do?
We can't do that.
Ubuntu,
Master won't let us do it. Master can't. Did Master say we can do it?
Master said we can't do it. You can't veer off the plantation.
Master don't say we can go. We can't go.
They would never leave the plantation. Call America.
Why we want to leave here, boss? Why we want to leave here? We got TV.
Plantation got infrastructure. That's why. I got a PhD in Negroology.
Lisa Nicole Jackson, she don't want to leave here. See, why should I leave here? My grandchildren gonna be white.
I know. Well, that'd be difficult for her. She gonna have white grandchildren, white grandchildren, And so she better.
That happened to a friend of mine, man. God bless the dead. He showed me his grandson. His grandson's a white kid, man. It's crazy.
Like Muhammad Ali.
That's crazy.
The greatest.
Right.
Muhammad
He can't
Ali.
even talk to say something, right?
It's like Michael Jackson. Man. You know they did a tribute tonight in the Grammys for for the brother Q, Quincy Jones. And then you got his white kids out there, man. And in a generation, all of Quincy Jones's grandchildren are gonna be white.
DNA's gone, man. You know?
Wow.
Michael
Yeah, but
Jackson,
Kala,
Muhammad Ali.
yeah, I was gonna say, what happened to Muhammad Ali? Because I'm Gen Z. Like, I don't know, like, what happened.
Muhammad Ali,
Why
his daughters all married fucking white guys.
No, I mean, like, why wasn't he able to talk? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
he had Parkinson's disease.
Too many hits to the head.
There's a conspiracy thing out there saying they injected him, with that shit.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah,
they said somebody injected him with that shit.
Too many hits to the head. That's what got injected with them fists.
They say actually when they was curing them, it made it worse.
Let me tell you, I met Joe Frazier. I went to Philadelphia. A friend of mine was working out at a gym, and he said, "Let's go to Joe Frazier's." He knew Joe Frazier. I said, "Man, you don't know no Joe Frazier." And we went to Joe Frazier's gym, and I met Joe Frazier. His hands were so big. Rest in peace, Joe Frazier, one of the nicest people I ever met. His hands were so big. My hand looked like a little baby's hand in his hand, shaking his hand. He had some mitts on him, man. So I said, damn, I know when you hit Muhammad Ali in 1971 and knocked him down and broke his jaw. I said, I know you had some big hands to do that work. Yeah, that brother's hands were huge, man.
Smoking Joe Frazier.
Yeah, man. Classy brother, man. For real.
Yeah, sweet guy, real sweet guy.
Yeah.
And
a Gullah Geechee brother. And one of my Gullah Geechee.
Remember the baseball player Jim Rice?
Yes.
The Boston Red Sox? That was a big, strong brother, man, Big
Too many hits in the head like that will scramble your eggs.
Yeah.
You don't need no injection. You get an injection, man, getting hit by Big George Foreman, who was bigger than him. But George used to say that he thought he was, he beat him up, but George was afraid of him. George said, man, when he fought that dude, he said, man, he thought he was gonna kill him. And Ali said he almost died, man, in the fighting him and the Rumble in the Jungle. Not the Rumble in the Jungle. What was the other one? It was the one he did in the Philippines. He fought him.
Thriller in Manila.
The Thriller in Manila. He said, man, he almost died, fighting that brother, man. And I believe him, man. He took some hits, man. People don't realize, man. He took some serious hits.
But also even outside the ring, man, the stuff he was going through,
he
went through and everything like that, because
he went through a lot,
war and stuff like that. And he still was a hero in Black America,
Yeah, in the world. First us and to the world, man.
The world. Everybody looking at at his funeral, who was there? Donald Trump. All these other people speak. Why? Because even though he went against America and Vietnam, sometimes when you rise above, that's why nobody remembers Floyd Patterson, but they remember Muhammad. That's why I say the people who are going to remember this world are people who take chances and go against the grain. When I talk about the African, that's going against the grain. It's easy for me to be a fucking Uncle Tom. Oh, we're all American. Blah, blah, blah.
Look at this chick, Lisa Nicole.
Copper colored. That's what I'm talking about, man. These people are crazy, sick. They're sick,
She's a Dave Calloway chick, man.
Yeah, so these people are crazy, man. All these people are fucking crazy,
She's a cop. You a copper colored Indian.
A copper colored Negro, it's like ridiculous, man. Like I said, this is what the good thing about it is, right? As we keep going on and whatnot, this movement is going to get stronger. And everybody realize now, I don't care how to get through to people or not. Nationhood and all this stuff is really a possibility, and that's what we should be focused on. If you got millions of Black people believing it and working for it, whatnot, it'll happen. It'll happen. But the thing is, though, they got academia against us, and they got the freaking institutions and all stuff like that against us. That's why we got to build academia in our own institutions, to promote this.
Kim West said, "We've been here." I know. We were here, right? I know.
Yeah, we were already here. We were already here, Negroes, or not?
First we were Egyptians. Now we're
Native Americans. Yo, check it out. You know what it is, brother? Negroes go to jail, right? But before they go to jail, they've been jacking people's cars, jewelry, and everything. When they go in jail, they start learning how to jack people's history and culture and shit. You know?
Yeah. Then they become the Egyptians. Then they become Muslims,
Moors and whatnot.
Moors,
You know, Hebrew Israelite. Oh, did you hear that one guy last night? The true Christian, whatever his name is.
Yeah, that was crazy, bro.
Yo, this dude
I was
is
like,
insane, man.
yeah, what'd you do? You just ended the stream or something when he was talking?
Yo, yeah, I was gone. Yo, I said I was
Yo,
sleeping, that was 6.5 hours, man. I had enough of y'all Negroes, man. I said, get the fuck off.
Yo, and he had Jonathan started too. That shit was funny.
Hey, that was really funny. Him and Hustle Smart. I said, unless Elvis up there called in, I said, I don't even want to see this shit. It's gonna be a slug. It's gonna be a slaughter. So I
was like, this is the wrong platform for that. I was like, he's bugging.
Oh,
you gotta know the truth. If you read the Bible and whatnot, let me see if I can find this video, man. You know?
Oh god.
Yeah, please find that. That was crazy, bro.
Yeah,
I was like, nah.
Let me see. History.
It was a stream last night, like towards the end. I was like,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
you just turned it off.
I'm gonna skip through. I'm gonna skip through it. That shit was funny. I gotta hear that again, man. That was just so fucking funny. You know?
Yeah, he was talking like a real slave. I'm like, no way. This is serious. This is real.
And sometimes I wonder if the people be serious or just trolling being funny. You know?
Nah, he was serious, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, I just thought about that nigga serious, you know.
Oh god.
Okay, I got the hold up. Hold up. I'm gonna play it right. It's like only a couple minutes, so when he comes in. But this dude is fucking hilarious, Dollar Bill. It's from last night's show. Forests and lakes, you know, and we help this country. We're just as much a part of the building of America as anybody else, right? So
yeah, that's right, Carla. We the foundation of this country. Go ahead,
well, Jonathan, it was behind the whip. It was behind the whip and the chain, though. Like
not all of us were slaves. Not all of us were slaves. Some of us was free.
Listen, but it was a good majority.
It was like 10 of us that was free.
Even like Brandon was saying on the show, people don't understand this. Do you know the slavery? America, black people, the history, the story of the African American, even though this is the predominant story of the slave trade, there was also a free black story of the African American. You know, that initial African Americans were indentured servants or just immigrants that came here from England and Portugal, Spain, whatever like that. Over the time, as they start bringing large numbers of us here, right? The slavery and being black became synonymous. You know,
right.
You know, that happened over a period of time, you know. But initially, black people were free black people. Hold up. Who voted, did everything in the colonial America, you know? People don't realize that, you know. So people don't know that all black people were slaves. No, there were free black communities in Boston, places like Nantucket, places like Fort Lee, New Jersey. Upstate New York and whatnot, there was free black communities.
Yeah, some parts of Pennsylvania too.
Pennsylvania, you know, in Virginia.
And some of us were there when they wrote the Constitution.
But that's that thing where
Johnny got to throw that in there. No way, no Negroes in no Constitution. You know, that's that pseudo shit. Remember, Dollar Bill?
Yeah, I know. Constitution, man. Trying to say the Crispus Attucks people and all that.
Yeah, please. And please rewrite history. Anyway, Barudi's comments, right? He said, well, Kala, I was saying, look, I know exactly what you said. I'm saying, look, I basically says I benefited from America, right? I'm not going to run away from this, right? I'm just as guilty as a white man for benefiting from a society that was forged in Native American blood, you know, and my slave blood, you know? So if you say America is a settler society, what the fuck are we? We're settlers here too. We're not indigenous to America. So I'm a settler too. Even though I was forcibly settled here, I'll take that. I'm an American. I'm an invader, you know? And so I'm not indigenous. So what's your point, Barudi? When we go forward here, I'm an African American. The good, the bad, the ugly, you know? You agree with that, Dollar Bill? Just own everything, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
good,
you know,
the bad, the ugly. We're not perfect. We got a lot of shit with us.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, man. I at the point now, I'm sick and tired of apologizing for what the hell I am. You know, I am not apologizing no more. Yeah, I'm an African American, right? I'm an American, but I have an African story, or I'm an African and I have an American story. You know,
it is what it is.
I can't erase my history. I'd be erasing who I am. You know,
we fought for this.
Yeah. So the bottom line, people put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this country and whatnot. So I'm not gonna throw that away just for some Ubuntu, man. Get out of here with that shit, you know.
How we say that people get caught up like, you know, we guilty by association. So when slavery hit, so think about it like this: we in a building, and you know, me, you, and Carla, we're the black intellects. You get what I'm saying? But then, say for instance, they start it come down the pipeline. Boy, all the black people, they're revolting and they finna kill everybody. And the people in there is not gonna look at us as the cool ones no more. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna look at us as an adversary.
A funny story, not funny, but a sad story was this, right? Right after the Revolutionary War, right? The black people who fought for the side of the revolution, right? You know how people always say, "You dumb nigga," you know, got the nigger wake up call, right? They basically said like this. They always white people saying, "Thank you, black people." They were celebrating with the white people. But then after a while, right, some people said, "What are we gonna do with these niggas now?" Right? And next thing you know, these same group of black people, they walk around free, happy. Somebody, they'll knock them over the head. Next thing you know, they'll drag the soul into slavery. You know?
Yep.
Just like that.
Yeah. But see, that's where the strategy and planning come from. Like in every action, there's a reaction. So, you know, when you had the brothers that was up there today talking about the Congo, and they, you know, you had the philosophers and you had the debaters. Like when we're talking warrior talk, they shouldn't even talk. That's why I was offended.
Let me ask him, Brew. He goes, "You're a U.S. citizen, not an American." I'm an American, bro. I'm an American. You know, that's what it is. Brody, until I have a nation, I'm not going to be landless. Culturally, this place is called America. I'm an American, you know, like it or not. Now, when I make that transition to my own land, I will be that. I'll be African, just like Israel. You could be a Jew, but once you come to Israel, you become what? An Israeli, you know? The bottom line is, as long as I live in America, and this is my reality when I'm in America, I'm like anybody else. I like baseball, I like football, I like apple pie, I like beer. I do everything. We're in America. We're in Rome. Do as the Romans do.
We're not gonna. And I like Mexican beer. We're gonna be able to get.
Yeah, we got. I like all kinds of beer. I like German beer. German beer is the best for me.
I like the.
If they was never intrigued, whenever like you got tribes right now that's in remote villages, some type of way they learn by that, even though they ain't got shit. They got them anybody that come, even if somebody trying to bring them some aid, they fucking them up. They don't want anything. They don't want anything that wasn't grown or based on their land. That's the difference between that. That's the African mindset. That's why I always say, and I stand by this, whatever, the African man in the West Africa is the original shit eater, is the original sellout, is the original fuck nigga. He's the original. You get what I'm saying?
Y'all heard about that tribe over there that's near India, the one that be killing everyone that come to the island?
Yeah. Some white.
Man, if only we descended from them people, bro, we would never been slaves.
Right.
Check this out.
We still might would have been walking around with a banana leaf up our ass, but
be happy as hell.
Yeah, we'd have been free.
I'm about to try to bond still, man.
We probably never know where some Yeezys are, but we'd have been good.
Bring our minds in for a little bit.
We'd have been like airplane god.
Check this out. Tonight, how smart. We got Hebrews like, let them say something. We're gonna get ended in it, but I'm gonna
let me say this right quick.
All right,
go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
What's on your mind?
So-called African American. I'm 55 years old.
How you start with this?
I'm 55 years old. I'm 55 years old. I just now found the truth. Just now. I've been to all the churches all my life. Mama took me to church. Just now finding the truth. Just my mother.
the person that loved me.
He had you.
You know, right? Told me about Santa Claus, all of that.
Lied to you.
You know. But
you don't believe Santa Claus?
I'm fucking with you, bro. I'm fucking with you. Go ahead, bro. I'm fucking with you. Go ahead.
You think I'm joking, but the lies been started since day one.
True.
Since day one. Ain't innocence though. You see what I'm saying? Man, I'm telling you the truth. The truth. This thing that God got, how he got it. That's why God said, I hate all liars. This is in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? I hate all lies. All lies. I got something for you. And it's not nice. The whole world been deceived. Everybody been deceived. And the truth been hidden right under your nose in this book that don't nobody really want to read. They won't go in and cherry pick a little bit out, close it up. You know what I'm saying? And call themselves preachers, teachers of this book. The Bible, God said, I put my own teachers in it. And they got to be fearless. They can't, and there ain't no respect of persons in this. It is what it is. Guess who the main people in the Bible is? So-called black people that's in here wearing slavery. It's our book. God gave it to us to teach all of these other people on the face of this earth. We dropped the ball, but it had consequences to it. Guess what the consequences was? Slavery. And if you don't want to be the top dog on the planet, because God told us that He made us a deal. It was gangster. Look, the whole earth is mine. Y'all do this for me. Y'all do this for me.
All right, fellas.
You see what I'm saying?
Let me say this. I'm gonna get Elvis on, right? I'm gonna end the live stream. I'm gonna leave y'all up here. Y'all try not to kill each other, you know.
No, man, I'm going to if it ain't live, I ain't gonna talk to you crazy clowns in the back.
Oh, man.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no conversation with you. We'll do a part two tomorrow, bro. We'll do a part two.
Let me give me about 30 more seconds. I'm done. Because
Go
I
ahead,
can't tell you all I know, but what I can do is point everybody in the right direction, though. I go to the Israel of God Bible study class. We doing all this month. We doing a series called Real Black History According to the Bible. You know, the Israel of God. I mean, man, we got so much evidence. I'm talking about facts, history, facts that he putting on the table. My pastor, 80 years old. He been in his suit over 50 some odd years, man. And when he put all this evidence on the table, you got to be Stevie Wonder not to know who you are and what's going on with the whole world.
So black people are Israelites?
Dude, yeah, they just don't know it. And that's funny, boy. What you don't know will hurt you. You know what I'm saying? The Matrix is real. It's really real, man.
That's not crazy, man. But Carla,
hey, where you from? Where you from, my Israelite brother? Where you from, bro? What state you from, my brother?
St. Louis.
St. Louis?
Murderville.
Murderville. I'm gonna say murder capital, but Murderville. Like that's the thing about it, is that we all have this way of that we think like we have this hidden history or this hidden knowledge or whatever, but then surrounded around you is all about death and destruction. You get what I'm saying? So it's cool to be the diamond in the rough, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, the diamond is put on display and put on the block to be sold. And until I agree with you. If the Israelite is the truth, it doesn't matter if you don't have the knowledge. It doesn't matter if you have all the knowledge in the world if you don't have a military to back it up. Because if God ain't gonna come down and knock those and flip those aircraft carriers over, flip those. Hold on for a second.
I heard what you're saying.
Let me finish. What I want to, we got an brother. We got an audience also. So when we talk, we want to talk for the audience also when they listen back. Until black people to God knock over those aircraft carriers, knock those submarines out the ground, knock those destroyers, knock down those A-16, knock down them C-17, knock down them B-2 bombers. All you gonna end up with is a bunch of information and sit up there yelling at people on the street corners or in front of Dollar General or Walmart. That's all you're gonna have. So you
Yo, man, I think about that, man. I was cracking the fuck up all night, man, thinking about that shit, man. Like, where do these people come from, man? We really need a case study in mental illness in Black America, That this is the truth, man. We're the real Black dude, man. I heard this before. I've been there, done that. I've heard it all, man. Dalbo, have you heard anything yet that you haven't heard before a million times?
Nah.
I've heard you like me. You heard it all. You've seen it all, and you heard it all. Everybody think they got something. We all got these brand new niggas. They think they got something brand new to tell us and whatnot. It's like, shit, I heard this. This repack is bullshit, Bullshit is bullshit. No matter what package you put, you can repackage it, put fragrance on it. It's still, the bullshit will always come seeping through,
What your boy Baruti said, Kala, there is no country in legal documents called America. Okay.
But the country is
called United States.
We know that. Well, it's called the United States of America.
World Cup soccer.
The people known as people that inherit this way of life is called what? America. America is a way of life. It's a place and a way of life. American. There's a difference between an American and a Canadian. An American just means somebody in the new world. That's all. That's all.
Yeah,
and the bottom line is, I really do believe the real Americans is the Anglo-Saxon, white Anglo-Saxon. We're African Americans. That means like you got Sky Irish, you got Irish Americans, French Canadians, German, French Canadians. You got Italian Americans. You have Sky Irish. All these people talk about two different places that they're from. You always got to have a land. How can you be Black American? Where's Black land at? You have to be. We call African American because that's where we originally from. We're the first Africans that were brought here hundreds of years ago. Our story is the original African story of America. The original story of Africa and America. It did not. It wasn't nice. We didn't come on planes. We didn't come with a student visa. Lisa said, "We're not." No, Lisa, you're not African. You just take your mulatto self someplace else. I can't stand self-hating people. If you don't want to be African, that's fine. Okay. Why always got a sister? They say we. I can't say I'm not African. I was like, fine. You don't have to be.
You can be who you want to be.
Be who you want to be.
Like I tell people all the time, I'm not a person that tells people what they want to be. Lisa Marie, you want to be a copper-colored bed wench. That's fine with me. I have no problem with you being a copper-colored bed wench. That's who you are.
Yeah, so the bottom of people always say that, I want to look, man, my whole thing is this.
This is Cloud 9. Be what you want to be.
Yeah, so be what you want to be. I have no problem with people being away, but I know for a fact I want to gather a movement of people who still want to be Black Africans and want a nation of our own, who don't want to disappear, be destroyed through race mixing and whatever like that. We want to preserve ourselves, I'm thinking about something. Think about cultural Marxism. Do you know the cultural Marxists, how dangerous they are, Dollar Bill? They basically can go to any country, even a homogeneous society that's well developed, and they know how to destroy countries from within, like that Saul Alinsky guy, Obama. They basically take social discontent among people, exploit divisions among people to discredit a social. You can discredit any country you want to, You can have a country that gives people a generous salary, everything like that. But the cultural Marxists know how to go in there and delegitimize any country from within. Because they know mankind like this. We say we want to be civilized or whatnot, but given the opportunity, mankind will descend into beasts and anarchy, given a chance. And that's just not just Black people, African people, that's Europeans too, And that's why when you watch those old movies and whatnot, it's like, let's say people have a general strike, like the unions, and next year the police come in to restore order, but order is restored, right? In other words, you cannot let forces of anarchy take over. But people say, well, yeah, these people got a good cause, blah, 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 blah. But the bottom line, no society, no civilization can let the forces of anarchy and chaos take over. So it is what it is, So what at least is a cold do? You ban it permanently or just temporarily? Dollar Bill.
I'm sorry, you couldn't hear me.
Oh,
I had to time out, man.
Time her out, good. Okay, give us some time out.
She's a shield for the Gary Coleman Jr.
Yeah, and that freaking and that black skin is amazing,
Yeah,
that clown, all these goofballs and whatnot, They get what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to cause division among, because they got some people saying that, like, well, you see that video, it's funny with Tariq. Somebody said to Tariq, "Why don't you need to get with Dane Calloway?" And Tariq goes, "No, man, no, Dane Calloway, you kidding me?" He goes. Every time I look around, somebody say, "You gotta get with this clown ass nigga." He goes, Dane Calloway's a whole ass clown.
This Negro got plaits on his head.
I fell out, man.
He's an Indian, man.
That was funny.
Guys,
so much more about Greek, but he's fucking hilarious, man. He goes, no, Dane Calloway's a whole ass clown. Dane Calloway got a hold of that one night. They started going back and forth. They made a couple of cartoons about him. That shit was fucking, the fun never ends with this shit, man. The fun never fucking ends. It was hilarious, man. And no, you need to get with this clown ass nigga. That's what people would tell me. Colin, man, you should reach out to Umar. Man, get the fuck out of here. Dalby, I thought about a comedy skit, right, called Umar the Clown. I like Umar, right? I think he's real, so but I can have some fun with him, though, right? I said Umar the Clown. He has that sock. No, Umar don't play that. He hits you with the sock over the head.
Snow bunnies.
You try to bring me one. You try to hook me up with some snow bunnies. Boom. Umar don't play that.
Umar don't play that. Man,
that shit was hilarious back in Homie the Clown. Homie the Clown.
You want to see one of my new videos?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I did this from the other night. You guys were talking with David Hick.
Yeah.
So I said, let me present my screen, share my screen.
And then Elvis is trying to cause rift between me and Hit. Look, Hit and I basically have different points of view. So y'all on the same page. No, don't believe what Hit says one thing. But just like Ben Franklin and George Washington have different points of view.
People can't have different points. Can you guys see my studio content?
Yeah.
Let me play it for you. Can you hear it?
No, I don't hear anything.
You don't hear nothing?
All I see is a content channel. I don't see anything.
Okay, so let me share it. Let me stop sharing this and share this tab instead. Can you see it now?
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
It says plans for Afristan, right?
Yeah. I only see it. Yeah, okay, I see that.
Yeah, you see that? Okay. Let me play it now. See if you can tell me if you can hear it. Can you hear it?
I don't hear any sound.
You can hear it or you can't?
I can't. No.
Even when I turned it on, you couldn't hear it?
No. They did like that with David Hitt's video one night too. I don't know what's going on.
Let me try it again. Let me stop sharing.
And play it for yourself first.
Yeah, I played it. I can hear it while it's going on. So let me it says your browser has lost connection screen audio for sharing. Restart your browser if this continues to be a problem. Let me just press
browser.
Yeah, let me press share screen again. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna right here, plans for the Afristan. Can you see it?
Not yet.
You don't see Sam plans?
Yeah, vision or pipe dream.
All right. So let me play and see. Can you tell me if you can hear it?
I can hear it now.
I've been thinking about this African idea, and let me tell you, it's got layers. It's like we're standing at a crossroads, looking back at our history and forward to our future. This ain't just about a place. It's about who we are, where we've been, and where we're going. So let's break it down piece by piece and see if we can make some sense of this African dream. Now listen, this ain't the first time we've talked about going back. From Marcus Garvey to modern-day thinkers, the idea of returning to Africa has been floating around for generations. But Afrikstan, that's something different. It's not just about going back, it's about creating something new, something ours. Truth is, we've been carrying the weight of history on our backs for too long. Slavery, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, it's all connected, y'all. And now we're talking about reparations, about healing old wounds. But is Afrikstan the answer? That's what we need to figure out. It's not just about moving people, it's about human rights, about justice. We gotta think this through. Now here's where it gets interesting. What if we don't wait for Uncle Sam? What if we take matters into our own hands? I'm talking about crowdfunding, y'all. It's not just for indie films and gadgets anymore. It's a way for us to pool our resources, to show the world what we can do when we come together. You know, there's power in numbers. And I'm not just talking about money. I'm talking about ideas, about passion, about the kind of energy that can move mountains. We've seen it happen before. Black Wall Street, the civil rights movement. When we come together, we can make the impossible possible. So maybe, just maybe, that's how we build Afrikstan. Not with government handouts, but with our own sweat and determination. Look, I don't have all the answers, nobody does. But what I do know is this. The dream of Afrikstan, whether it becomes a reality or not, is forcing us to ask some hard questions about who we are, about what we deserve, about what kind of future we want to build. And that conversation, that's valuable all on its own. So let's keep talking, let's keep dreaming, and let's see where this road takes us. Because one thing's for sure, the journey is just as important as the destination. And who knows, maybe somewhere down that road we'll find our Afrikstan, whether it's a place on a map or a state of mind.
Wow, powerful, powerful, powerful.
I'm glad you guys like it.
Bruce says, Colin, I think American white settler with folks have, look, you can't sit here in America and benefit from the so-called white settler, all his infrastructure and everything like that, you know, and talk, that's hypocritical. You know, I'm not going to do that no more. Yeah, the white man's a scrub. He did a lot of crazy shit. But the bottom line is, unfortunately, I'm here benefiting from it. I got a lot of money in the bank. You know, I'm about to go to the continent in another few weeks. You know, the life I have, whatnot. You know, and I'm about to really do some big shit this summer. You know, I can't have this life anyplace else, right? So when I make this move to Africa and stuff like that, we got to build something. We got to come correct because so far Africa has not delivered. You know. So far, everything about Africa and the planet has let me down and broke my heart.
So may I ask a question?
What?
What do you want from Africa, African Union? Because you guys always complain y'all don't have actual demands or actual desires.
Right? Look, hold up. Did you see the video that Dollar Bill just played? Every last single person, a powerful person in Africa, should get that video, right? And they should basically like this. And I want people to go on record, yay or nay, because we're gonna do it regardless what they think or not. Just so we'll at least know. And look, I'm not above reaching out to the enemies of Africa to make this happen. I'm gonna tell you right now, you know, I'll go to the Portuguese, the French, or whoever else.
You sounded like a sellout, man. You sound like a sellout right now.
No, Africa's a sellout.
Because if we said the same thing towards you guys.
First of all, you have no right to say that because Africa has never had our back in 400 years. You know? So if they're African...
But you don't think the problem, the way you look at history is a problem.
Like this, the easiest way to avoid this principle is that Africa and everybody else to get on board and support it. You know? That's my price. You know? That's my price. I would say, Dave, what do you think about what I just said?
Yeah, I mean, it gotta happen, man. We gotta get that Afrikstan popping, man. Go to the enemies, fuck it. Go to the Arabs, go to the Chinese, fuck it. Get it by any means necessary.
You think I'm gonna put our fate in our hand in Africans' hand? Look how that turned out 400 years ago. You know, the bottom line, this has to be done whether with or without African support. You know, that's why.
Man. Did you? Can I ask you? Did you ever look up the history?
White Americans support that idea more than I think even Africans.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, white Americans like, hey, y'all want to do something? Because they know they'll benefit.
You know, white people getting tired of us, Kyler. They getting
white people
tired
are tired of. White people are tired
of
us. They are tired. They're tired of hearing us whining. They're tired of all our shit. You see, there's a new crop of comedians popping up in the age of Trump, and they are raw, man. They give it. They're saying, yeah, we used to listen to Eddie Murphy make fun of black, and they're coming out with some good material. And black people are not off limits anymore. You know, they ain't scared of cancel culture. They are. So the bottom line, that's the reality. White people have had it
now, especially now with Trump in office.
Yeah,
you're gonna have more discrimination. You're gonna have more free speech. You're gonna have people calling you nigga more. It's gonna get
Obama, Biden. You had that cancel culture, you know.
Nobody getting canceled.
White people are not afraid to be
free range now. It's free range
they can do whatever
now.
the fuck they want to do, you know. Yeah, so
Trump said the country is open for business, so they're gonna do whatever the fuck they want to do now. You know, less regulation. If they want to deport your ass on the dime, you look at them wrong. They want to deport you. You're out of here. You talk about Kyler. You heard about them with the prisoners? It's about the prisoners. I think he's gonna do that.
Send some of these prisoners.
That's another way.
You know what he's thinking about.
That's another way to deport black people.
Yo, I tell people, be careful. Be careful what y'all wish for. Because he's hinting at some of you Negroes that can't get together in America, man. He's sending you to Africa, you know?
They can seize your account, you know, maybe anything they think about you. You know,
bro, y'all talking now. Listen, I listen to a lot of stuff that what y'all talk about now is about crazy ass brother Bakari when he was talking about the plane that fell in Philadelphia, that it was already on fire and it looked like a missile. At the end of the day, you're American citizen, and so it's the prison system don't work like that. You can't send an American citizen that was born here, you know what I'm saying, to have generations here that was born here to an outside prison like that. So that can only be it can only be authorized by the president. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, the reason why it couldn't happen, because if it went against American citizen, the Congress will impeach him. The Congress will impeach him, and the Senate will verify it. And so it can't happen. And Colin, you definitely a smart guy, so it ain't nowhere in the world just knowing.
I would say like this: it has a loophole there, right? America has property. When America purchases property or leases property, that's considered American soil. So as long as you're on so-called American soil,
right? But let me tell you now. Let me tell you, as a person that's been in prison, if you're an American citizen, they have to have you within so many miles of where you live at. You get what I'm saying? Except if it's federal. Do you get what I'm saying? But you still got to have a way to get to where they're at by land.
Well, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, Sam.
No, let me finish this real quick.
I just want to ask you one question, and this is within your realm of what you're talking about. Because in New York City, okay, they're in the not the beginning, but they're in the they're actually taking Rikers Island, which has been around for over 100 years, an island, and taking that island and closing it down. And now what they've been doing is putting people on barges. Yeah. They have these barge prisons. And so I don't know how much, because I don't really know this. So I'm just saying this out. I have to look it up because I didn't even think I was going to talk about this today. But if you're, like he said, could you be in international waters and still be within the proximity of America?
Because Rikers Island is a state prison.
No, it's not. It's a jail.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening. What I'm saying is that you go to state court to get sentenced to Rikers Island.
No, that's not true. Rikers Island in the state, we've got Sing Sing, we've got Attica, all of those
holding place.
Yeah, you're not getting what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the federal jail is where Puff Daddy is.
Yeah, Right, he's not on Rikers Island.
I got you because listen, Dollar Bill.
That's all I'm saying.
Because he's been charged by the United States of America.
Yes.
See, when you get charged by the feds, it's the well, I ain't gonna even say you. I'll say me because I don't been on the paper before. When you get charged by the federal government, it's the United States against Hustle Smart. When you get charged by the state, it's the state versus Hustle Smart.
Yeah.
So the Rikers Island is ran by the state.
No, it's not. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not.
Who's it ran by, Dollar Bill?
It's run by the city, municipality.
Bro,
no, I'm just listening to me. I'm
Dollar Bill.
Never been in prison.
Dollar Bill. The city is ran by the state. The governor. Hold on, Dollar Bill. Yeah. The governor runs. The governor can pardon anybody in Rikers Island he want to.
Yeah, of course.
That damn is ran by the state.
No,
Dollar Bill. Listen, if you just come on, Dollar Bill. We can sing at the same time. We can't talk at the same time, bro. What I'm saying is that in Atlanta, we got the Cobb County Jail. It's ran by the city. It's still overran by the state. The governor runs it. The governor can shut it down. The city runs it, but the governor can.
But in New York, it's a little different.
The governor can close it down whenever he wants to.
It's a little different in New York.
New York, it's a little different.
I get what you're saying, but it still comes through. Y'all don't understand the way the money comes through. The money still comes from the governor's office.
Yeah, it's different in New York.
It still got to get allocated. Like y'all listen. This ain't. You don't have listen what I'm saying. The prison system. And New York ain't no different than every prison system. Every state is the same. You got federal and you got state. All state is under the same thing. That's the same way when they had the floods and the shit was down. They transferred some of the people in Rikers Island to other prisons down south. You get what I'm saying?
No,
they transferred them down south and they had them separated. They transferred them to state prison. I was in prison when they came down there when the shit was some shit happened up there where they had the mold and everything. They started transferring. It's a city ran prison. It's a city run jail, but it's still allocated by the state. Like if the governor right now told the mayor shut it down, it's nothing that the mayor can do. The governor can fire the mayor. That's just like even when Mayor Adams got the charge, they went to the governor and asked her, "Are you going to remove him?" She can remove him at any time. I get what y'all saying that it's ran by the city.
Can I say this for a minute?
Go ahead, Dr. Summer.
Because I know you know Atlanta. Let me tell you how it's run. In New York City, right? We have the city, the city municipality. Right, like you said, all the monies come through the state, but we have our own budget. We have our own budget that's done by the office of the mayor.
Right.
And now, the jail itself, which is Rikers Island, is not a prison. It's a jail. The jail, you can only hold a person there, I think, for 2 years max, and then when they're sentenced, right, you can hold them there. If they're sentenced to less than a year, they can stay on Rikers Island and serve that time in the jail. If not, unlike when you guys send people downstate and or down the road, you'll call it, in Atlanta, because I got people down in Atlanta in jail too and done time in jail. But the people who go up, we send our people from the jail. Rikers Island is a jail. There are many jails within that jail, including the Rose M. Singer jail, which is for women, right? And so it's a separate island, and that jail, and in many jails on that compound, it's a jail, and so it's governed and it's paid by the commissioner, of New York City. That's where they get their money from,
right?
And so it's under the auspices of the mayor. And the mayor and all city auspices are under the state, but they're two separate things.
They're not two. Dollar Bill, they're not two separate things if they're under the government. Yeah. That's just bro. Listen, Dollar Bill. Listen, Dollar Bill. No, not the federal government. They're under the state. They're under the state.
They're a jail. That's all I'm just saying.
It's a county jail. Yeah, you can only hold somebody for a year. But what I'm saying is that it was so many people there. It's just like when they had the flood in New Orleans. They brought
upstate.
Hold on for a second. When they transfer you out, they will bring you everywhere, but they could not. They would not put them in population. They had them they cleared out a block and put them in a cell the same way. They wasn't with us. They were just there. You get what I'm saying? So no, the Rikers Island ain't nothing but a glorified county jail. You can only hold somebody for a year.
So this is what I'm trying to say to you.
Go ahead.
This is what I'm trying to get you to see. What I'm saying. I'm not arguing about what you know.
No, go ahead. Just say what you're saying, man.
What I'm saying is that the people are in the jail.
Yes.
Once they get in the jail, we have about at least 70 penitentiaries or prisons in New York State,
right?
And so they get sent up to Comstock and Greenville and all these different and Sing Sing,
just like anywhere else in the United States. It's the same process.
They go upstate, right? When they go to these upstate, that's when they're doing a certain amount of time.
That's called state prison. It's called state prison.
Right. Those are the state prisons, and we even have them up in the Catskill Mountains. We have a way up. A hair's throw into
Canada. What are you saying that's different, Dollar Bill? What are you saying?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just trying to establish that, right? I'm not saying anything different. I'm just telling you about what I know about New York. Now, what's happening now in New York is there are people like that movie with that young brother who was in Rikers Island and for stealing something. A backpack or a book pack, and Jay-Z is the one that sponsored that movie. He committed suicide after he got out because he had been raped or certain things happened to him in jail. So what they're doing is now they have what is called barges, right? Like you have a big barge, almost like they have jails now on the barge, and so they're like floating around New York City. Or they anchored in a specific area. So that's why we were asking you, not telling you anything. We were asking you, and I understand you said they had certain rights. I don't know how many miles out of the vicinity that you're considered to be in international waters.
You can't even go out you ain't even go past Buffalo, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like
I'm trying to figure.
Like this is what I'm trying to help you understand. If you're from Rikers Island, if you get sentenced and go to jail in Rikers Island, it just ran like everything you said is just like it is in any other cell in anywhere in the United States. If you get sentenced, you sit there and you wait. What you do is all you're doing is wait for diagnostic. That's what it is. You wait for diagnostic to get processed to go to prison. So that's why you have a lot of guys that when they get out of prison, they on parole, they don't want to go to Rikers Island. They say, hey, send me to prison because they have more freedom in prison. They don't want to sit in the county jail for a year. So what I'm saying is that you're not going to go anywhere out of New York at all because that state, Guatemala, that's a federal depot. That's all ran federal, 100%. You know what I'm saying? You can't send nobody state to a federal facility unless they commit a federal crime. You get what I'm saying? Unless they getting charged federal or they've been hold federal. That's it. That's the only way it can happen. You can't send a state. And the only way a federal prison can come back to the state if he got to come back to his hometown if he's getting charged for a state crime. You get what I'm saying? Because the federal are going to supersede. It's whichever one is going to supersede. If the federal say, well, we're going to take ours first and we're going to get him 15 years for the gun charge. Then they're going to be like, all right, now come back and now you're going to answer the charge for the state crime. That's how they try to do because they don't do double jeopardy. If they can get you on the ATF and you're a convicted felon, that's why it's worse for a convicted felon because any convicted felon can get charged as a felon, as a federal, he can get a federal charge. Any of them can. You know what I'm saying? So that's the way they work when they really want you bad enough. They'll send you to the feds for 5 or 6 years, then they'll send you back to Rikers Island where you're going to have to do 5 years for a gun charge. That's how they'll make you get 10 years out you. But no, they can't send a state prisoner to Guantanamo Bay. You know what I'm saying? And a federal, do it because it's on an island or it's up like that. You can't set them out like that because they then on top of that they would have to have your family. They would have to ship them over. So the federal employees, if you're in feds, the feds help your people get to you because you can get locked up in Georgia and get sentenced to the high max in Arkansas or Colorado somewhere underground, right? They have to support. They got vans, they got Greyhounds. They'll give you tickets to get the family there because you can get shipped out of state if you're in the feds. Go ahead.
Virginia. Don't you know why? You know what they do? How they solve that, brother? You could be in one place, right? You be talking to people through virtual. They have virtual. You won't physically see your person locked up. They have virtual, so they solve that problem.
Yeah, it's causing what your level is when you get locked up. When you go to high maximum,
because you're a U.S. citizen.
DUIs and stuff like that. You know.
So I looked at it, right.
This is a place you don't want to go. Let me ask about Rudy's comment, right? Bruce says, Kala, given white disdain for a so-called African American, why don't you take the African idea to Mzungus? That's so corny when you and support. They'll need their money to look. First of all, Rudy, I appreciate your candor, which are keeping me on toes and whatnot. But like I said, the African has nothing to do with America, white people, or white racism. So I solved that problem because what happens is back in the past, right? When you go and say, I want a nation because white people are racist, they can make it counter that by constantly showing images of black and white people getting along. I'm like this. I agree. America's a great place. Black and white people get along, but I want something else.
Right.
You know?
Now the Coast Guard has a presence.
And we don't want their money. We're saying we could raise the money ourselves, Brody. Black America could easily raise $100 billion. Easily. And we will organize. It only takes black people to pull this off. So the power's in our hand. He has nothing. The white man has nothing to negotiate with. So Brody, I don't know if he's not a black nationalist. I don't think. So the black nationalist is always looking for a way how to avoid any sort of negotiating with white people. We want our own shit. We want to have our own power. This is what's called black power, Brody. You probably never heard the concept before.
Hey, Carly, and what they get mixed up in another way that they're saying, like, they get it mixed up is that, like, their country was colonized. It's a difference between being colonized and working with another country. So I think, like, even when Pearson P said it, he was like, I heard him say, he said, "You're saying the same thing when we worked with the French. No, you wasn't Haiti or no other country was working with it. They was renting it. You know what I'm saying? Like they was renting the show. It's no working with. Like what you're proposing is working with another country, not a country coming in and colonizing. When you need another country to give you support, energy, backings of military. You're bringing their military there. That's not working with. They're colonizing you. You know what I'm saying? They're sending up there. It's a big difference. So it's been a lot. I've been listening tonight, and every time they brought something up to you, it's always been like a false equivalent of. You get what I'm saying? So a lot of time when it's a false equivalent, you don't even have to kind of go deep into it because it's every other country, especially when they have, like, think about it like this, Colin. If the country is called a francophone country and they're using the CFA, that's not working with the French. The French is running the financial market. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sure if you dealing
countries are just nothing but the backyard of France,
right? Yeah, they just like the backyard, like they're like the parlor.
Bodies of water that generally exist between two different nations beyond the territorial waters of each state usually start some 12 nautical miles from the lower mark of the coastal state. So that means they're in international waters. They do have it international waters, not for citizens.
When I was in Florida, right? I was in Fort Lauderdale. We went on a gambling cruise, right? Gambling is illegal in Florida. Yep. So we were on a cruise, right? As soon as we got out of Florida waters to international waters and headed towards the Bahamas,
exactly,
the casinos magically turned on.
Yes, because you're 12 miles away.
12 miles out.
Right. You're in international. And you know how I found that out? When I went on my first cruise to the Bahamas, we stopped in Florida because some of these these places have their own island, like in the Bahamas, and we weren't even in the Bahamas yet. And I'm making calls, and I was really new to international travel, and man, I had a big bill to pay Verizon.
Oh yeah,
because it was internet.
What I do is I go overseas now. I just buy a local cell phone.
Well, you talking about on the cruise though? You can't. You gotta. If you gotta get it, you can call your cell phone company and have them.
This was many years ago.
Oh yeah, I got you.
3 months later, they still.
Now I got an international plan. I can go anywhere now.
Yeah, I had that too, and I got hit with $1,000 when I got back.
Still got hit with $1,000. Wow.
Well, you can't. You don't supposed to. You only supposed to use it like dollar bill. Think about it like this. This is how I use mine. You use it if you need to send somebody money. Like if you don't have nobody at home to send money from one of those platforms, you can send it from your own phone to their platform. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like me, I had my nephew that I trusted, my daughter and my handler, you know what I'm saying? Gave my daughter access to my bank account, or either you can just, if you got a trusted family member, give them like $1,000. You get what I'm saying? If you got somebody you can trust, and then have them set up them with a one of those accounts that wherever country you going, whoever you're going to go to, and you can have money sent directly. Because even if you go buy a cell phone and all that, the people at the cell phone place, they'll give you their phone number, they'll give you their
but I wasn't even in the country.
No, I got you. When you talk about some old shit, I'm talking about like how when you get ready to go now, this is how you play it now. So you can, what I'm saying, wherever you go, if you want to buy a generator, you can just get the person's name and their account number, city, and their WhatsApp, and call your people back home. And then you can put that into the thing and send the money right to them right there. It'll come straight to their phone in like 30 seconds.
Like for instance, when I went to Cuba in 2017, I came with straight cash. And then I had to actually go to a casino. Inside of the casino, the matter of fact, it was the original Tropicana casino with Bugsy Siegel, all that drama. And I went there and they had a person there who converted, the money minus the tariff, just since America still had, these sanctions, we had to pay a certain amount of money. And then, but because like now, one of my bank accounts is TD Bank, which is a Canadian bank. And so I got two ways. I could actually, if I was to go to Cuba tomorrow, I would actually use Canadian dollars that are not under the same situation that American dollars are. And I could convert my Canadian dollars into, they have two currencies in Cuba. They got one currency for the foreigner, and they have another currency for the people who live there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, they do. They got two different.
Yeah, that's confusing. That's confusing. Hey, Carla, well, you know what? You're a different animal, Carla, because you got people there, so it's easier for you. So there's no need to you to ask that question.
Yeah.
About like how you transfer your money from cash to Liberian money.
Well, it's like this. I use this app called SemWave.
Yeah.
So when I'm in Liberia, I don't use cash at all. Except I go ATM is like $7 a transaction, So I avoid ATMs. And also, I've got anybody to go to Liberia, take as many singles. Go to your bank and get like $250 stacks of singles. They're more valuable. It gets you more stuff done.
Wow.
Everything is singles. Somebody do something. Somebody handle your baggage and whatnot. The guys at the grocery store bringing stuff out whatnot. I mean, tell you the ease of life over there is so easy because someone basically always willing to sweat for a couple of dollars. KKs, you drive the KKs or the motorbikes, the Pen motorbikes, a couple dollars here and there, get you around. A lot of times people, if you don't have $20, it's useless because a lot of people can't break it. So just bring also singles, take some of them and convert them into Liberian dollars, So
but Nigeria's the opposite. You better off taking $100 bill over there. You'll get more of the you'll get more of a black market. You got more places. Only I tell anybody this that go. You can do the black market if you want to. Do not exchange your money at the airport, nowhere around there. You know, so they got what they call the POS. Not piece of shit, even though it is a piece of shit, but they call it point of sale. They got you'll see the little fine girls out there, you know what I'm saying, having the little dresses with no drawers on and shit. And then you can go to them and you can do the point of sale. But if you go get the black market money, the only thing about it is gonna be stinking ass, flimsy money. Like if you wet a piece of paper or something, you can tell the difference. Their money is not on the same level as the American, the quality. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like he get flipped.
Money. There's one guy that had a vendor, right? He has like friggin' like 3 wheelbarrows full of old Liberian dollars.
Yeah,
They probably all worth like $10, you know, altogether.
And most of the time, only people at the market that'll take that old money like that. You get what I'm saying? So if you go to some of the African, they only doing transactions from their self. They only doing transfers like that. Even when you go to the market now, they're doing transfers.
Biometrics and scan codes and transfers nowadays. It makes it so much easier to do business in Africa, particularly when
hold on. You saying now they've been doing that. They've been doing that before.
Not really.
But
Only the last.
Yes, it was. Money transfers popular in the Caribbean, Africa before America.
When their cell phones. Wasn't doing that.
Money transfers have always been getting done, but it's more up to date now. Like where you can go into rural areas now.
Now you go rural areas,
yeah, you can,
and stuff like that. Yeah, business people did that, but I said now you got everybody, street vendors.
Everybody's doing it now. He wasn't saying that it wasn't being done. Period. It's just done at a better scale now. That's what I'm saying. It was easy for me to get my daughter to send the money directly to my handler, and then my handler goes into the bank. Now I'm gonna tell you the craziest thing about Nigeria, Kala, is that you go in the bank and they ain't got no cash in there. I've never seen that like that before in my life.
No, but simp, low key, they do have cash. They trying to hold the American money for the big businessmen. They do the same shit in Haiti. When you go there, they don't have over a certain amount, but when the big businessman come, they have money for him. So
I mean, but
it's some kind of stall tactic.
I mean, you know, that you might be right, but that's neither here nor there when you got 100 people out there trying to get money out. Where whatever they doing behind the scenes, if people's going there to get money, they only like that day when we went to the bank, we was only allowed to get she was only allowed to get 50,000 out, and that's the equivalent of $36, which was good because 50K. That believe me, 50K will last you. If you got to eat, you can eat for like two or 3 days off 50K.
Your money's stretched out there. But Sip, can I ask you a question? We heard you talk about everything under the sun, as you know, today, man. But what is your opinion on the topic?
The topic about
basically who's considered the African diaspora, or does it bother you that you're not on paper at least? Because it seems like when you went over there to Nigeria, you was well received. Does it bother you? You're not viewed as on paper African diaspora.
No, the thing about it is at the end of the day, once I realized that Pan-Africanism was dead, I treat Africa just like the white people treat it. So it doesn't bother me at all. I treat it just like the colonizer treated. I go there, I try to get as much money as I can. I ain't trying to save nobody. I ain't kissing no ground. You know what I'm saying? If a mango costs 100 naira, that's what I'm paying. I'm not doing nothing over extra. You know what I'm saying? No kinship at all. You know, Nigerians are cool with you. You get what I'm saying? But if you're not spending no money, they're not going to talk to you. You know what I'm saying? Like if you get somebody that's standing around trying to be cool with you, you ain't spend no money trying to get something from you. So I don't really care about the labeling how it is, because Pan-African has always been one-sided. You know what I'm saying? And then the Africans made it worse by coming to the internet and then talking shit. It's that prideful thing that Colin was talking about earlier. The African has so much pride that they did themselves in to the point that they made a splinter cell, which is the FBA, you know what I'm saying, go against them to fight. You know, it don't make no sense for, you know, Africans is only 1%. 1%. What that percentage is in the United States? Colin, 1%, 2%.
It's like about 5% of the black population is black.
No, Africans from Africa.
Africans are less than that.
The African population about 1%.
1%.
So let's say even if it's 1% dollar bill, you got a splinter cell of Americans that now they're against you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you're still gonna be behind the numbers. So then it's still gonna be to the point
on their as their back, you know.
Yeah, with white people ain't on their back. They just try to always make white people think that they're different from the black Americans. And the white people be like, yeah, we'll get a job, but white people see them the same. You get what I'm saying? Like white people see them the same. White people see them more as shit eaters, somebody that they can use. You get what I'm saying?
Really understood. If African immigrants really know what they thought white people thought of them, because we know what white people say about them when we were growing up. What they really thought. They said we're the luckiest black people on earth because we were taken out of that. That's the whole thing. They really do think they did us a favor by bringing us over here. You know?
It's true though. They do. They think it. They think it.
Well, they think that like they can come in and they can be the get up under whatever, but at the end of the day, they'll just use them to the point of like, hey, you watch those black folks, so they just put another eye on black people. You get what I'm saying? Which does them no good. You get what I'm saying? Because they're 1%. So let's just say that if they do start trying to kick out Haitians or rounding up Haitians, you're gonna have the FBA people talking about good, get their ass up out of here. You get what I'm saying? And then there's enough celebrities in that Dane Calloway, Tariq Nasheed that's gonna push people to be like, man, look, they ain't repping for us. They come over here telling us that we lazy, we ain't shit, we criminals, we dangerous. So, you know what I'm saying, get their ass up out of here. So it's one of them things where you let your, like what they say in the, I don't know if it's in the Bible or whatever, but the pride come before the fall. You know what I'm saying? So, and they try, you know what they trying to do now? They're trying to do about that shit that happened in Ohio. They're trying to see if that temporary, what they call it, that TAP.
Yes.
They trying to overlook that. TPS, yeah. They're trying to sidestep. Yeah, go ahead. They're trying to sidestep that too. Now, go ahead.
So you believe Pan-Africanism is one-sided, according to you, right?
It has always been one-sided. Well, change that. It's not. It has not been reciprocal the way that Americans have. It's not been reciprocal.
So can I ask you another question then?
Go ahead.
What percentage of African Americans are Pan-Africanists?
Hold on. Let me answer that, Sid, please.
No, you go ahead. I answer it again because you the whisperer.
The thing is, simply, I mean, principally, right? When we say Pan-Africanism, right, what we mean is the Black African identity. That's right. Don't mean we love each other. We just believe that we're on code. Like I said earlier, when I came back from Liberia, right? I came back from Liberia. And I went to this place called 21st Street Seafood, right? And I waited for a black person to come out. And I said, okay, it's good. Then I was coming out. Bro, man, was in the car, man. Bro, we really good in there? Man, I said, man, come on here. And it hurts me every time that I see a good brother, man. Like he's working class. Like a good, you know what I'm saying? Out trying to enjoy himself on a Saturday afternoon, whatever like that. And to be thought that we still going through this at this time and whatnot. And what I'm trying to say, principally, right? When Africans and other immigrants come over here, they don't know that struggle. They mock that struggle, you know? And the bottom line is this: most African black immigrants, well, the Caribbean, there used to be black immigrants used to be down with us, you know, back in the days. But I guess they join with the Africans now as foreigners, whatever. But now,
Colin, you didn't answer my question. What percent
like Principe? They want some cheap
solidarity with us, right? Solidarity with us, right? Because we're here on one side. Pan-African just means we're black unity. That's all.
Right.
No. I asked you what percentage do you believe is
It's no number. It's no. Colin went around the bend and broke it down to you far as the holistic thing of it. I'm telling you straight up, most black Americans, when shit was going on in Africa, we was like, no, that ain't cool. Like that, like we saw them as black people. Like I didn't know that I wasn't them until they told me.
Exactly. We saw those as our people. So we denied ourselves because we could have had major investments in Black America, but we refused a lot of companies to come into areas, cities that we had control over because they were doing business in South Africa. You understand that? You know, I solidarity with our African brothers over there who are being oppressed. That's who we are, Principe. You know, until Africans told us that Y'all
I mean,
did.
even Haitian. I'm gonna say African and Haitian. You know what I'm saying? I got a Haitian chick. Me and her was gonna get married, and it was her family, her people said that we was different. It's definitely African. You know what I'm saying? We ain't just talking about Nigerian. I don't mess with chicks from Mali, Niger. You know what I'm saying? South Africa, Kenya, and it was always when I thought that we was together, they always made it different. That they was different. That's the first time I heard it. I've never heard of Americans say that it was always came from that end.
Check this out, Hustle Smart. Check this out. In light of a show on Dynasty yesterday, right, or day 4, one day.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna tell you something, right? When we think of Africans who spread anti-Black American propaganda, we always think of Nigerians. Actually, I've been doing my research. It's mostly people from the Congo for some strange reason. You know,
yeah,
they have this friggin' hatred for us. You know, I have no idea.
Not our Congolese brothers.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, you should hear these motherfuckers, man. You know.
Hey, you can call them shit slangers, Dollar Bill. No, that is a day. You should have saw them out there in that goddamn refugee camp slinging shit, throwing shit in the throwing shit in the woods. Eric, man, bro.
What you got? And I am somebody of Congolese blood. You know, shit, man. You know, that's most of my DNA. Ben,
you a Black American.
On your mind?
I'm just listening in. I think, until they have official, like president saying, until then, it just is what it is, man.
They ain't happening, bro. Just we gotta move on to something else. Focus on the African, because trying to be part of the African diaspora, African, they ain't thinking about us. What do you think about this, folks, on the panel? What do you think about them using our infrastructure in America to promote that shit? You know.
I mean, but that's what it ain't nothing we can do to stop them. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing that the African. That's why you think most of them become Democrats, because they understand that they can get with a party, political party, and they can just sidestep Black people. You know what I'm saying? And then they can see like they can get on YouTube without Black people. They can get on Instagram without Black people. They can get on TikTok without Black people. It's not the same when you go to Africa. You got to have some type of connection. You got to know somebody. They ain't got to know nobody in America.
They got to be Elvis to tell me about my culture.
Well, Dollar Bill, I was listening earlier, and you let him tell you what you do and what you don't do in your life. I didn't understand that at all.
I didn't let him tell me. I told him you can't tell me what I do in my life.
But you know what though? The thing about it is, one thing I'll say about Evans, he don't hide who he is.
No,
so if you in the beginning, y'all kind of just sidestepped it and gave him a pass. So it's just like when you let a snake in the hen house, bro. You get what I'm saying? Don't be surprised when the hens come up short. You know what I'm saying? So you can't get mad at him for him being how he is. So if he's gonna be a contrarian, if he's gonna always fight and always check or put you on blast or downgrade you, call you names, that's what you allow.
Listen, I wanted people to see Elvis for himself. See, there's an old saying, the more a zebra goes up a tree, the more of his behind you get to see. And so I wanted Elvis to expose himself.
What I get the analogy, but what I'm saying is that the one thing that I give him, the one thing I'm a straight up guy. One thing about him is he don't change his stripes.
No, he doesn't. But I need other
people. He is who he is. What it is is that y'all kind of gatekeep it for him. You know what I'm saying? So it's at the end of the day, he's only allowed like most planners don't even let him on there. You get what I'm saying? And then when he go on Dinah's channel, even Dinah's call him a clown or whatever. And I'm not even talking about him. I'm just talking about him being who he is. He's the same person when he go on any of those channels. So it's nothing that needed. So it's nothing else that need to be seen about the guy for you to know who he is. He shows who he is every time he come up.
I never met him until I got on this show.
No, That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, even a month ago, you know what I'm saying, Dollar Bill. One time y'all can be going back and forth. Next minute you'll be like, hey, cool, I like him. You get what I'm saying? Like you don't like a snake. If you think he's a snake, don't never. What I'm saying is, always call a snake a snake. If you think he is, I'm just at the point where I don't wait till I get mad at somebody to be like, no, I'm not talking about you, Dollar Bill. I'm just saying me. I don't wait till I'm get mad at somebody to really check them, to really look them up and down. You know, it's a reason why I respect Collar from the jump. So that means that even if me and Collar get into it, we won't fall out because the respect is there. But
there you go.
If I think Collar is a snake, you get what I'm saying? Then that's an issue. Then I'm gonna gracefully bow out. But now that I have that utmost respect for Collar, we can bump heads and all that, and then come back the next day and talk like it's nothing wrong. But when there's some snake shit going on, if I feel like it's some envy going on, when I feel like somebody just, you know, saying belittling my thoughts and my thing, then that's no conversation. Well,
you know what,
like we'll just be enemies, and that's what it is.
You know what it is?
Yes, sir.
I've had these conversations with Kala. I've had some of these conversations with Baruti. And you see, sometimes I can see certain things, you can see certain things, and people are not going to see it because they don't think that person is that way. I know who Elvis is for a long time, but I wanted Elvis to reveal himself to the people so the people can make the decision of who Elvis is. Because if we do it, they're gonna say, oh, you're xenophobic, you don't want to deal with the African brothers, you don't want to give them the opportunities to talk. You understand? So I let him prove himself to be.
Yeah, but he ain't the last Mohican of the African. There's plenty of Africans jump up here. It's just one. Believe me, Dollar Bill, it be in the chat. I see it in the chat when people say whenever even when Collar is answering every question that pop up to him. You know what I'm saying? I'll jump on and defend that. But what I'm trying to tell you is that he does not change. He does not change.
We don't want him to change. We want him to stay the way he is.
But I'm just saying, there's no need to get mad at him for him being who he is. No. Well, I mean, what I'm saying is
we do entertain him. I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You entertaining it, so it's no need to entertain them one day and then chastise them the other day. There's no need to entertain them today and then block them the next day.
You absolutely
you know what I'm saying? Like that's
some days
the
I
thing.
can tolerate him, and some days I can't.
But
so
see,
I try.
But you gotta think about it. You talk about a man. You talk about a man to another man. There's no way that you should be. That's a conversation you should say about a female, that I tolerate a female. You know, because females have y'all emotions are different. But when you're dealing with a man like that, it's no way you should deal with a man to be like, man, I tolerate this dude this day and this day I don't. That's not manly activity.
You gotta understand that
how man sees it.
You're absolutely right, but you got to understand, it is who Elvis is up here for a specific reaon.
And what is that reason?
Elvis has an agenda to be the gatekeeper when we discuss Africa. He feels that it's his position to kind of gatekeep African Americans when it comes down to Africa, that we are not supposed to have individual opinions.
Did he say that, or that's how you summarizing it?
That's how I'm summarizing.
Okay, I got you. Okay,
this is how I summarize.
Can I chime in?
Go ahead, Principal.
Sure.
Yeah, I see some of the stuff you're saying in terms of like he may have a how you call that term? Basically, he playing the devil advocate to a certain degree.
Yeah.
He also but he plays it to a degree. At certain points, you guys throw jabs, so he throw jabs back. You guys got to part of the show is based on building and information, and your guys' collective ideals and dreams. But part of it is also jabs. You guys throw jabs. I talk slick sometimes, so he goes back and forth. And it seems you guys are trying to personalize some of the stuff sometimes when he throws jabs. I do admit sometimes he be immature, y'all, and shit like that.
You come out and call somebody a lesbian, that implies homosexual and all this other stuff. See, there's certain parameters. If he's just going to do his regular stuff, I don't have an issue with it. But when he tries to take it on a different level, I don't want to spend my time cursing him out. So I figured the best way to deal with him when he goes off the rails is just to push him off the track. Then we and you know what? Since I pushed him off the track tonight, we've had a better discourse. We had a better discourse today. Why is that? Because Elvis was pushed off the track. It's just that
you know what that sounds like, Dollar Bill? That sounds
Uh-huh.
like how you treat an animal that's in the house that's unruly. You know, sometimes it's acting how you want it to act. You let it get to the point that it go too far, and then when it jump out of line, you got to, you know what I'm saying, got to give us a little chastisement. I just don't think you should just, even though I have just guessed, I just think he's just a feminine acting brother, just the way he talks, just the way he be acting. He be sitting up here yarning and shit, you know what I'm saying, and doing feminine shit. But what I'm saying is, I'll still take up for the fact of the truth. And if the truth is that if a person gets to the point where you don't know where they stepping out of line, and they can change to get y'all message off track, because that's what it be sometimes.
Yeah, that's what he does.
What I'm saying is the flow can be building. I'm not even the 5%. The flow can be building, and then if y'all in a good mood, y'all will put up with it. But if y'all ain't in a, if you ain't in the mood that day,
last couple of days, I had a powerful message. I was not in the mood for that.
And that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that I think all your messages about Afghanistan is powerful. So that's what I'm saying. If it interrupts that flow, you get what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question, right?
Go ahead.
I warned everybody like a night, 2 days ago, right? A day ago, right? I said, if anybody wants some real information about my ideas, where it's going to be, where like that,
it's you on the email, right?
Yeah, my email all the time,
Yeah, but Colin, I got to be honest, dog. That's a course correct, because in the beginning you were asking every question they was throwing at you. You know what I'm saying? They'll ask a question this way. They'll ask the same question another way.
Now it's getting serious because
right. That's my whole thing of it is that, you know what I'm saying, because you're actually considered on this when Hit ain't here, you're the primary spokesperson of it. So you shouldn't be going, like, if your message should be free and clear and just, laying it out to be direct. But if you got something that's throwing you off, it's just the same way if you got a fly or you got some bugs in the background throwing you off, you're not able to, you flow, because you got people that's listening. You might have somebody that's listening for their first day, and then every time they hear you talk, you know what I'm saying, then you get thrown off, then you get upset, and then now you blocking people, banning people. What I'm just saying is that what I learned as a businessman, to always just streamline your thought process. And when it comes out smooth and direct, people can understand it better. But then if it's one side of it, you high, then the next minute you're low, then you got to then you gotta, what you do is you doing the show, you do the little break, the little music break, you get what I'm saying? But that fits in with the program of the radio show. But with the Afghanistan, you're just preaching the show from like inception to creation, thought process. You're trying to do that in a way so it can be, everybody else can understand it. Because you got to think about it, Colin. Most people can't come up with even as smart as I am. I think I am, and I know I am. I ain't came up with no shit like that. So it's definitely complex thought process. And sometimes when you do something,
I have no idea. Like I said, when you got people like Elvis up here ask me silly questions, look, this is something like I showed the website, the BA website, and who was it? Yeah, Wise came on and said, "Wow, yeah, he's remember the website." He said, "Yeah." I showed him different prototype cities we drove up. This is not something that just happened overnight. I've been putting a lot of money, work into this for years and stuff like that. And like I said, I came up with I proposed. I don't know who it was I talked to. I said, "Look, I'm figure instead of trying to be like." We're gonna see. That's what David Hit and I disagree. He says we're gonna draw up a constitution and go away. I said, look, why don't we get one African country on our side,
right,
and stuff like that? Why don't we do that? That's my goal. That's why I'm putting. So people understand why am I so invested in Liberia? I got an end goal. You know,
because you need to have a catapult.
Yeah. So if Liberia comes and say, yeah, we like what you guys do, that's why I'm trying to bring investors to Liberia so I could gain political capital there, you know?
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. And then on top of that, you can have different ideas and everything. But you know, at the end of the day, it's smart to have a catapult because you know what I'm saying. That might can be a release point. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because you're trying to get so much stuff there, you can ease some of that stuff in, and then create another business in another country in the process.
Check this out. Let me say this. Right,
I get it.
Check us out. Just like all I'm doing is reversing the slave trade, right? Where Liberia could be like the new seasoning ground, you know?
Right.
For like we're doing a reverse middle passage, you know? So we go to Liberia and Ghana and places like that, and we get sent. Then we get shipped off to like people used to be brought to the islands, Brazil, then shipped off to North America and everything like that. Once they've been broken and seasoned, whatever like that. For the slave trade, you know, you didn't just go from like this, you know, they just bring you up, jump you up to put you on the plantation. There was a seasoning process. The middle passage, you know, the middle passage also included the islands that you were seasoned on and housed until you were shipped to slave markets, you know, and stuff like that. So what we're doing, we're trying to gain our humanity back by building ourselves up in different African countries through business, education, trade, and everything. Then we're going to make the transition to our own nation again and go home, you know?
Yeah.
This is what
I'm trying to so Colin has the ideas about the Afro-stand, so I try my best to interpret what he's saying, and I try to put it.
Oh, I like the videos too, Dollar Bill.
Video form, you know?
So he does. Dollar Bill listens to me. He knows my thoughts and everything like that.
Hold on. Dollar Bill doesn't listen to your monologue in the beginning. You seem like he always don't know what the hell you're talking about or why people are mad in the chat.
What are you, Principally? What are you talking about, man?
Your opening monologue is always jabs at African Americans, Haitians, Jamaicans, Trini, Nigerians, etc.
Principally.
Then you present your ideas and open up.
Check this out. Look, Principally, you understand this is entertainment, right? You know, I like this. I'm a geopolitical pundit, culture critic, and everything like that, right? But I say, but people understand what's your purpose, right? My purpose is a colonization, right? The colonization is our nation. That's a people, you know. The land where the nation is going to live is called, and in Africa, what the land is going to be called, it could be called it could be called Collierville, for all I know. You know, you go Kala Baruti land. You know,
look at your boy Baruti tonight. I love Colonation Panel. The insults, the backhanded comments against Black women, nativism,
Lord, man.
hostility, white admiration,
white admiration.
I hope Ados and Crowd and Mazungo watch Colonation.
Hey, Dollar Bill.
Subscribe.
Dollar Bill, when you doing the video, how you get the voice of because that narrator sounded. I mean,
sometimes they select their own voice. I had one that I wanted to do all of my own voice.
You mean like James Earl Jones type?
Yeah, I was thinking like some goddamn
they do from Allstate. You know,
I got a great radio voice, gentlemen. And
I'm just saying, the video today, he sounded like he was from Iowa or something.
Yeah, well, you know, that's probably a Middle East Negro. Midwest. We got some Midwest Negroes. Like,
yeah, man. I'm just saying, though. I'm just saying, man. They need to sound like they cook. They know how to cook ribs good, bro. That's all I'm saying, man. Yeah. They don't need to sound like they use no salt seasoning when they talking. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Need some Lowry sauce.
Yeah, man. That's just some swole ankles. There's some swole.
Hold up, fellas. I want to play this 1 minute clip, right? It's about the Ugandan lady who got her money stolen from her. There was a scandal with some cyber people, probably Indians. People underestimate Indians. I'm not going to say who
they're slippery.
A lot of money, curry. You know? And people got bank accounts. And to cover up what they do is when they steal money, they got to cover the debts up or something. So what they do is they take the money out of people's accounts, you know? Mm-hmm. Well, it happened to this one beautiful sister from Uganda, right? Let's listen to hear what she has to say.
Let's look at it. Yeah.
You can't see it. You just hear it.
We can't see it.
I'm not playing it. It's just sound.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, you guys want to see the video?
Yeah, we want to see the video.
I'll play a video. Okay, I'll play a video.
Yeah.
No, I thought you said you were gonna play the video. I didn't know.
Yo, I just played the sound. I had on speaker, but I'll play the video. Okay, you guys want to see screen share?
Hey, caller, I live for your videos, man.
We love the videos.
Elvis, look, I don't play videos because Elvis be saying he don't like my videos, so I'm trying to accommodate Elvis all the time.
Hey, man, you got 10 people on the show, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So,
Kyla, it's cool when you play a video one time, but when we don't watch that video like 10 times, Kyla, come on now.
Yeah,
let me show y'all the top 20 businesses in Black America, bro. We know.
Oh no, I don't play that. When was the last time I played that video, Jonathan? Man, it's been a minute. Okay.
I gotta make.
Yeah, but hold on. I don't understand why y'all bash Elvis. Elvis is like hella mild mannered and shit.
No.
He was a little slick talking, but he hella mild.
Hold on, principally, I was like this, right? Now, for the longest time, right, I'm saying like this, right? I have no idea what Elvis' problem is with me, whatever. I know when I say some things, whatever, like that.
You say some things, man. Yeah.
I say some things, but at the same time, right? I still think, that he should, as a young librarian, should be like, man, I don't know about this collar. I don't like it or not, but let me stick around this guy, him and Bomani, see what the hell. That shows me he has no friggin' anything, And I know a lot of librarians.
Hold on. Carla, I never heard him disrespect your idea.
People know Elvis. No? This woman got her back in her white out, man. She's upset. What's up, money? $1 million. $100 million. How much is that, man? That good.
You said Indian stole our money?
No, I know Indians do a lot of cybercrime. People think that Indians, man. Indians are. I got a guy trying to scam me a couple of weeks ago, right? And he told me to fuck off, It's sad, man. That's just really sad, bro. Really sad. Sad.
Yeah, I spent a lot of money on this AI, and I got me a new thing coming to me to help me with my own editing, to do a lot more editing.
Keep it coming, brother.
I'm learning how to make those.
I like what I've seen
thumbnails.
so far. What I like to see also is videos of we have pedestrian like monorails, and you got
I got one. I got a monorail joint. It's coming up now. I got a monorail
subway monorail
in the desert.
Train station.
I got a monorail going through the mountains.
We gotta pique people's imagination, right? Because when we start putting these videos out there and we got millions of people listening to that, this movement is gonna explode. This movement is gonna really.
I love it, man. This is my pastime, my passion now, man.
Well, I'm glad you are, man, because I don't know shit about AI, man. So I like you.
Yeah, the video today, it was good, but it was more on some "we shall overcome" type shit. I'm just being honest with you. You know what I'm saying?
We're gonna need those "we shall overcome"
Hey, Dollar Bill. I thought you were gonna see somebody at a water fountain with a white only signs saying that this is why we need to get up out of here.
Yep. But we did have a white. I did have a white sign up there.
Because I want to tell Baruti, and everybody else, right? Look, when people try to make the argument, they say, "Well, white people always got to be the center of everything we do." This has nothing to do with white America. Look, keep your white friends. I'm not trying to friggin' offend nobody, whatever like that. I don't care about that.
Yeah, we did have.
I don't give a damn if America turns into Disneyland tomorrow. We need a nation of our own. That's it.
Right.
That's what people will say. Racism is not that bad. Whoever mentioned racism? That's how they control the conversation. You don't have that much power anymore. We're doing this because we want to be together with our own people. We want a nation of our own.
Right.
Well, you don't have to. Look how much black people you guys make $1.2 trillion. Integration, blah, 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 blah. We don't give a damn about that. We still want a nation of our own. You know,
Mm.
part of it don't they understand? You know, I don't care. I grew up in a black middle class. I had all that shit. You know, you gonna tell me I don't want to see another damn suburb in America? You know, I had all that shit. I
So
have
we did have
cars,
Haitians.
I had all shit like that. You know,
We
but I
did
never
have
knew
Haitians
it was
in the
like
Air
to have a
Force.
government of my own. You know, with my flag, a country that says this is my story.
Colin, you wanna know something crazy? Is that when I deal with my Kenyan chick, you know what I'm saying? Because I drive a lot and I let her, you know what I'm saying? I send videos or whatever when I'm talking to the rednecks. See, most Africans ain't never met a redneck. They don't get those type of white people.
Oh
They
yeah,
get the
some
they
experience.
get the white people, the fun loving, the white Jesus worshiping, the
white
one that coming to save you. But you know what I'm saying? And I was like, I let her listen to the redneck, and she was like, you know, she said the funniest thing, Colin. She said, you know, the rednecks and the black people, y'all kind of talk alike. I said, yes, we do. I said, because what? And I told her, I said, I got a homeboy, you know what I'm saying? And I said, he says it all the time, and he made me realize it that ghetto black Southern drawl is from white people. We get that from white people, and we just turn it into our own thing.
I'm nothing but a black redneck called a black.
Yeah, She said that. She said, I'm not. She said, I don't want to offend you or anything, but she said that when you talk the redneck guy, y'all kind of talk just alike.
Can
and
I
I
say
was
something
like,
for a minute, guys?
Go ahead.
I want to read something because I said it earlier, and it's true, and I knew about it. All black military pilots who train in the United States train at Morton Field and Tuskegee Army Airfield, located near Tuskegee, Alabama, which included 5 Haitians from the Haitian Air Force. And listen, I just want to give it up. So Alex Pasquet, could you get that for me correct, young man? Could you give me the right pronunciation, young Principe?
Pasquet.
No, I don't. Pasquet, Raymond. Go ahead. Could you give it to me, Principe?
Pasquet.
And read the other ones.
Alex Pasquet, Remo, Casa, Garnel, Plisler, Nicolas, Luktovic, Adont, Eberlair. I don't even know. God, I don't know how to say that.
Gilbert.
Prince to be, you are one of us. Stop cosplaying the Haitian.
No, some of these names is not common Haitian
You one
names.
of us now, bro.
Like Luktovic, I know like Haitian people, Luktovic, they have like, they were enslaved by the Germans. So they have a German name, right? See,
this is a big
someone
thing
like
because
Pasquet.
Yes, this is, to me, it's big. And to show that these Air Force men came to America to go to Tuskegee and come and train with us. And I'm gonna get with Kala and see if we can do a show, because there's another friend of mine, he's 80 years old.
Back to see month.
And talk about the aviation, how advanced we were in the aviation field, and even where O'Hare in Chicago's airport is where originally where African Americans used to train and have their own field. That was our field first for aviation. And so these are the things that we need to talk about, memorialize, have movies about, so people can know about this history. So, we can teach it to our children in the Afristan. So,
hey, Professor P, what part of America you live in?
I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I currently live in Philadelphia now, though. I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
You live in Philadelphia. Hey, but you know what? I will answer your question. You said something earlier when we was talking about Elvis. You like, right. You was talking about why they pick on Elvis and he mild-mannered, whatever. I'm telling you, I'm in agreement with you. I feel like if he's showing who, and believe me, I ain't taking up for him at all. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like if he's who he is, it shouldn't be one day that you beat him upside the head and one day you're not. You get what I'm saying? I feel like if he's who he is, then you know what I'm saying, accept him for how he is, and then you know what he come with. So I'm actually in agreement with you. You get what I'm saying? That
I hear you. You fair. You straight down the middle. But my main point was that if you listen to the
And
opening
then we also
monologues, there's multiple things happening. So if you don't listen to the opening monologues, like I think Dollar Bill does it, when he hears some of the response in the chat or whatever, it's sometimes it's like a back and forth element of some of the little jabs that Kyler throw, because Kyler shows multifaceted. It's part his idea, it's part current events, it's part,
Right.
you know, throwing jabs. So it's different things happening. And if you coming through and you trying to throw over emotional blows at Elvis, Elvis is somewhat of a mild response to some of the stuff that Kyler says. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, because people dump on
But
Haitians all the
now,
time. I'll come up here, they play videos about cats and all that type of shit. I don't get mad because I'm like, this is the
I
regular
haven't
jabs.
done any videos.
yeah, hey, let me tell you something, President. Haitian do it to itself. The day that I saw them goddamn dudes came in there and killed the president, I knew Haiti was already damn near under the dirt. And then when that shit happened, I knew it was like 12 feeling. I knew it was over with after that. It was just a domino effect. But let me say this though. Now I got to get back on Collar's side as being he it's like the monologue is not a stamp on the show. The monologue is to bring the people in so they can unwind type deal. So you can't say that his monologue is based on the show, because the monologue is just a monologue. You get what I'm saying? So it's just the same way if you go to a show, I know you're young, but you know Arsenio
Johnny
Hall
Carson.
and and all these other guys, they come out there and do a 15 minutes monologue. It has nothing. The jokes that they did in the monologue had nothing to do with the show. It was just to get the people settled down, get them ready or whatever. So as I see it, when Colin's doing the monologue, he's being an MC. He's being a mic controller. You get what I'm saying? He's controlling the crowd. He getting the crowd ready. He telling them to go get some popcorn. He got his quotes. He got his sayings that he say. So you cannot take that monologue into the show. Did I say that correct, Colin? I get a little off base sometimes.
I call it he's cooking. I call him he's cooking, man. When he starts to cook.
Speaking of cooking, we had a.
But we emotional, Principe. So he might have thrown some shots, and then that shit don't lingered over. You know what I'm saying? Colin can throw some hard shots sometimes. Have me tripping out. Have to keep the. You know what I'm saying? And then it lingers over. So
that's my point. Though. You can't be over emotional.
I got you. Yeah, because it's just like when we was talking about.
I feel like sometimes Dollar Bill is over emotional towards Elvis and sometimes the chat, but it's just a regular thing. It's like I don't not see you as my cousin.
But I got to stand up for Dollar. I got to stand up for Dollar Bill, because Dollar Bill is actually at one point he was more patient with Elvis than Colin.
Yeah, really true.
Dollar Bill was believe me. I'll stay. Dollar Bill is a man, he can stand on his own. But I came on the channel taking up for Collar, and Dollar Bill was still being cool with Elvis. You know what I'm saying? Talking about he love him and shit. So believe me, if Dollar Bill went off on him whatever happens, I wouldn't hear. Dollar Bill is if you put him and Collar side by side and say who's the most patient with Elvis, it would be Dollar Bill.
Yeah, really. Hey, let me get a med on the other week. He had the thing.
But probably not today, though. Probably not today, though. But I'm just saying, in track record, it is.
Yeah, he called me a lesbian.
He was talking to us about GMOs and all stuff like this. And I had to break it down to him, man. That's bullshit.
He's still trying to get on today. I had to kick him off like 5 times. He didn't realize all I got to do is just ban him completely. And I'm trying not to be that kind of person. So I just kicked him off and let him get himself a break. Go get a cheesecake, man. Eat you something and relax yourself, Q.
But you know what, though? I get what you're saying, Principe, about the emotional side. And we was talking about, when even Jonathan was saying yesterday about Nipsey, like you can't, even though you can try to do good, you can't change the fact what you did in your past. And sometimes your past lingers, no matter what type of chick you get with, how you try to change or whatever. The people that you did, sometimes the people that you did feel like you slighted them. They're not gonna forget it. They don't give a fuck if you're a preacher. Like, I forgot that movie. Where the guy, I don't know, was it Jamie Foxx or what is it, Samuel Jackson, where the guy used to be a horse, a train robber or something, and then now he became a preacher. He had a wife. He delivered a eulogy and whatever. And at the end of the day, What movie was that?
It's with The Rock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah.
At the end of the day, you get what I'm saying?
African dude.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you get right. At the end of the day, you can't go. So that's why you have to watch. So, bro, it's the reason why, even though I don't move out here in this area where there's only 2 black people at, like you said, Prince P, I still sleep with the yapper. The yapper is right here. You know what I'm saying? The barrel is like straight up. The yapper is right here in the bed with me, bro. Right here. So I cannot get past that because I'm not gonna slip like that because I know so many people that get comfortable and they slip and nothing probably never happens to me. But every time I go to my mailbox, whenever I take the trash out, that yapper is within 6 or 7 steps from me. You get what I'm saying?
But you know what it is? You're absolutely right because no matter I try to make bygones be bygones, right?
Mm-hmm.
And no matter what, whenever this dude, it's different, right? If you got a problem with me, an issue with me, right? I'm a grown man. Call me on the issue, bro. Say, listen, but don't talk for somebody else and feel that you have to be the voice of reason when the man is standing right there. And then he lies and says that I said things that I didn't say. I never called a man stupid. I said some people think that we are jealous, and I said, why would I be jealous, right? And this man, you think all people live in huts? I said no such thing. See, you're coming out of your mouth, you're calling me names, and you're getting angry for another man. You're not his girlfriend, right?
Yeah.
The man can speak up for himself, and that's simple.
Tyler is more patient with Elvis than Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill be going off, and it's
Dollar Bill goes off when he goes off. Believe me, Carla be threatening to block him and all type of shit. You know what I'm saying?
If it was Dollar Bill show, if it was Dollar Bill show, I think Elvis would have been banned already.
What I get mad at Elvis is when he basically starts giggling, he starts yawning and stuff like that. Or basically, when I make a point, right, he'll basically, no matter what I say, he'll just say, "Oh, blah, 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 blah." Look, like I broke it down to him. He said, well, how you guys gonna get the money for an hour? I said, dude, Black America is worth $1.6 trillion a year. If Black America decides like we want to do this, even if we get like, let's say we get a poll number like 40% of Black America support the idea.
Right.
40%, let's say half of them willing to contribute or really seriously contribute. There's your money right there. So basically, Dollar Bill doing what he's doing. And other people talking about this, we need more bloggers. We need to spread this message out, you know?
Right.
So all I'm doing is being inquisitive. What I want to do is find people say, you know something, I think I got what Kyle's talking about. Let me go find my own African page, you know? Well, because maybe younger people are saying, yeah, you know, I'm more into architecture. Let me talk like that. Well, I'm into sports. What would the African sports be like? You know, something like that. You know, this is what I'm saying. I want people to go out there, take this, and whatever you do, however you contribute, do it. You know, that's what I
agree.
I basically, I'm the one that's driving this, right? But I want people to take this on themselves. Say, look, I believe Black people should start the idea of a nation of our own, right? It has nothing to do with white supremacy. It has nothing to do with racism. It's not. It's about slavery, but we have to basically understand something. And what you always do, like Malcolm X did in his book, The Ballad of the Bullet, he said you have to acknowledge periods of progress. You know what you don't want to do, like Umar Johnson, make it seem like every Black person suffering, blah blah blah, we're suffering, we're dying, contributing to my school. No, people like, well, I got a good job, I got money. No, you don't. No, you don't. When like Yvette Carnell, you ain't got no money. Don't want to be a misery merchant. You know, you don't want to be a poverty pimp. You know,
yeah. Hey, Carla, I heard him do a cash app. I heard him do an Instagram cash app drive where he did a show like an hour, just being like, "Who gonna do a cash app for a whole hour Instagram live?" I'd never seen him do that before. He was just in a hotel. I guess he was getting ready to check out, and he needed another day up in there.
Another night, man.
I'm talking about some straight. I'm talking about boy, the gorilla pimp in me just started laughing, and I told her, I believe I'm the first person to ever come across in this sector that started label it gorilla pimping because it's gorilla hustling because that's what it is. It's a level of hustling with intellect where it's not was not harming you, but it's definitely strategized in a way to have different tentacles wrapped around you to the point that you can't move, to the point that you just give up and be like, I got to listen to him. I'm start looking for us. Now, if I see a video or a meme or, if I see a white dude and a white girl and a black dude, first thing I think about is Umar Johnson. That's guerrilla hustling, because guerrilla hustling is psychological, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like I watched it happen with some of the best. I knew dudes that couldn't even read or write that can take over a whole neighborhood. But I will say this, Jonathan, the difference between Collar and Dollar Bill, with Collar get annoyed by him. You know what I'm saying? It annoys him. With Dollar Bill, you got to offend Dollar Bill for him to get upset. You get what I'm saying? So Dollar Bill can be annoyed and be cool, but once you offend him as a man, then it steps out. And with Collar, he just got to get annoyed about the question and about his Afghanistan. Then it's whatever, and then it's definitely about something personal about his family. But it's a difference. It's annoyance in this offending. But what I'm saying, if both of them feel like he doing both of them different things, then you know what I'm saying, make that decision. Or either, let it ride, you know what I'm saying, or divide it. Because what I'm saying is it's just always when you really in the flow of trying to reach the masses with the message, it always breaks the flow, because now you got to answer questions that either you don't want to answer or it makes you upset. Do you get what I'm saying? Then you go off on a tangent, which is cool because you're defending yourself. But what I'm saying is that if you want people to just listen to the message, it can't be like that dysfunctional. Why you think people don't listen to Vet Carnell? Because 1 minute she can be talking with sense, and then she'll go on a goddamn lesbo tyrant talking about absolutely nothing. You get what I'm saying? Then try to come back and start asking for money at the end of the day. The one thing that's good about Collar, he ain't asking nobody for shit. He asking you to be a part of it. He asking you to get involved with it. He asking you to help strategize it. And then if some money comes toward it, the first thing he tell you gonna do, he's gonna put it back into Afghanistan, which is a connection to Liberia. So however you want to that I'm just telling you how I see it when I listen to the show. That's how I see it. You get what I'm saying?
1 second. Neo Moore, we don't know who you are. So please cam up in the back channel and we can see who you are. Because you could be Elvis trying to masquerade, thinking that you had a great idea.
Well, why y'all block me? Why you block me in the chat?
It is Elvis.
Why you block me? What I do is get blocked?
I
told you Dollar Bill was going to block him.
What did I do? Why did I get blocked? Dollar Bill, you blocked me?
Dollar Bill will block.
It
Dollar Bill.
Look, I want to hear from Ahmed. Ahmed, go ahead, man. You got some explaining to do, man. Those anorexic cows running around Sierra Leone, man.
Boy, nah, man. I'm listening to y'all, man. Y'all the super greatness.
They got those. Hey, what you talking about? Hey, Colin, you talking about them slim white cows with the horns?
Ahmed,
cows is supposed to be
cool.
You know,
13 colonies, man. I listen to y'all. Hey,
Ahmed is cool, bro.
I got y'all president. Y'all winning the country again. Hey, he's about to win. What you call it, man? The vice president about to win again for another 4 more years. You know what I'm trying to say?
What country?
JB Vance, huh?
So yeah. So basically, Donald Trump to me is what's this guy? What's his president before
Biden?
Before
Biden?
Bush? No. Before Bush.
Clinton?
Bush.
Clinton, you saw Bill Clinton?
No.
You talking about Africa?
No. He was a former actor.
Ronald Reagan.
Yes, exactly.
Ronald Reagan.
Yes.
See, that's what we got to do more about our immigration laws. They need to learn our president.
No. I know what he's saying. Come on, man. But to me, Donald Trump is what he is.
I'm joking with you, bro. I'm joking with you. Keep going, man. I'm joking with you.
I got you, man.
Now, Ahmed, let me ask you a question, Ahmed. Right, you know, Donald Trump just sent out a thing. They're coming for Africans next. What do you think Black America should be doing?
You want, you want my personal opinion?
Sure.
All right. This is what I'm trying to say.
Hold on. Before you say that, if this was like 15, 20 years ago, this wouldn't be happening. Because Black people, Africans were protected under the Black umbrella.
Hey, did y'all see those Mexicans come out and hold up shit in all these cities?
No. What happened?
Yeah, they take it to the streets.
Oh yeah,
no, it's Fiesta weekend. They just it's some weekend shit that they come up with. They do it every year. They just had a reason. They added some more to it. This is the first time it's getting some limelight because they had some type of Fiesta thing. They had it in Atlanta too. You know what I'm saying? They do it
shit all over the country. I've been looking.
Well, but what I'm saying is that that's how the media does it. They just choose to glorify it this year because it has a immigration aspect to it, which on another level. But what I'm trying to tell you, they do it every year this week.
So what's this? What week? It is February. I ain't never heard.
It's
this
like a
shit.
fiesta. That's what I'm saying. That was their fiesta where they get around. But what I'm saying is they had a reason to come together to make it bigger. You see what I'm saying?
It's politicized.
Okay.
It's politicized. Yeah,
it's politicized. LA, New York, and every main city. I'm like, damn.
Not every main city, because they damn sure wasn't in Baltimore.
Every main city, but
Right.
a
They
lot.
was in the cities where they would be like Atlanta, Texas, and whatever. But you know what? The funny part is they ain't do that shit in Texas because they ain't that far from the border. So them Texas motherfucking, them goddamn guys down there, they do, them state patrolmen down there, they don't give a fuck. And they are, you know what, Colin, one thing about them down there in Texas, but they act like Judge Dredd when it comes to them Mexicans.
Yeah.
They are the trial, jury, executioner. They are not playing at all. They'll lock your ass up and have your ass sitting in the county jail for 2 or 3 days on GP. It ain't nothing you can do about it. And they got it in Texas. You can't even sue. You can't even sue if they lock you up for 48 to 72 hours.
Oklahoma, right? You get pulled over by the police. Let's say you got $2,000 in your credit card. They could seize that shit and everything. Like that. These little small towns around. That's how they make their money.
Yeah,
they be seizing your bank account, seizing everything. You want to go home? You want to sit in jail? Hey, you got $7,000 in the bank. Guess what? You want 5,000 of it. Whatever it is.
They'll make you prove it. They'll make you prove. You got to prove exactly how you get it. Just ain't
got that money. How you gonna prove where you got that money from? Even if you go show bank statement, okay, I did. Well,
but see, Paula, that's where they fuck up at. It ain't just a bank statement. They want to show your house bills.
Right? How you have $7,000?
You can't show them just a bank statement for your from your check. They're gonna say, okay, that's your payroll check. Now show me the bills you don't pay. Show me your grocery. You had to eat somewhere. You had to do this.
You can't verify.
They're gonna go through all of that just to keep your money.
Where you got that money from? Guess what? They're gonna take it.
They're gonna take it.
As this is now, it is officially 3:24, and I know y'all want to hear from No More Neo More.
All he says quiet. I don't give a dang.
Yeah, I'll let
you guys. They blocking him. That's crazy.
Bro,
hold on now. Hey, y'all stand on business. Which one of y'all blocked them?
I blocked
Dollar Bill. You know it's Dollar Bill.
I blocked him straight up. You know what it was, man? Cause
he blocked him.
Yeah, he violated.
I told you, Colin's more patient, man.
Yeah, I when he violates, if he comes up and he got a descending, situation or an opinion that's different, I usually entertain. But when he comes up talking reckless, when he comes up and talking reckless, this is what they do. They like to trigger me, right? People like him and Michael Mawali, they like to trigger me. And then when Pop goes to Weasel, then they'll turn around and say I'm emotional and shit,
Yeah, blocking somebody instead of having a conversation, it's not tough.
Nah, when you call me out of my manhood, there's no conversation to be had with you.
Nah,
you understand? Well, no, see, this is you know what it is? Because if you was around me, I'd bust you upside your head. So since I'm on the internet, I can't bust you upside your head. So the best thing I could do is to block you. Because
that's what you had to beg Collar for weeks to give you assets.
You see, you
so
talking
you can
slick
No,
again.
that's not what happened. Because the
That's what
bottom
you
line
want,
is,
bro.
all I know is I was feeling a
You
thing.
can't win a
It
conversation
makes
until you take the easy
Nah,
route.
see, I didn't.
Look,
Don't
it
call
said
me
you
out of
can
my
make one
name.
person
Look,
co-host, right?
there's one thing that I always do and one thing I never
You
do.
want to know
You'll
history,
never
right?
hear me come
Nigga,
on
we
this
don't care
platform
what
talk
you
shit
do.
about
Initially
African
wanted
Americans.
Frenchie. I
Never.
initially Frenchie.
Even on the platform, I would tell people to stop doing that shit. Never
I
on
was
this
talking to
platform
the
you ever hear
man.
me
You
start
can't
degrading
tell a
African
man, are you his
Americans.
girlfriend? Are you
One
his
thing that I
girlfriend?
will do when you start talking about the continent, I'm gonna chime in.
All
That's
right,
a given.
And one thing I will
Elvis,
I'll
stop
never
the
disrespect
man.
African Americans,
right?
and I'll always defend the
Elvis,
continent. That's it.
you understand something, right? Now, did you listen to Diane's show yesterday? We were talking about Paul Kagame, and I know you basically don't like Paul Kagame. You know, did you listen to that show yesterday? We had the Congolese guys on there, and we were talking about Paul
No,
Kagame.
I didn't listen to it.
Okay, well, listen to that show. Anyway, the bottom line is this, you know, like I said, and this is the reason why I did the show yesterday. Black America has a first world conundrum, right? See, we see the world differently than you do, right? See, well, you look at the world from the standpoint of you looking at people and you look at people who are oppressed, whatever. I get that. People oppressed, the downtrodden, oppressed, whatnot. We tend to look at the world of who's making progress, and that's who we identify with. You know, that's what it is. You know, so when we talk about the so-called Congo people, American Liberians, not because they come from our lineage, we're not, because we see progress. You know, and that's why I said that would answer a lot of your questions. Why is Colin like this? Like you drew the parallel between the Tutsis and the so-called American Liberians the other day, right? And I said no. Just that you like the Tutsis. I said, no, I don't. I'm not a Tutsi.
He called y'all the Tootsies.
No, he basically was saying that the Tutsis were.
I was going parallel between Charles Taylor.
No, the reason why
Paul
people hate Paul
Kagame.
Kagame is because
Charles
they're
Taylor and Paul Kagame,
atheists.
two leaders.
Look, this is what I'm talking about. For all you people getting ready to go to Africa, right? All you people got a plan to buy your little dream house villa in Africa, dumbass estates, whatever like that. You got to remember one thing, right? Every time, when you build a house in Africa, right? If you are surrounded by nothing but misery and poverty, it's not going to last. Because people in the African mind is you did something to them to get that.
You remember the parallels I was drawing, Carla?
What?
It wasn't even tribal. My parallel was that an African leader, even if he's a president of a sovereign nation, if he's a committing, acts in a foreign nation, whether
Okay, all right, Elvis. Okay,
let me make the parallel so you can
let me stop right there. Let me
understand.
stop right there. Let me answer that before you go. No, don't do that Nagmeezy stuff. That's filibustering and that's
Go ahead, Carla. I'm not saying
loaded
that.
question, right? All right, you just said made a loaded statement. You know, you said he's quick to act like that. So let me answer that first. This is what I did in Nagmeezy. He didn't like that. You know, let me answer that first before you go on. Okay. First of all,
by point.
Oh, if you understand anything about the history, right? There, like Hustle Smart broke down on Dynasty Show that I knew about, right? The in the eastern part of the Congo, right, are a bunch of ex-soldiers and rebels to Rwanda that are basically trying to friggin' undermine Kagame because they want to get back to kill, burn, and loot, something like that. BKL, burn, loot, KPL, something like that, burn, loot, you know? Anyway, do you understand Rwanda inside the border, outside of Kigali? You got rebel groups inside the country, and they got sleeper cells and stuff like that. You know, gangs and stuff like that. Kagame, and the only reason why he has them control is he got them cut off from the people that bases in M23 and stuff like that from the thing. So basically, as long as M23 is there, right, the rebel groups from Rwanda, right, is under control because the Congo is controlled by warlords. No one talks about that. Warlords are the real power in the Congo. You know, the M13 keeps the warlords in check, right? By doing that, right, the rebels to Rwanda, right, stays in check with M23. That's why it looks like he's reporting M23. But he has nothing to undermine the government of the Congo. That's the Congo being unmanageable, unstabilized for 60-something years.
I hear you, Carla.
Carla.
Look, 1 second, let me make this one quick.
Elvis, man, how you doing?
No, I'm good. Just 1 second, brother.
No, I'm still here.
So the point that I was making, you can say everything you're saying. There might be some truth in it, fine. But the problem is the Congo, the government, the official government of the Congo have been complaining about the involvement of the Rwandan government in the conflict. So the parallel here is that that's what Sierra Leone did. They kept telling the international community that Charles Taylor was
Well,
involved.
how about this? How about this? How about this, Elvis? Right? You know what the problem is? Like I broke down yesterday. I broke down yesterday. If you were listening, right? The problem is, you know, when your Kron people, right, tried to invade the Ivory Coast a decade ago. Remember that, right?
I'm just going to
am I telling the truth tonight? Am I telling the truth tonight? When you guys invaded the Ivory Coast like a decade ago, right, to help some rebel movement over there.
So just listen for that.
Remember that, Elvis?
So Charles Taylor kept denying that fact.
No,
right?
I ain't talking about Charles Taylor. I'm talking about during.
You said that I said
this happened. Elvis, this happened recently, right? You guys basically went across, like
what
you
happened recently?
Because your group of people, the Kron people, have relatives on the other side of the Ivory Coast. You guys went over there when Sirleaf put that shit to an end because she arrested all the people down there, you know? And you guys were complaining. Well, it's about it's unjust. You guys started a war.
What happened to them, Colin? What? You always like to go to this, and you say I like to start conflict with you. You always like to bring this up.
Well, what I'm saying is, look, it's the same thing. Don't act all holy. Look.
You're not letting me finish.
Holy in it now, right? Because let's be honest with ourselves, right? The problem was those Sierra Leone rebels inside the border of Liberia causing problems. That's what the problem was. And
Colin, man.
Back and forth. That's what went on, you know.
I was there.
I'm sorry.
I told you, Elvis
was one of those
child soldiers.
I'm sorry. Y'all don't know what's going on in Africa, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Chantel said,
I'm sorry, man. Y'all don't know what's going on in Africa.
Elvis was one of those child soldiers.
Y'all don't know what's going on in Africa, man. Y'all don't know what's going on in Africa, man.
What's going on, Ahmed? What's going on, bro?
Y'all don't know what's going on in Africa.
What's going on? You tell us, Ahmed. You tell us.
You see, y'all biggest problem, right? That's like me coming from the continents, right? Coming in America, right? And I'm seeing all the wealth is owned by white people, right? I'm like, God,
no, it's a white country.
Damn, white people are so smart. White people are so this. White people are so bad.
No, it's their country. Right? They built it.
They mean they stole and took whatever they.
Yeah, let me finish. Without me not going through real details of everything, I will never know that. But if I just come off the plane and then walk to the bank, walk over here, walk to this building, walk to this shopping center, walk to this, I'm like, dang, everything's owned by them. I believe that shit. But without me
most of y'all
doing my homework, yes, that's the problem with some of us.
Most of y'all believe that.
That's
most of y'all, not some of y'all. Most of y'all believe that.
Most of us, majority of us. That's
most of y'all go to places where they own everything.
Yeah, that's absolutely facts. And then the same thing, y'all do it in Africa from the view of the white people.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
I mean, everything y'all said.
In other words, basically, we shouldn't like things like running water.
I could tell.
We should be against. We should be against open sewers.
A little bit. You know, I was like,
anorexic cows running around.
I was like, I had to turn that shit off. And then, Carlo, once in a while, I get to your show because I get a little busy. I'm like, man, this is just typical American talk coming from a white person. That's all it is.
Yeah, we white people.
He's right. He's right. Some of it is brainwashing. He's right.
I'm sorry.
Some of it is white brainwashing.
In Africa, y'all white people.
Y'all are crazy.
I'm sorry.
Now we're white people.
You know what amazes us as Black Americans is that if we had our own country or whatever, like for what it's nowhere in the world that we would be up under anybody else that have to feed us. You know, that's the one thing that we can't understand as Black Americans, that that y'all have your own country and that you can't even feed yourself. If you can't feed yourself, you don't run your country. So therefore, when you leave there and you go somewhere else, it doesn't matter, Ahmad. You get what I'm saying? And so the thing about the Congo is eating upon itself. You ain't got to be there to know what's going on in Congo. Congo is destroying itself.
Like can I say something, guys? Notice how when Elvis comes, they're always precipitated by confusion and drama.
No.
I just want you to take
Elvis didn't even say nothing.
Wait, check this out. Hold on.
It's just
his
his
aura. Question, right? Now, you just heard me break down what's going on. You know who told me about that? Rebels inside the country? Somebody's been there. Jamal.
It's a lot of things I disagree with
Elvis. I know actual people from the Congo, man. You talk about Jamal.
No, these are Rwanda. Do you understand, yo, Principe? Do you understand that there was almost 1 million Tutsis and a lot of them still want war? They don't want no peace with the Hutus.
You talking about Hutus? It's not Tutsis. Hutus.
No,
a lot of Hutus escaped into Congo and Burundi.
See,
the ones that were
something, right? Yo, look, Paul Kagame basically had to.
It
was about rebels and stuff like that. There was like Paul Kagame's government and everything as a coalition of Tutsis and Hutus said we had enough. The nationalists, Well, I'm saying there's forces, right? There's still Hutu forces and Tutsi forces in the Congo.
That's true. In the Congo and Uganda, yes. Burundi, yes.
These dudes
are
just
the bottom line.
American.
Paul Kagame, look, Paul Kagame knows if he's not in the Congo right now, the Congo people, the people that's trying to undermine his country, could march right into Kigali at any time.
But Kala, he's
gonna do whatever he can to protect this country. So Elvis gets up here. Also, I guess Paul Kagame said, Elvis, you're right. I'm gonna lay down my arms and just fold my hand up and we'll see what happens. Next thing you know, he's getting hung up on a tree, getting shot to death. Why
don't you let him in and we do Ubuntu?
1980 all over again. Please stop it.
Hold on, but Kala.
Yeah, Taylor thought the same thing, Carla. He thought that he was untouchable. He thought he was so powerful. Where is he now?
Well, whatever. It's not about bottom line, the bottom line is this. Paul Kagame knows the African mind, right?
Nah. Paul Kagame does not work for the African people. Stop.
Oh, he works for Rwanda.
First of all, he works for Rwanda. He's responsible for Rwanda. Fuck the rest of Africa.
Fuck the rest of Africa.
Stop it, man, with this Paul Kagame.
He works for the West. With all due respect, fuck.
Y'all just jealous. Y'all wish y'all worked for the West.
You know what?
Can I say something real quick?
It sounds like Jonathan. It sounds like that he got one of the most organized countries, and then it just envy of it.
When I was in Rwanda, people were amazed. It was like, how did he get the country like this? And I'm like, I understand. Shit.
Can I say something? The reality. Hold on. The reality is most people celebrate Kagame. It's the opposite.
It's just
no. Hold on.
You guys are just American.
Most people. I'm sorry, but most people, they're whitewashed. They don't even know.
Yes,
most people celebrate Kagame. Even in Haiti, the Caribbean, they celebrate Kagame.
No, we're not whitewashed.
These people are Americans. We're first world people.
Kagame's on the wrong side of history, bro.
We're whitewashed.
Kagame can sit down with Tshisekedi.
He's on the right side of running history. He's on the right side of running history, though. You know what I'm saying?
Tell us from your point of view.
Don't understand.
Kagame's on the wrong side of history, but that's the safest country I've ever been in.
I personally love Kagame, but he's on the wrong side of history.
No, he's not.
How can he be on the wrong side of the country? And they consider Rwanda the next Singapore. He's the Singapore of Africa.
How big is Rwanda? Why is he not working with Rwanda?
How big is
Singapore? It don't matter how big Rwanda is. They're doing better than y'all country.
Bro, you sound goofy, bro. Because if we said the same thing about African Americans,
that's not goofy.
I'm sorry.
If we said the same thing about African Americans,
that's just a fact. That's just a fact.
Just explain the point of what you see that we not seeing.
Y'all play all videos about how white America did this, did that, and against y'all in America, which is 100% facts. Y'all bring all the history.
Yeah, but you're not in Congo. You ain't in Rwanda. So why are you comparing? Have you been to Rwanda before?
But then at the same time, when Africans wants to tell you exactly how it is,
Congo has 3 times the GDP of Rwanda.
Y'all
much bigger country,
and they need it. They need as much GDP they can get.
Yeah, so
they're not. And they still ain't figured out how to solve the problems in their country. I got a question. I know, right? They got a bigger Nigeria got a bigger GDP than Haiti, and people in Haiti make more money than people in Nigeria on average. What the hell does that mean?
also
All
known
right,
as the land of
here's my
I don't believe that,
champions.
but
But if
I
you go
gotta
to the
go. I'm gonna let
charts,
y'all.
be
There
sure
I'm
goes
gonna
to
let
Fidel.
y'all
type
deal with
Make
the
him
All
feel
right,
downfall.
good.
y'all
tribes
go.
Let's
and
go.
Good night,
Chavez
y'all.
all right,
Ravine
Make him
someone
feel
for
good.
them to get
Make
to
him
know
feel
more
good.
about the
That's like a
African
pimp giving
continent.
one of his girls some drugs, man. There you go, baby.
my question is why is he on the
Kigali is
wrong side of
located
history?
right in the heart of Rwanda, or you
Because y'all
can
They're
don't
say
just
it's
jealous,
understand
found
man.
in the middle
international
of the
politics.
country.
Y'all don't.
The city was
You guys
administratively
are
Answer the
founded in
question.
whatever.
1907.
Coming in and out.
This was during the colonial rule of the Belgians to Rwanda.
Y'all just don't get it, man.
By
It's
then,
propaganda.
Kigali was just a small
What
trading
African
area
capital city
where
look like
many
this?
people came to
No, they
conduct
don't.
trade and
Well,
basically
that is
do
definitely
other
not the
types
truth.
of
Jonathan,
business.
are you kidding me,
It was
Jonathan?
between this period
Come
of
on now.
I've been to more
1907
African
to
countries than you, and I've been to
1960
Come on
Rwanda.
now,
I'm telling you,
Jonathan.
it ain't
fully
true,
got
bro.
her
You
independence
guys
that
un-American.
Kigali
That's the reason why I keep
later
saying it.
became
Ronald
recognized as the
Reagan
capital
is
city
just a Donald Trump.
of the country,
Y'all know
Rwanda.
what he did to y'all.
What?
What did Donald Trump do to
The
us?
city is located
Nobody
along
Ronald
the
can
Reagan,
Rukalwa
explain
River,
Donald
why.
Trump is
and
just
I
all
must
version
the
Kagame
other
should
of
take
major
Ronald
over
Reagan.
features that make up
Congo
the
and make
city
Congo
are
look
the
like
many
Rwanda.
hills and
Exactly.
valleys that
That's what I'm in
Kigali
agreement with.
comprises of.
Because y'all don't
The
understand
central business
when it
district
comes
is
to
found on
international.
Nyarugenge
It
Hill,
goes back to
whereas the
Colonize the
government and
Congo.
other
the minerals.
administrative
It goes
Take
back
quarters
to the
over the
are
minerals.
found on
Yeah,
the
yeah, take
Kaki.
over the minerals. Because they don't know what they're doing over there.
If you don't have the minerals in your country, who has them?
You know what I
Who
dislike about
controls the
this
minerals?
talk?
If you're new to
All the
Kigali and
other
Rwanda
countries
as a
that's in the
country,
Congo
you
taking shit.
must know
Y'all only
that
complain
arriving
about the
in
black one.
Rwanda,
Shut
you
up.
must keep right. So
I'm
this
talking
is
about
one of those
every
things
France
that
over
you
there,
should look
All
out
of them.
Britain
for as
over
a
there,
motorist.
America over there.
Okay, who you
The
calling?
Israel's over there.
Population.
Okay,
Kigali
Yeah,
comprises
Everyone's over
let
there.
1.1
All the
million
Kagame take
Africans
people,
looking
over.
at
and
Paul
these
Kagame.
include
And
different
that's a
groups
low
of
Israel.
hanging
people,
fruit,
which are the
Jonathan. That's a low
Hutus,
hanging
the
fruit.
Tutsis,
That's what I'm
and
trying to
then the
get them
Batwa
to
people.
explain
So
what they
these are the
mean. They just keep
indigenous
saying
groups
you
of
don't
We
people in
black
explain.
That's what I
Rwanda,
nationalists.
complain
but
about.
We
there are
black
other
Any
groups of
nationalist
president
people
America.
in the
that
West
We're
live
can't
in
voting
complain
on
about.
Kigali,
where it is.
like
Weird
He
ass
on their
niggas,
side.
Ugandans,
man.
they're
He or she's on their side.
Colombians, they're Congolese, and
Boy, you
many
don't
other.
even see no
Look, we black
flies over
nationalists
there.
in America. We black nationalists in America. We support Paul
Of course,
Kagame. That's it.
you should go live over there.
We support
Yeah,
Paul
let
Kagame
them
in
let them
Rwanda.
colonize. Let them
You should go
recolonize
live
the
over there, man.
Congo. Yeah, let them take it over. Let them
You
take
guys,
it over.
Let
you
Paul
Man,
guys keep
Kagame run
saying
that
Kagame need
shit.
to
you
take
guys
over the
are
Congo.
American.
That's all.
Coming in and
He
out.
need.
That's what I
Hey,
said.
he need to take
I'm
over.
in agreements with that. Let them take it
About
Kagame
their
over.
need to take
sovereignty.
over.
I'm sick and tired of
Man,
hearing
Let
about
them
Kagame,
African
take it over.
sovereignty.
man, get
Yeah,
out
let
of here
them
with that dude, man.
recolonize.
Yeah,
Let them take it over. Yeah, because
and,
the
and make
Congo's a fucking
He ain't
mess.
and
taking
make
over
the
nothing. Watch.
Congolese clean up every
Listen,
Sunday, like he make the goddamn
listen.
Rwandans do every
This y'all
Sunday.
problem with some of y'all, right?
Take off
Y'all can
them
talk
stupid
and
ass
talk and talk
goddamn
and talk and talk and
suits
talk
and
every
walking
day,
around
right?
talking about you dappers
Y'all
and
can talk
dancing
and
on
say
mud
this and
roads
say that and say
and
this,
all
right?
that
But at the end of the day,
dysfunction.
But at the end of the day, when somebody's mentality thinking about whatever, like FBA, this and that, right? When they touch their foot in the African land with that mentality, I guarantee you something gonna happen.
What mentality?
Don't even make no sense
Bro,
what you
no,
saying, bro.
no, hold on, brother. Hold on,
can I answer
brother.
Ben
No
2
one
question
got
real quick?
Yeah,
no
that
one
just
got
don't
an
make no
FBA
sense.
mentality more than me. I talk shit about Nigerians in Nigeria.
In
I'm alive and
Nigeria,
well, baby. They would
believe it,
talk shit about it too.
I'm saying about in a
You
peaceful
immigrant blacks are
environment.
different.
bro.
This guy ain't with separate. Can I answer Ben 2
I
Mandingo
promise
real
you,
quick?
Nigerians talk more shit about
Yeah,
Nigeria than
let
any
people
These
be
guys are
black
not
asking
American
American.
the
can.
question.
These guys are
I'm trying to.
American.
We can't
We're not
even
talking
match
about
you.
Nigeria. We're talking about the code. Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Prince
Nah,
P.
When I
Go ahead.
said Kagame Kagame is on the wrong side of history?
Yes. Why is he on the wrong side of history?
They think.
Well, because basically the President Tshisekedi welcomed and desired to work with Kagame, and he refused. He switched up. And the previous president that was there for 20 years is also a Tutsi just like him, and he didn't partner with him. So diplomacy-wise, if I took the Afro-Dominance 402 class, y'all would have understood that diplomacy-wise, Kagame is in the wrong because the President Tshisekedi is trying to work with him.
He don't want to work with him.
The surrounding regions. So you guys are supporting a Goofy. I love Kagame, but he's on the wrong side.
Yeah, but if he don't want to work with him, he don't want to work with him because they sit up there trying to blame him for what's going on in the problems of the Congo. Congo had all the problems that it had before that. The raping, the pillaging, the goddamn fucked up roads, the infrastructure, all of that was going on. They trying to make it seem like that now that the rebels is goddamn making a foot crossing over, and then now it's Paul Kagame. That's the part that he don't want to fuck. He ain't finna fuck with them like that. All that shit was going. They trying to make it seem like Congo just was an oasis before goddamn that shit happened. They've been having a civil war for the last 20, 30 years.
Yeah, 60 years almost, you know.
You see?
I'm just saying the hardcore now, and now they marching into, like, think about it. The government from Kinshasa can't even go to the north. How the hell your government is locked down into one point to the point that now they hiring Romanian mercenaries. You got Russian bodyguards. They ain't selling you no product. They're not selling you no guns.
Who's fighting
they
with,
just
and mostly Congo is still controlled by warlords, not even M23 rebels.
That's the reason why it's like that.
Warlords, the warlords
control
the warlords and the gangs control the Congo. That's what's going on.
Caller.
Ahmad, what you fail to realize, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why it's like that. It's like that.
Kagame said he's prepared for war.
Listen.
He said, if you guys think you're going to as long as you got unstable Congo and it's hot and stuff like this, Paul Kagame knows that
remember
Rwanda
I said that
is
white
at
people
risk, right? So he's not going to let
super
Rwanda
sneaky.
get overrun by these rebels, the disaffectors that's in the Congo, working with the warlords and the gangs and stuff like that. He said, look, no. So the bottom line is just like everything else. If you basically don't control your borders and whatnot, who comes in and whatnot, you control it. You get rid of the enemy within, and the enemy out can't do nothing. So he has to do his intelligence services, man.
Kagame is the enemy from within because he's rather than work with the regional powers. Hold on.
You can't talk to people that don't understand politics.
You always got in Africa. You always got these opposition people, right?
You can't.
Countries can be all on one page when it comes to development and stuff like that. Why does what's the opposition going to do? Say no, we don't want to develop them more. We don't have clean streets. What are you opposing? You know, there's an opposition. The opposition in Rwanda are nothing but rebels and disaffects.
You can't have a breakdown without people that don't understand politics beyond their own country.
And that's why you gotta have strong leaders. And we know you don't understand it.
Kagame been in power for 30 years.
Majority
of he's been in power for 30 years. Rather than work with the regional powers to strengthen his region. Hold on, Johnson, stop, man. You be just saying general bullshit, bro. Rather than work with the regional powers, EAC, all the other entities to create
Congo's not a part of the EAC. They joined the Southern.
Yes, it is. You don't even fucking know what you're talking about. That's what I'm saying. You don't know. Yes, they are, dude.
The EAC's under control.
They are part of the EAC. Look it up, bro. You're saying nonsense, bro.
You think so?
It's because you went to Africa or whatever, but on the political thing, I don't think you know what the fuck you're talking about. So these guys are literally a part of the EAC. They're trying to grow the economic cap, increase wealth, increase
you said they're part of the
regional
East
trade.
African community.
They are. They're part of the Central African community. They're part of the South African community, and they all because the Congo is big, bro. They touch on different planes.
You don't realize that sounds dumb as fuck, do you?
Goofy, look it up, bro. It's Cali bullshit, bro. Look it up, bro.
No.
I know what I'm talking about. You say random shit.
When you're a part of everything, you're generally saying that you're not
Nigga,
committed
it's
to anything.
Africa. The regions, the same way that Tshisekedi, the president, is more related to a person like me than the people in the East is because they're different. They're both Bantu, considered Bantu, but they're different tribes. One is Swahili speaking, one is Kikoma speaking.
Bro, at the end of the day, the only people that's complaining about Paul Kagame is you niggas that live outside the continent.
Hold on. Most Africans love Kagame. He's just on the wrong side of history. He's helping the whites.
Africans in Africa love Kagame. You niggas outside of Africa hate him.
Bro. Kagame has a connection to the Caribbean.
That's the reason why
He's helped, bro. You guys, y'all don't know. I don't leave it alone. You guys don't know. Y'all just saying random shit.
We do know. Let's
Y'all live on the internet. Y'all got to come off the internet.
The previous president that was there for 20 years was a Tutsi too, just like Kagame. Why did he go to deal with Kagame?
Why are you breaking up tribe shit? Like tribes are supposed to unite people.
Because it plays a part in Africa. They're both Tutsis. He rejected working with Kagame. The new president wanted to work with Kagame. Tshisekedi. You say, oh, none of that shit mattered. Congo's a shithole. Da 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 da. There's parts of Congo that's rich as shit.
Prince of P, this is the same people.
Prince of P, what makes it rich though? What makes it rich?
The reason why? No, here's the question: what's the reason why he rejected working with the president?
In the museum.
Because it would have been a waste of time.
Nah, that's not why. I mean,
these dudes think that.
I mean,
it's the problem, right? I hate to say it. When you come from a failed ass country and you see another country doing better, it's in your heart to just to be jealous of that damn country. You from a failed country, you left the failed country, you won't even go back to the failed country, and you're mad at a country that's doing better. And y'all want to take that country down. That doesn't make any sense.
Overthrow Mobutu Sese Seko by Kagame and Yoweri Museveni. So when he got into power, they wanted to control him, and he refused. Laurent Kabila was supposed to be a puppet of Museveni and Kagame, and he refused. And they assassinated him and put his son in there. And for the longest time, his son was in office. There was that war going on. A lot of people felt like his son was complacent.
Why did Paul Kagame become a billionaire?
Let me just finish my statement, please. A lot of people in the country felt like his son was complacent.
You saying Michael Jordan cared about black
and he
folks
couldn't fight the rebel, and he wasn't trying to fight the rebel.
He was donating money to black causes in America.
One of the reasons Tshisekedi was elected president was he vowed to put the situation under control in the East. And when he became president,
at the end of the day, the people in Congo are going through some fuck shit, and the whole country is under siege. So what's the point? What is the point? It don't matter about the history. It don't matter about none of that shit. It's what's going on right now.
Got a scapegoat.
Yeah, like that's
a boogie black boogie.
Now South Africa is coming into play, and it's telling Congo to get out of the region. Kagame is saying that he's ready for war with South Africa.
Yeah.
So a lot of African countries.
You know what makes it sound bad? It sounds like tribalism.
That dude in public, man.
It is tribalism. It's jealousy, really.
Tribalism. It's really that.
That's the only thing that make it sound bad.
You know what? Listen, all y'all niggas that act like y'all love and care about the Congo, go to the Congo and go help fight. Otherwise,
hey, Jonathan, it was the craziest thing when on Dinah's show. He had all these diasporas talking about they're gonna leave their plush apartments in the UK and talking about they was gonna go over there and fight. Man, ain't that one of them niggas?
They want to fight in their own damn country.
They're gonna leave the UK and go to the Congo, bro. Like that shit was so crazy, but I went full. Hey, I'm talking about everybody caught it. Everybody, even the black Americans that was coming up there talking about everybody need to hug everybody and everybody need to like everybody. Man, I went in. Hey, Jonathan, you should have been there, bro. I was barring nobody with that dumb shit. Talking about the history. And then you had the Congolese brothers. They want to give you the history from 1859. What are you talking about? The country is under siege right now. What is all your books and all your lectures and all your goddamn tribalism going to help you right now to get them out this fucked up stage? Now, after all over with, once it quells, you know what I'm saying? We can talk about all that stuff afterwards. That's why you don't let, you know what I'm saying, people that are philosophers and people that do historians get out there and fight. That's why you don't let women get in there and do that shit. I don't like that shit at all. Let females sit back and be women. Don't let females have nothing to say unless you're gonna have an AK-47 and goddamn 23 knives up her ass or something ready to fight. If she ain't ready to fight, and the historians and the philosophers ain't ready to fight, they ain't got nothing to say right now. Cause that's what Congo need right now is fighters. You know, they need guns, they need weapons, they need goddamn medical supplies. So all that shit of how it got that way. Well, listen, Ahmad and Principal B, I understand what y'all saying. But what I'm saying is right now, shit is fucked up. What's the next move?
Police. Can I ask you a question?
Listen.
You said that they need fighters,
Listen,
right?
real quick.
I believe that the issue is a regional issue, right? The inventoire is a regional issue. The Hutu problem is a regional issue. Why is Rwanda not sitting with the region and coming up with a collective solution with Congo?
Because Rwanda has its own, just like you said, I'm on your side on that, but Rwanda got its own narrative too. But what I'm saying is that, but if it's like think about it like I said yesterday, think about it like a palm. Like Congo is in the palm, and you got 5 fingers, and you got all those 5 fingers is different factions, different warlords, different countries. It's gonna happen. It's almost like it got to be destroyed for it to come up. So what I'm saying is no type of talking, no type of history is going to help the situation. Goddamn, in order for drastic change, drastic measures need to happen. The blood got to be shed and people got to die to get it over with. That's it, because people right now, they're ready to die and they ready to kill at a level that's now been hyped up to the point that it's on this weekend, Principe. It was almost on every news from Australia to Saudi Arabia to Libya. Everybody was talking about it.
BBC,
everybody.
BBC. These are the news that controlled by who?
It doesn't matter who it's controlled by. They showing what's going on there. That's what I'm saying. All that shit about the white man is the book, bro. We don't go for that white man. It's amazing that you talk about somebody being brainwashed, and we don't even go off that white man is the boogeyman. Because I heard you say earlier before Carla stopped you, the first thing you started talking about is, man, white people are sneaky. We know white people are sneaky.
No, y'all don't
we
understand
know what's going on.
In overseas.
What I'm saying, it doesn't matter if we're not there. We see what's going on. The rebels are marching. They're marching right now, bro. So all that, it doesn't. What I'm saying, it doesn't matter. The shit is popping off right now. It's popping off more than it was popping off the month before.
And then y'all be the same people.
Yeah, but
man, you still haven't gave you a breakdown yet.
So let them all speak. Let them all speak.
Come on, man. You guys, man.
All I'm saying is, man, you can break it down. You can give all the history. That was the point we was making yesterday, man. It's irrelevant.
No, sometimes
Paul Pagami is not coming to the table. What's next?
Okay. Let me ask you a question, right? Tell me a company, right?
No, see, I'm not with no narrative. I'm not with no analogies or whatever, bro. Don't tell me about Walmart. Don't tell me about the grocery store. Tell me about the Congo, bro. Tell me what the next step the Congo need to do.
Listen.
That's what I want to hear.
Listen. I'm gonna ask you a question. Just one question.
Bro, serious. You don't got to ask me no questions. I'm not there. Tell me what Congo need to do. What's their next step?
One question. I'm gonna ask you one question. Then after that,
right? And I'll keep telling you that you don't have to ask it because I don't have an answer to it. I want to know. I want to know what Congo needs to do next. Congo is on fire right now. What's the next step?
Listen. First of all, Congo does not have a proper leader. That Felix guy, he's not the guy for the job.
They don't have a puppet leader.
No, a proper.
Leader.
Yeah, proper leader.
A proper leader.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That Felix guy, he's not the guy. He's not the guy.
Wait. Hold a second. Y'all say the Congo don't have a proper leader, but y'all saying Paul Kagame should work with the non-proper leader.
Proper Kagame.
You niggas is dumb.
It's some bitch that they want them to talk to. What's the female name that they keep wanting him to talk to? What's the female name?
Oh, the female that talk to the United Nations.
No, it's a little black chick that was up there talking for the Congo. She was talking about.
That was speaking on the
Yeah.
Yeah.
The big girl.
Yeah, she kind of fluffy.
Yeah, she's middle size.
So who is she?
She eating real well while the really country is starving. But go ahead.
Yeah, boy.
She represents Congo in the UN. So she's like the ambassador of Congo.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, something like that. So when something happens, you have people that speaks for you at the
Who
UN.
is her name is Jello Bumba?
Something like that. Okay.
Gotcha.
Now, let me ask
but how can you say that Paul Kagame should work with somebody that you say is not even a proper leader?
Paul Kagame works for the West. He takes the minerals and headed to Europe.
That doesn't make any logical sense because the West is constantly attacking Paul Kagame.
He's the middleman.
Yo, yeah, but how can he be a middleman?
Forget that, Kyle. Forget that, Kyle.
Right?
West, but the country was let all of these Western people go inside the country. Doesn't make any sense.
Because at the end of the day, it comes back to the minerals.
The bitch of the Westerns independent. Cut it out.
Ahmad, what I'm saying is that come on, get back. Streamline your thought process. I'm with you. So you saying that the president is no good. Now what's the next step? If the president ain't no good, and you don't like the president, you don't like Paul Kagame, then who's gonna be in charge? Who's the person that you think should be in charge?
Name me a company, right?
Bro, god damn, can you get off that company shit, bro? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Get the fuck off that company shit. I'm talking about straight up what's going on. Listen to what I'm saying, Ahmad. You right there in the middle, you in Kinshasa. You at the Capitol right now. You don't like the president. You don't like Kagame. Who you think is the best to be the next leader that could actually bring something together? If you don't like the president, you don't like Paul Kagame, who's the next person up?
You got to take out the president that's currently for Congo, which is the Felix guy.
Right. So who's up next?
You got to take him out.
So who's the next?
But then you have to replace it with somebody that's more.
You can put Martin Fayulu. Fayulu.
You need somebody that's like, you look at like the AES. Somebody like that. That's what Congo needs.
So what they're trying to do. They're trying to put somebody from the UN pick in there. That's what they're trying to do.
So you want Ibrahim Traoré to come through.
The UN is under control by your government.
So let me ask you this, though, Ahmad. Do you think that they need like a dictator style leadership in the Congo?
That's what Africa is. Africa is a dictator by nature. We were dictators by nature.
No, I'm saying a dictator style leader.
If you have the proper leader, hell yeah, it works, because at the end of the day, it benefits your people. To me, as long as it benefits your people, you're a winner. I don't give a fuck how you rule. And as long as your people are happy, that's good.
Look, let me explain something to you. And this is what I learned from the research that I did, is that the biggest problem in Congo is that from the capital cannot go to, it does not have a road, a safe, secure road that it can travel. And I'm not talking about all through Congo, because in America there's some roads that ain't bad here too. But I'm talking about 3 major roads, like a pyramid, that you can go to the top part, the east part, or the west part.
Anywhere in Africa, right? Anywhere in Africa, right? It could be a country or a town and everywhere, right? As long as it's rich in minerals, right? As long as it's rich in minerals, there's chaos.
Right, but what I'm saying is Ahmad, you're making statements that there's nobody disagreeing with. But what I'm saying is though, but you got that. What I'm saying is the only way that the West will this is what I'm saying. The only way that Western countries will deal with you if you have a hold of it. That's what I'm saying. Hold on, Ahmad. Even though dysfunction as Nigeria is, you got them, the senates and the governors, they all on one accord. They're gonna be corrupt together. You get what I'm saying? They ain't fighting against each other in the Senate and the governor. They ain't fighting against each other. Now, the people, they're going to shit on the people, but the people in charge, they sticking together. So it's easier to work with them to get that oil and get their minerals out of there. In the Congo, the different war, like Colin said, the different warlords is on this part of the cobalt. All the cobalt is not in one place. I learned that myself. All the minerals is not in one spot. They in different places. But hold on for a second. This is the last part. What I'm saying is you got different people in charge over the different regions of where the minerals are. So all of them have got different rules and regulations how they conduct the business. So when you to the West and to foreign countries, they like, okay, it's already dysfunction. So now I'm gonna be on your side of mine. So they're gonna be like, well, fuck it, let's keep it dysfunction like that because we can pay this price for the cobalt in this region. We can pay this price for the cobalt in that region. Do you see what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying about the dysfunction, but what I'm saying is that it's a clusterfuck because the warlords are not working together to have a price. It ain't like the mob. That's what I'm saying. The one thing about when you got organized crime, organized dysfunction, or whatever, the price of a brick need to be the same. The three people that's renting, their prices all need to be the same. No more than $400-500 at the end of the day, and it's no collective price. They're not working together. They're not even working together to rape the country. So therefore, the foreign countries, the entities on the outside is pushing more dysfunction because they still win. Everybody's winning. Everybody's winning except for the people in the Congo. Go ahead. Go ahead,
You're making my point, though. You're making my point right there because that's what I'm saying. They need more regional integration. The same way I come up here talk to Kala. I always tell Kala, you go further coordinating than trying to strong arm. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Rwanda will be wealthier. DRC will be wealthier. Uganda will be wealthier if they create a treaty among themselves. Security pacts.
But that's what I'm saying. It's too many people to bring. It's too many people. It need to be just a one. It need to be the warlords. It need to be one spokesperson for them. You see what I'm saying? You can't have 8 different warlords having their own demands because therefore the country has no security. So say for this, like you said, say for instance 3-4 warlords and factions come together, but 3 of them don't come. Then those 3 that don't come is just gonna sit up there and just pick them off at the 3, and this gonna be constantly fighting and taking over. That's what I'm saying. It's not it's not even organized on its basic level, on the basic level. Person P, go ahead, Amar.
I'm not with the warlords. I'm with the governments. I feel the government should come together and.
But the government tentacles don't spread that far though.
Y'all looking at it a different way. When you gotta look at this, right?
They only can spread their wings, don't spread around the whole country. Do you agree with that, Principe?
I agree with you saying about they spread out. You got like different, rebels over there.
It spread too thin.
It's spread out. Okay. When they kick out France in Mali, they kick out France in Burkina Faso in Niger, right? You know what the EU did? France kept on traveling to all other African countries, right? Looking for minerals, right? Ask yourself why. Ask yourself, the president of France, right, went to different countries looking for minerals and energy, right? Well, then they took a look at Congo, right? They say, you know what? We could just split Congo into 2. Paul, the president for Rwanda, he's already on our side. So if we support these rebels and give it weapons, we could just split Congo into 2, and then Congo could get to Rwanda out there. So then all the minerals that we have lost in all these 3 countries that we used to get for free, basically for free, now we could get it in the east of Congo. That's what's going on. See, y'all Americans, y'all Black Americans don't understand minerals because y'all don't own no
Kagame is in bed with the French. Is that what you saying?
No,
yes, he said it comes back to the minerals. Just like how everything comes back to the money.
But what I'm saying is that still doesn't matter. That still doesn't matter. What I'm saying, Amar, what we're trying to tell you that could be all true. But what I'm saying is that it's too many. What I'm saying is that the part that Rwanda is trying to control is not places that have minerals.
It is.
Y'all just focus on
Goma, Kivu, and Goma has minerals.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That y'all just focus on the biggest name of it, but it's all the small other. What I'm saying is, bro, I can't even hold on. What I'm telling you is, I can't even remember all the different warlords and all the different factions and different splinter cells of people that's got minerals at every place. They're not working together. So even if Paul Montgomery, he might be supporting M23, but that ain't it. It's a lot of factions that broke away from M23 and started doing their own thing.
Eventually,
That's true.
right? When you split a country, right? Eventually, you can take over the whole country. Y'all look at Syria, right?
Nah. Congo is too big for that, bro. Congo is too big, and it has too much vegetation. It's too much jungle to take over something like that. You get what I'm saying? Like it's too much.
Not only that, people don't understand something. Each one of those warlords, right? They'll separate two things. There's the warlords and there's rebel groups who are political, that have some sort of legitimacy, you know? Warlords are the criminals, the thugs, and warlords and stuff like that control. Actually, that's who extracts the money. They basically got their own deals with foreign entities and everything to loot money, you know, and they give a kickback to the government. You know, that's why Paul Kagame knows that. He knows the government in Kinshasa is getting a kick off this, and this lawlessness is destabilizing the whole entire region. That's why he's in that area, you know.
That's what we're saying, that he cannot unless you bring every single person to the table. It's not gonna work because it's so many different hands in the pockets, bro.
Don't have the people that Paul Kagame has to deal with is the freaking rebels. If the president said, "Okay, I got all the warlords at the table," you know, then Paul Kagame would have came. But if he knows the same things that happen, you got the warlords there, the foreign interests that's and he got the M23. He's like, the only thing keeping stable is the M23.
Right.
They don't keep the balance.
They're like the sheriffs.
Carla, let me ask you a question, right?
They're like the county sheriff, a regional sheriff.
Ahmed, you guys acting like we don't know what we're
talking about. Let me ask you a question. Why do you have problems with Al Sharpton? What's your issue with Al Sharpton?
My issue with Al Sharpton?
We don't give a fuck about Al Sharpton.
He talk black.
No. Al Sharpton is a liberal. He's a leftist. You know,
yeah, he's a Democratic shield.
He's a leftist that works for who?
Well, he doesn't work for
he's an FBI informant.
So what you're saying is he doesn't work for the interests of black folks in America.
There you go.
Yeah, well, hold on.
Facts.
Oh, look.
Tell him. He doesn't work for who?
That's a false equivalency, right?
What did he say? He said they don't work for who?
He's saying Al Sharpton is working for the West, or for the whites, to empower or push the agenda in Black America.
Al Sharpton is a grifter.
You see, that's what y'all don't understand.
Yeah, but he's being used to push an agenda in Black America. The same way Kagame, I respect Kagame, but Kagame was utilizing his connection to the West.
He doesn't push the agenda in Black America because nobody listens to Al Sharpton but white people.
I beg to differ.
He got white people food, bro. I stay in Atlanta, boy. We ain't never seen Al Sharpton.
I need to put it in geopolitics.
So 20 years ago, Al Sharpton wasn't popular.
When someone gets killed.
Yeah, but he was popular. You trying to talk about now? I'm saying in the past he was very known.
And he was up north, but not down south, bro.
Let me tell everybody. I need everybody's attention, right? Look, Al Sharpton. The reason I felt Al Sharpton is back in the days. That's the man who radicalized me. I grew up with everything in America that I needed. Right? He told me to hate America. He told me to hate America, hate white people, hate the system. So basically,
you talking about the fat Al Sharpton?
Yeah, the fat. Instead of me in college, right, going off, I was living in New York, right? I had this little Puerto Rican girl that fucking had a brand new.
Probably in the 80s.
That's in the 80s, right?
No, it's the 90s.
We in?
1990.
What year we in?
1990.
2025.
Right?
So that's about
anyway. Check this out. Hold up. Let me finish what I'm saying, right? So anyway, I listened to Al Sharpton, right? I was angry about. Look, I was angry of the young guy.
Let me talk, shit, man.
Hold on, let me talk, man. God damn, man.
Hold on.
Okay, let me talk. So anyway, basically, I listened to Al Sharpton because right where I happened to live was the Tawana Brawley case, you know, and that was a lie and everything. I knew it was a lie. Then we had the Michael Stewart case that was killed in Brooklyn, you know, by a gang of whites who was shot, you know, and so therefore I got radicalized, man. I was like, you know, I said I want to move out of New York, right? Because New York was a hotbed of racism back then in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. So I moved down to Virginia. Now, I had many opportunities to get with people because I feel like white people and everybody saw something in me. I was a good business, I was a smart kid, whatever like that. But I was so radicalized in this black stuff when I that listen to Al Sharpton and Farrakhan and all like that. I refuse that, and I regret that to this day. I became a black nationalist and whatnot. I hated America and whatnot. I wanted to move to Africa. Blah 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 blah. I rejected everything that my parents taught me and everything like that because he radicalized me. So to see him on MSNBC, you see him on MSNBC, going there with the whites and everything like that. Really put you. If I ever seen him in public, I probably hit him.
Money under the table. That's
he radicalized a lot of people.
He'll straight up shit. But you got to remember, he radicalized a lot of people up north. Like I didn't even know who Al Sharpton was. So I was like 20 something. Didn't even know who he was. Didn't even know he existed.
He used to go all the churches. Colin used to go to church to church.
And then
he ain't never went to my church.
Yeah, he stayed up north. He did that.
Hold on, Mom.
I never know who Al Sharpton was.
You hear these guys?
So.
Hold on.
You hear these guys?
Hold on,
I never know.
Let them first make their point.
To the old land?
Yeah, but let them first make their point.
Problem is,
I see where you're trying to connect.
A lot of times, y'all would say this person is like a leader, and unfortunately, just because he's in the news, that don't make him a leader.
Yeah.
Hold on.
That's that tether shit.
Y'all claim nobody is the leader. Y'all claim Al Sharpton is not the leader. Y'all claim Farrakhan is the leader.
Man, we have no leader.
That's not true, bro. It's not true. You got some.
Hold on. So you telling Black Americans that we got a leader? So hold on, Prince P. Hold on. Let me give you the floor real quick. You telling us that it's not true? So tell us who the leader is.
There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of different movements.
Leaders. Okay, if there's a bunch of them, name me 3 of them. Name me 3 leaders.
Farrakhan is a leader. Right?
Farrakhan is not a leader, bro. Farrakhan is not a leader of black people at all.
It's the government.
Oh man.
Yeah, Farrakhan is not, but let me tell you something. Most black Christians don't even fuck with Farrakhan at all. They condemn him. So that's not. So name another one. Name another one.
I was just giving you.
There's multiple, man. There's multiple. You got
but name them, man. Don't just say multiple and name them.
TD Jakes.
Let me say this, right?
TD Jakes.
Hundreds of thousands of people, bro.
Let me say this.
Do they or do they not have influence over hundreds of thousands of people? Come on, man.
You think TD Jakes? So you think Tyler Perry is the leader then?
You talking to a radical over here, man. This ain't your average Black American.
They not leaders, but then the white people.
So P, who you having this imaginary conversation with? I mean, Ahmad, who you having this conversation with?
Listen to point. I'm not.
But you can't be. The host is talking and you talking at the same time. Let Colin go ahead and finish. Then you go ahead and kick your spiel.
Look, the idea of a black leader is something that the mainstream media coined, right? Because when white people look at all these black people, like, who's their leader? First thing they want to know is who's their leader. So since there's nobody elected to be a black leader, we'll create it. Who they created? Whoever is a black leader is whoever they invite on MSNBC, Fox, or get an interview in the Time Magazine, New York Times. That becomes a leader. So
that guy said TD Jakes.
White people.
Audacity.
Man,
imagine these niggas telling us who our leaders are.
That's the crazy part.
Between black immigrants and us, black immigrants know nothing about our culture and community, right? That they think they're going by white media's perception of us. That's a problem.
Okay. Now, Colin, connected to geopolitics in Africa. That's the same thing y'all doing in Africa.
Oh no, that's not the same thing because elected head of state. He's elected head of state.
I mean, who do y'all think got the hand of Kagame? Yes, is it who?
Problem.
White
folks tell y'all about Africa.
Man, look, if you ask 1,000 different Africans, they're gonna tell you 1,000 different people. That's the funny part.
So then
every last one of them have a different person.
All I know,
Ahmad, who you think? Ahmad, who you think is controlling?
The ones in Africa are going to side with Kagame.
So watch this, Ahmad. Who you think is controlling Paul Kagame?
Oh, the West, the EU.
No, don't just say the West. Be
Nah, just don't say the West. You gotta say more specific.
The West.
Give us some specific.
No, be specific. Say the country.
And what companies' interests they have over there. Tell us how.
Man, he signed a bunch of deals with the EU.
What deals? What deals? We don't know about them.
He signed a bunch of deals with the Chinese too.
That's not even
what deal. Yeah, what deals? What deals are you talking about?
Oh my God! You see, I wish I had a computer, man.
All right, now this is where you come in and help.
Yeah, if you go to the spot, bro, that pressure get to you, man.
No, you can't call this show and not have evidence. You got to know that. Okay. You got to come correct.
No, Kyla. Wait a minute, Kyla.
I'm gonna send it to you.
Paul Kagame has signed so many deals with the Chinese. Why wouldn't he just sign all of these deals with the West that you say is, controlling him?
Okay, when we say EU, right? There's 27 countries in the EU. The G7, there's 7 countries in it, right? So when you understand this, right? The EU controls by like Germany, France, Italy, and then when you sign a deal with the EU, right? The top countries is the one telling you exactly what to do. The bottom countries don't really have nothing, power-wise. You know what I'm trying to say? It's just like the G7. The G7 is controlled by America.
All right, don't ramble, bro. Just name the countries.
Just name the country.
Name the top country.
No, I can't name the country because the EU is an entire organization.
All right, Principal P, who you think is controlling Paul Kagame?
If you sign a deal with the Lakers, right? They say,
oh my God, man.
Y'all got these dumbass comparisons. I just told you that Rwanda has signed multi-million-dollar deals with the Chinese. If he's controlled by the West, why would he work